Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 670 Why Be Afraid? Through special channels, Yang Hui and others all returned to the universe safely and arrived at the designated coordinates to reunite with the fleet. How is this possible? Billy Katajiri, who returned to the universe with Yang Hui, looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Such a large fleet, a new battleship that looked very scary, and various MIs that had never been seen before. How is it? Shocked, Graham nudged Billy Katajiri with his elbow. When he learned that Billy Katajiri was forcibly recruited to join A-Laws, he was still a little worried. After all, they were good brothers for many years. So during the time back in the universe, Graham had been accompanying Billy Katajiri and telling him about his previous experiences. I was really scared, but it should be expected. Billy Katajiri took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. Yang Hui has always been looking ahead. On the way here, I briefly looked at the information of the new Gundam. To deal with A-Laws and the Transformer, such a huge force is not needed. Is this prepared for the third stage? As expected of you, yes, it is for the third stage. Graham's expression became particularly serious. In the third phase, is there any other information? There's some. You can take a look first. The situation is terrible. Wow? You can say this. It seems that it is really bad. Billy Katajiri was surprised and then teased Graham. He understood Graham very well. As long as it was a battle, he would not reject it, and he would not say such negative remarks before the battle. But as long as he said such words, it meant that the situation was really very bad. What task did Yang Hui give you? Graham asked. Let me study the research on brain quantum waves. This guy, don't you know that I am specialized in machinery? Billy Katajiri complained. Brain quantum waves are also an emerging discipline in a sense. It is a study of the brain and belongs to the field of biology. It is very different from the physics that Billy Katajiri has been studying. Then I'll leave it to you, partner. Graham patted Billy Katajiri on the shoulder. He understood that Yang Hui intended to let Billy Katajiri prepare in advance and then focus on the research of ELS. Seeing you laughing so happily, something bad must be happening. Haha, you really know me well. The operation is about to begin, right? What's the target? The moon. Veda is hiding in the deep space navigation giant ship, Celestial Being, which is hidden on the back of the moon. A direct decisive battle? That's a bit unlike his style. Haha, you think so too, right? Graham laughed. This operation really overturned Yang Hui's previous habits. During the meeting, when Yang Hui directly said I want to sweep, we didn't know how wonderful our expressions would be. Haha, I can imagine it. At this moment, a notification from the ship sounded, interrupting their chat. We are about to arrive at the predetermined coordinates. The entire ship is in level 2 combat configuration. All departments are on standby at any time. I repeat, the entire ship is in level 2 combat configuration. All departments are on standby at any time. I'm leaving first, and we'll talk later. Well, I'll go to the ward to take care of the professor and Mr. Wang. The two separated, and Graham rushed to the locker room as quickly as possible to change into his driving suit, and then boarded the flag Gundam. Have you found this celestial being? Graham got ready and connected to the full frequency communication of the rainbow. Not yet, but the location has been locked. If it doesn't show up, we will fight until it shows up. Yang Hui said proudly. That's right. Setsuna, how do you feel? Yang Hui was concerned about Setsuna's situation. In the original plot, the celestial being was in a disadvantageous situation of imminent destruction, and everyone was on the verge of life and death. In the high-concentration GN particle environment, Setsuna heard everyone's voices in the one-way chat channel and felt that everyone's life was fading. Then, he exploded in one fell swoop and successfully awakened. But now Setsuna will not be provided with the same environment. On the one hand, in order to welcome the awakening of ELS in 2 years, Yang Hui does not allow too many casualties and must preserve the existing combat effectiveness as much as possible. On the other hand, in the face of absolute power, Levons and the Transformer Corps he led could not be the opponent of the Promise Caller. Yang Hui, the regular army of the Federation is here. It's Katie. The regular army of the Federation, 5, White Tiger class, heavy cruisers, 25, Baikal class, battleships, 10, Virginia class, transport ships, plus a fully equipped MIS unit, all of which are Entrapment II, the product of the Entrapment, designed by Yang Hui that year after being strengthened and modified. Huh? Katie. Yang Hui was surprised, because he didn't tell Katie at all about the large-scale fleet attack on Shinran. But he was soon relieved, because she was Katie, who could guess Yang Hui's thoughts, and would not allow herself to be absent again. Send a message to Katie. The regular army fleet of the Federation is arranged behind our fleet, mainly to coordinate and provide fire support, and the regular army's MIS unit is also mainly composed of escort fleets. The number of regular troops brought by Katie is amazing, but it is far behind the promised legion, whether it is the number of aces, the number of MIS, the number of battleships, or the quality of all aspects, they cannot be compared. Understood. At the same time, Wang also got in touch with Katie. 9 rules. Katie, Yang Hui's order is that the regular army will be stationed behind our fleet, responsible for coordination and fire support, and the MIS unit will be responsible for escorting the fleet. Are you looking down on us? Katie asked Wang with a bad face. Even if they were sisters, even if this was Yang Hui's instruction, she was too stubborn to accept it. Katie, now is not the time to be stubborn. Wang said to Katie seriously, and her tone could be regarded as a scolding. Tell Yang Hui that I will do it, but if you can't, I will make my own judgment. As soon as the voice fell, Katie cut off all communications without waiting for Wang to answer. Wang was stunned and shook his head and laughed. It's Katie after all, but you really don't have the chance to appear this time. Hidden on the back of the moon, Shinran, Li Fengzi looked at the large-scale fleet approaching on the big screen, and almost bit his silver teeth. Where did these fleets come from? So many Gundams. There are 25 original solar reactors, and the rest are all pseudo-solar reactors. This is impossible. Could it be that traitor Rujita? The reformers gathered together and looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Such a large fleet could not be created by the Celestial Being Organization alone. Even if the Wang family and the Halevi family, who have always supported the Celestial Being's activities, went bankrupt, they could not do it. Rujita did not have such a great ability, and Veda did not find any clues. These warships and MIS seemed to appear out of thin air. Livons. Although they were horrified, they would not sit still and wait for death when the enemy came to their door. The pride of the reformers would not allow them to surrender, so countless eyes were focused on Levons. Everyone, don't worry at all. Levon stood up and walked forward gracefully from the middle. The bright hall dimmed. Countless screens were erected on both sides of the aisle, in front and behind. After the program flowed, various parameters and control systems were displayed. What kind of banquet hall is this? This is the bridge of the Celestial Being. Coming to the front, Levons opened his arms to his compatriots and preached passionately, "We are reformers, an indispensable part of Ilya Huchenberg's plan." Why are we indispensable? That's because we are a superior race. We have physical abilities and brain quantum waves that humans don't have, so why should we be afraid of mortals? Just like ants, no matter how many there are, can they threaten the gods in the clouds? The reformers listened quietly. Such an exciting speech did not touch them. Just as Levon said, they are reformers, and this kind of pie in the sky to coax children cannot fool them. As the innovators, we have the most advanced machines, we have Celestial Being, and we also have Veda. Why are you afraid of failure? The previous ones were just empty promises and had no meaning, but the following supplements did make them feel more at ease. The Gatesser they had was definitely the most advanced machine in the world. After comparing the data of Veda, the unknown Gundams that had been used were no match for Gatesser. With the assistance of Veda and the huge mothership Celestial Being, what else did they have to fear? Also, among all of you, has anyone here come into contact with Mr. Mellon? While saying this, Levons glanced at Levi Revere, making him lower his head in shame and anger. You know that I am wary of him for a reason, so I have specially prepared a small gift for you, the trump card of Celestial Being, the Trans-M system. Oh. Did you finally get it? The eyes of the Transformers lit up. The Trans-M system is definitely the trump card of Celestial Being. It is the technology that Ilya Huchenberg left for Celestial Being, but did not give to the Transformers. It instantly triples the performance of the body, allowing Celestial Being to escape from their hands many times. They are so greedy. Also, what about the 100,000 clone army and suicide force? Do you still need to be afraid? Haha. The Transformers smiled. There is indeed no need to be afraid. A suicide force composed of 100,000 clones will definitely kill as many people as possible on the opposite side. Moreover, with the Trans-M system, the enemy's Gundam is just paper. So everyone, get ready, clear our last obstacle, bring back the solar furnace, and we will be the saviors of this world. The reformers stood up and dispersed, setting out with full confidence. Haha, then. Li Fengzi turned around and looked at the big screen. Looking at the Guanhong, the ship that Yang Hui was riding in the center of the fleet, his expression became ferocious. Mr. Yang Hui, you will regret your choice. Chapter 671. 100,000 Suicide Charge. Beep beep beep. Miss Wang. A high-energy reaction has been detected in front of the fleet. Sure enough. All fleets deploy in the first sequence, and the sunshade system is activated. All fleets have discovered a high-energy reaction in front of them. As soon as Wang's instructions arrived, the orders of Rebel and others were passed down. The fleet formation changed, and the front row of SYNOPSIS warships lined up in a row. The two unique mechanical arms stretched out and raised high. The curtain of light quickly unfolded and then connected into one, protecting the fleet behind. Boom! In the distance, several orange torrents of destruction rushed over, hitting the sunshade system like a heavy punch. The huge force stopped the fast-moving warships and made them retreat step by step. Death Omen Cannon. Sure enough, there are more. Everyone who saw this scene was as pale as water. Strategic-level weapons such as the Death Omen Cannon posed a huge threat to the fleet. As the destructive light of the Death Omen Cannon gradually dissipated, the First Order, SYNOPSIS warship stopped retreating. The sunshade system at the front had an arc of electricity occasionally jumping a few times, but it remained motionless, with no signs of weakening at all. Our fleet is intact, and the sunshade system has a stability rate of 95%. Full speed forward. This kind of strategic weapon must not be fired in succession. High energy reaction detected. The next wave is coming. What? In the horrified eyes of everyone, the same four torrents of destruction rushed over and heavily bombarded the sunshade system, once again stopping the fleet's advance. It can actually fire in succession? This level of weapon. Looking at the dazzling light in front of them that was enough to blind their eyes, everyone's expressions became very ugly. Emperor Yang Hui, Ms. Troops attack immediately. Although I don't know why they can fire continuously, we must not let the death cannon fire recklessly. The continuous firing of the death cannon should be because the other party is directly using the large pseudo-solar furnace as a consumable. I don't know the reserve quantity, but the problem of muzzle overheating will definitely cause a pause. We will go first, and the fleet will follow up. Understood. After hanging up the communication, Yang Hui contacted Iolu Hutchenberg in the gap before the Dawn Gundam attacked. Can we directly take back control of Veda? No, the distance is too far. In order not to be discovered by him, I have isolated my data separately. I need to get close enough, and then I can directly take back Veda's authority. The figure of Iolu Hutchenberg appeared in a small part of the screen. What a trouble. Dawn Gundam, attack. All fleets received Yang Hui's instructions. The ejection hatches of each ship opened, and a large number of MIs attacked like raindrops. The ace troops and elite troops of all fleets followed Yang Hui, dispersed from both sides, and launched a charge in the direction of the death cannon. The other part stayed around the battleship and slowly moved forward with the battleship. Beep, beep. The third one is coming, spread out. The death cannon attacked again, but Yang Hui keenly discovered that the firing interval this time was 2 minutes longer than the last time. Sure enough, even if the pseudo-solar furnace is used as a consumable, the gun body will overheat and need enough time to cool down. This is the opportunity. Beep, beep. Just as Yang Hui calculated the time and predicted the next firing time, the alarm sounded again. Right in front of the charge, a huge ultra-large deep space carrier built with an asteroid as its main body removed the optical camouflage and appeared in front of everyone. This is the celestial being. Although I have always known the information and intelligence, it is still very shocking to see a 15-kilometer-long super-large mothership that can be called a space fortress appear in front of me. At the same time, countless red dots appeared on the radar detection system. There were too many of them. It was a whole color without any gaps. Is the appearance of the suicide unit. When the screen zoomed in on the large number of enemy planes that appeared in the distance, Yang Hui saw that they were all Gauger. He judged that the other party was a suicide unit, but with this number, Yang Hui, the number of new enemy aircraft is 100,000. Graham reported. This is a suicide attack unit, 3 groups of 3, alternate cover, be careful of the other party using the Trans-M system. Yang Hui reminded everyone. Understood. XN divided into teams, and the whole team opened up the distance between each other, but not too far away, forming a perfect cone, speeding up the charge. The next second after Yang Hui reminded them, they seemed to hear countless shouts. The Trans-M system was activated, and the endless gag suddenly accelerated, forming red rushing rivers in the universe. Yulin. Tear open the channel. Understood. Mirror reflection system activated. 20 floating guns fell off from the back of the Luna Gundam and scattered around the Dawn Gundam and the Flag Gundam. The high-output beam sniper rifle opened fire, landing on the side of the first floating gun, dispersing 5 beams, and then landing on other floating guns. The beams folded and went straight ahead, piercing through the gag that launched a suicide attack from the front, exploding all over the city, and leaving a clean road after the flames subsided. All aircraft shrink the formation and open fire. Understood. XN Flag Gundam, Dawn Gundam, and Luna Gundam were the tip of the cone. The beam sniper rifle in Luna Gundam's hand never stopped firing. All the firepower of Flag Gundam fired at the same time. Together, the 2 aircraft blasted all the Jaeger, blocking the way in front into debris. The Dawn Gundam's wings spread out, and golden bits flew in all directions, flying backwards along the edge of the cone, wrapping the entire cone with a golden protective cover. At the same time, Glorious Transmitter was activated, and countless beams flew, cutting up the fish that slipped through the net on both sides of the front. Bathed in the golden light, the cone composed of the trump cards was unstoppable, and soon it was against the river composed of several enemy aircraft, shortening the distance by half. But as it moved forward, Yang Hui found that something was wrong. Obviously, the power of the beam weapon had decreased. It's an anti-beam force field. All teams disperse, switch to live ammunition, disperse and roam, and keep the GN force field deployed throughout the process. Understood. XN each gauge carries a large amount of anti-beam force field powder. Once it is broken, it will spread out on the spot. The volume of gauge is very small. Even if it carries a full load of anti-beam force field powder, it is still a drop in the bucket to achieve the requirement of affecting the normal operation of beam weapons. But don't forget how many gauge there are here, 100,000. Connected together, it is a vast ocean. And Yang Hui and his team are now in the center of this vast ocean, bearing the baptism of the storm. This number, the output power of the beam weapon is getting lower and lower. Although it is better to be prepared, the weapons of all the machines can switch between live ammunition and particle beams, but the live ammunition is limited after all. Facing the tide of suicide attacks, close combat is to seek death. Beep beep beep. The bombardment is coming. Disperse. 4 torrents of destruction rushed, clearing part of the densely packed gauge, like an eraser, helping Yang Hui and others. Graham. Yulin. Charge. Understood. X2, those who can charge together with Yang Hui as the vanguard must be aces and quasi-aces. They don't need Yang Hui's orders at all. When they see this situation, they will react immediately and charge again through the channel cleared for them by the death cannon. 100,000 gaugers will definitely not foolishly besiege the vanguard. Most of them will still fly towards the fleet that is advancing rapidly in the rear. Fell it, the output power of the death cannon. Calculation completed. It takes 15 seconds to break the GN force field in the extreme state. Okay. The sunshade system is turned off, while ships are dispersed. Keep the GN force field in the extreme state, and the maximum combat speed. Understood. The power of the death cannon has been calculated, and it is not necessary to use the sunshade system to resist it. As long as 2 death cannons do not hide a warship at the same time, the GN force field can withstand a shot. This is very dangerous, but they must speed up and cannot be dragged behind. They must provide firepower support for the assault troops in front as soon as possible and open up a path for them to advance. Only when the assault troops get close to the Shine Run and destroy the Shine Run's Death Omen cannon They have the possibility of victory. A large number of enemy MIs are attacking. It is a suicide attack force. Open all gun doors, gut field, and, heroic, concentrate in front. All missile launchers are loaded with anti-aircraft shrapnel. Porcupine formation is activated, set to automatic interception mode, and fire all bullets. In an instant, the ferocious fangs of the large-scale fleet finally appeared. Each thick beam can devour dozens or even dozens of gags. The golden electromagnetic shells leaped, and all the gags on the path were blasted into pieces by the huge force. The anti-aircraft shrapnel exploded, and countless shrapnel were scattered like a continuous drizzle. The dense, porcupine formation weaved an airtight net, waiting for the prey to come in and then tear it apart. As the fleet advanced rapidly, everyone discovered the existence of the anti-beam force field, so they immediately ordered all the naval guns to switch to live ammunition and move forward quickly to prevent the anti-beam force field in the same area from being too strong, which would completely make the beam weapons lose their power. The regular Federal Army that was advancing steadily behind them was stunned for a moment, including Katie, who stood up in surprise. At first, when they learned that they had come all the way here, even at the cost of betraying the Federation, but were looked down upon and could only support from the rear, everyone was indignant. They regarded themselves as regular troops, and except for the individual strength of Gundam, they simply looked down on the fleet formed by a group of terrorists. But now, they are dumbfounded, shocked, and convinced. The opponent's tactical response, firepower, and execution are more regular and rigorous than their regular army. But they don't know that they're serious guerrillas. This group of terrorists are composed of the best people in other worlds. Haha, is this the Promised Legion? Katie sat back in the captain's chair, covering her face with her hands and laughing, with fire burning in her eyes, because she knew that in the future she would also command such an army, and as a commander, no one could resist the temptation of a powerful force. Chapter 672, The Throne Angel reappears, the Reformer moves out. Damn it. When Levon saw that the first sweep of the Death Omen cannon was blocked by some kind of barrier, his face became quite ugly. In addition to the 100,000 clone suicide troops, Levon's biggest reliance on the large-scale fleet on the opposite side was the 4 hidden Death Omen cannons. If the 4 Death Omen cannons fired at the same time, what would happen to the large-scale fleet on the opposite side? Wouldn't it also lose more than half of them? In the end, it returned empty-handed. Afterwards, Levon's, hoping for luck, fired the Death Omen cannon continuously, causing the gun body itself to be in danger of overheating and explosion, but failed to break through the unknown barrier, and even helped Yang Hui and others who were besieged by the Sea of Death to open the Channel of Life, which made him furious. All attack, destroy them all. Levon gave the order in a cold tone. His original plan was to use the Death Omen cannon to destroy most of the enemy fleet, and then use the clone suicide troops to further consume them. When the opponent was at the end of his strength, he would send out the transformers to harvest. But the first step was broken by the enemy. The unknown barrier was like a special preparation for the death cannon. He wondered if Rumi Rujeta had already leaked all the information about the celestial being to the celestial being. Now that the Grand Fleet was no longer intercepted by the death cannon, it began to advance at full speed. Under the firepower of the fleet, the 100,000 clone suicide troops looked large in number, but they could not make any waves at all. The vanguard led by Yang Hui was also advancing rapidly and was approaching the celestial being. Levon had no choice but to fully activate the weapon system of the celestial being and order the transformer troops to attack and block Yang Hui and others to fight for the last event for him. It's almost there, I can. Old man, is it not enough? After driving the Dawn Gundam and destroying dozens of Jags, Yang Hui asked Ira Hutchenberg in a deep voice. The number of 100,000 was too large, and even his enemy annihilation efficiency was of little use. The enemy planes in sight were still not reduced. Moreover, not everyone is Yang Hui. Super aces like Kira can still hold on, but ordinary aces of a lower level are already holding on with their teeth, and the elites are even suffering casualties. Yang Hui knows that he can't drag it on any longer. He must take back Veda and paralyze all the gags. Not enough. When answering, Ilya Hutchenberg marked the feasible range, which was still a long distance away from the current position of the Dawn Gundam. Yulin. Graham. Help me open the passage. Understood. X2 flag Gundam shuttled back from not far away, transformed into Ms form and stopped in front of the Dawn Gundam, firing all bullets at the same time. Luna Gundam also came to the front of the Dawn Gundam. The floating guns returned one by one and combined with the high-power beam sniper rifle. The GN particles were compressed to the limit and released. The thick torrent of destruction rushed, swallowing up the ocean of gags in front of it, leaving a clean and tidy passage. Now. Yes. Beep, beep. At the moment when the Dawn Gundam was about to launch a charge, a beam of light no less powerful than the Luna Gundam's Mega Photon Destroyer cannon swept across the Dawn Gundam. Looking up, 3 familiar yet unfamiliar Gundams blocked the Dawn Gundam. Go. Fang. As soon as the bombardment ended, a large number of GN Fangs attacked from all directions, either stabbing with beam swords or shooting with beams, dragging the Dawn Gundam in place. Angels. It's them. Although the appearance had changed a lot, Yang Hui, like Graham, recognized that the 3 Gundams were Angel Gundams. Tisk, trouble. Yang Hui cursed. It was not difficult to destroy the 3 Angel Gundams, but now was a race against time. Yang Hui had no time to waste on the 3 Angels. Graham, Yulin, stop them. Understood. X2 Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam immediately changed their targets and moved towards the 3 Angel Gundams, while intending to destroy the surrounding GN Fangs. Graham and Yulin, who had long been accustomed to this kind of weapon, did not pose much threat to them. However, the GN Fangs were not floating in the universe alone, but mixed in the swarming group of gag, making it difficult to lock the target for a while. Have you learned to be smart? But it's not enough. The Flag Gundam accelerated instantly, seized an opportunity, cut off a GN Fang and the gag, blocking it at the same time, and then raised the gun to shoot, breaking the 2 GN Fangs on the side. At this time, several GN Fangs, with the help of Jag's death charge, revealed their bodies, caught the Flag Gundam and locked it when it was dealing with Jag, but swish. Several beams of light penetrated the GN Fangs. It was the Luna Gundam that opened fire. Yulin was able to do super precise sniping from 1,000 kilometers away. Even with Jag's cover and blocking, it was impossible for Yulin's sniping to fail. But Yulin provided firepower support for the Flag Gundam, and her own back was exposed. The Angel No. 2 seized the opportunity and rushed towards the Luna Gundam, with a serrated sword raised high. Got it. Don't even think about it. The Dawn Gundam retreated, crossed its 2 swords, and held the serrated sword. At the same time, the wings on its back stretched out, and the golden bits flew, clearing the surrounding Jag in one fell swoop, and then wrapped around the Angel No. 2. Angel Unit 1 and Angel Unit 3 were not going to just sit there and watch. They continuously fired support shots at Bit, preventing him from getting close to Angel Unit 2. Bit is useless, then. Glorious Transmitter, activated, and the thin beam line danced, wrapping around Angel Unit 2's limbs, about to cut Angel Unit 2 into pieces. Unexpectedly, at this time, 2 Gaddis suddenly rushed out, and pointed their fingers like knives. The 5 fingers of the beam claws merged together, cutting off the beam line, and raised their hands to aim the beam Vulcan cannon at the Dawn Gundam. Tisk. When the beam Vulcan cannon opened fire, Bit quickly retracted, and a thin light curtain blocked the beam Vulcan cannon and the Dawn Gundam. The dense barrage of bullets fell on the light curtain and soon broke through the light curtain's defense. What? I thought it was a fatal blow, but I found that behind the light curtain, several floating guns merged together, and the surface emitted the light of the GN force field, which blocked all the bullets of the beam Vulcan cannon. Gadza stopped attacking and put his fingers together again to form a knife, trying to chop the floater into pieces, but at the moment when the beam blade was about to touch the floater split apart, leaving the beam blade empty and revealing the obscure dark muzzle. How is it possible? This was the last thought of the 2 Gadza Transformer pilots before they died. The beam sniper rifle of the Luna Gundam and the beam rifle of the Dawn Gundam fired at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The cockpits of the 2 Gadza were pierced by the beam, and they turned into nothingness without even a chance to escape. The single sword left by the Dawn Gundam cut a circle, and used the technique of unloading force to make the Angel No. 2 lose balance. It quickly kicked it in the abdomen, kicking it away, and the Dawn Gundam used the force to retreat with the Luna Gundam. This is a bit difficult. Yang Hui, Graham and Yulin found that besides the Gag and the 3 Archangel Gundams, there were no less than 10 Gadza, Galizo, and Gaddis surrounding them in the center. Setsuna and the others were also held back. Yulin took a look at the radar detection system and reported to Yang Hui. Not only the three of them, but also Setsuna, Neil, Lyle, Aleloja, Tieria, Kara, Atherin, Cruz and others were all held back by the sudden appearance of the Transformers. The artificial Transformers would not be their opponents, but it was not only the artificial Transformers that held them back, but also the countless gags, which were the biggest threat. What should we do? Graham asked. He knew that now was not a good time to get angry. It was urgent to take back Veda. Every elite who died would be one less, and losing one would be heartbreaking. Remove the restrictions, break through the center. Yang Hui thought for 2 or 3 seconds and immediately decided. The reason why the artificial Transformers can hold back a group of aces is because of Veda's assistance. Without Veda's assistance, these artificial Transformers are useless and are no match for the aces. Hi, darling, see you again. At this moment, Angelus Unit 3 suddenly connected to the communication of the Dawn Gundam, and Nina Trinity's face appeared in front of Yang Hui. It seems that you have not improved at all, little girl. Darling, although you betrayed me and made me suffer painful torture, I am still willing to give you a chance. As long as you kill everyone around you, I will forgive you and write off the past. Before Nina Trinity finished speaking, Luna Gundam raised its hand and shot, accurate and deadly. If John Trinity had not been staring at the 3 Gundams and raised his shield to block Angelus Unit 3 when Luna Gundam made a move, this shot would have been enough to kill Nina Trinity. Brother John. What are you doing, you bastard? Nina Trinity cursed. I won't let you get close to Yang Hui. When Nina Trinity heard the woman's voice, her face immediately turned cold, and then she laughed coldly and cruelly. Really? Is it you? The thieving cat who seduced darling? Damn it, you deserve to die. Don't make a mistake, little girl. Yang Hui interrupted, his tone cold and indifferent. Yulin is my wife, and you have never been anyone to me. If you must say, you can only be an enemy. After getting Yang Hui's answer, Nina Trinity was silent for a few seconds, and laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. This answer is right, darling. Yes, that's right, only in this way. Only in this way can I kill you. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, what a coincidence. Yang Hui also smiled coldly. I didn't let you go either, and your plan, Graham, Yulin. Trans-M, X3. Chapter 673, Awakening of the Moment. The entire battlefield has become chaotic. Setsuna and his companions were separated and besieged by 2 Goddesses, and 1 Galazzo. They were suppressed by Galazzo in close combat. If they pulled away to shoot, they would either be blocked by Galazzo, SGN field or interrupted by Goddesses, S-beam Vulcan cannon or Mega launcher. Damn it. Setsuna was in a very critical situation at this time. In order to awaken Setsuna, the 2 solar furnaces of the Gundam have been kept in parallel, and the docking of the enhanced fighter has been cancelled. Instead, an integrated backpack has been designed directly. Because Setsuna is only one step away from full awakening, and he has always wanted to become a Gundam, he successfully activated the twin drive system as a quasi-transformer. However, since he is only a quasi-transformer, the operation of the twin drive system is very unstable, and it is basically stuck at the lower limit of the operable range of 80%, which severely limits the performance of the machine. At the same time, with 1 against 3, the performance of the machine is suppressed, and there is also the threat of Gag's suicide attack, but these are not the main problems. Because he is a quasi-reformer, he cannot control his brain quantum waves. In addition, he is in a high concentration of GN particles. Setsuna has been in a large chat room. Just like Yang Hui at the beginning, he cannot talk to others, but the emotions of others are constantly drilling into his mind. The battle is fierce, and everyone is on the verge of life and death. His mind is full of negative emotions, anxiety, anger, unwillingness, despair. All of them rush into Setsuna's brain and echo in his mind. These voices. No. Leon. Captain. I can't stop it. Misha. Mikazuki. Don't worry about me. Go save Zeno. Zhao Hong. Mikazuki. Zeno. Setsuna was not overwhelmed by the countless noises, but he could feel most directly that his companions were getting more and more critical, and their lives were gradually disappearing. I won't allow this kind of thing. Under the impact of the wave of negative emotions, and with Setsuna's unwillingness and concern for his companions, the key on the shackles finally turned. With a click, the shackles were opened, and the colorful light that was faintly visible in his eyes became extremely bright. A beam of red light swept across Setsuna's eyes. Transm burst, a special system that has been hidden in the Gundam and only equipped by the Gundam, was unsealed at this moment. Buzz 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 buzz. The speed of the solar furnace was getting faster and faster. The Gundam activated the Transm system. The infinite symbol composed of GN particles spread out, and then gushed out like a wave. The colorful waves hit Gataza and Galizo, one after another. Although they had no strength at all, they forced them all back. There was also Gag wandering around. All the movements became disordered for a while. The clones who should not have any emotion showed a painful expression at this moment. The waves of GN particles without offensive power formed rainbows, circling back and forth in the universe, and soon covered the entire battlefield, enveloping everyone in it, drawing a wonderful and beautiful picture in the universe. The demon angel was entangled by a huge variable MA. The high-powered beam cannon could bend and fold under the influence of GN particles. The GN fangs looked around, and the double-clawed Engra whip was also eyeing it. Once entangled, it would be attacked by high-intensity electric current. Of course, this is not the most important reason why Aleluja was restrained and did not fight back at all. The main reason is, Mary. Are you in there? Mary. Aleluja felt a brain quantum wave of Soma Pyrrhus from the huge variable MA, command type. Damn it. Aleluja never thought that Soma Pyrrhus, who the heavenly man, intelligence network had tried its best to find, would appear in front of him in this way. No matter how he called, the other party did not say a word and ignored him completely. Aleluja immediately realized that Soma Pyrrhus must have been captured and controlled by the Transformers, and may even have been brainwashed, so she completely ignored his calls and kept trying to kill him. Aleluja wanted to rescue Soma Pyrrhus and take her back to the Rainbow for examination and treatment. The Rainbow used a treatment chamber produced by the Promise Fortress, which could cure any injuries and illnesses. But he didn't dare to do it, fearing that he would hurt Soma Pyrrhus. Don't be timid, Aleluja. At this time, Hallelujah's voice sounded in his mind. Hallelujah. Hurry up and rescue Mary. But then wait for her to kill you? And then let her continue to be controlled by those bastard Transformers. No. No. Although he said so, Aleluja still didn't dare to do it. Even if he shot, he only intercepted the incoming GN fangs and missiles, and didn't dare to attack the main body of the domination type. Stop nagging me, let me do it. Hallelujah couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to take over the body, but Aleluja suppressed him tightly. Hallelujah loved Mari just as much as Aleluja, but his approach was more radical and wilder. Aleluja was worried about hurting Mari. At this time, colorful waves rushed over and covered the Angel Gundam in the ruling style. What's going on? That's Setsuna. Looking from the core of the glorious explosion, Aleluja saw an angel spreading its wings like an angel, spreading light to the world. Don't be distracted, Aleluja. Hallelujah. Just keep your eyes on Mari. That's right. Mari. Mari. After Hallelujah's reminder, Aleluja turned his eyes back to the ruling style, and found that the ruling style did not launch any more attacks, and even the GN fangs were scattered around, without any movement, and the body itself was twitching violently. Aleluja. 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 Mary. Intermittent cries of pain came from his mind. Aleluja could tell that it was Mary's voice. He immediately flew over and forced open the cockpit door of the domination, and saw A01 holding his head in pain. Aleluja did not doubt that there was a problem, and immediately took off the mask, revealing Soma Pyrrhus's pretty face, but it was twisted because of pain. She held her head with both hands, as if her head was about to split, and her eyes were full of colorful lights, exactly the same as the Transformer. Mary. Are you okay? Mary. Don't waste time. Take Mary back for treatment. Hallelujah was also very worried and hurriedly urged. Well, I'll take her back now, Mary, hold on. Aleluja quickly picked up Soma Pyrrhus and sat back on the demon angel, then transformed into flying form, dodged the flying gag all the way, and returned to the Guanhong. This light. Setsuna has awakened. Tieria was surprised when he saw this scene, and then he smiled with relief. Such pure GN particles, as expected, are worthy of being the hope chosen by Yang Hui. In fact, Tieria has never been convinced. He can also use the twin drive system freely. He is also a reformer. Why can't he take on the responsibility of VLS? Even if he can't do it, what about Yang Hui? Yang Hui is the first purebred reformer awakened by an ordinary human. Why does he feel that he is not as good as Setsuna? Now, he understands that it is precisely because of Setsuna's pure thoughts that only he is qualified to represent mankind and communicate with extraterrestrial civilizations. Only his purity can achieve mutual understanding between the two civilizations. At this moment, Tieria also understood the true meaning of her birth, promoting the existence of changers, guiding the existence of changers. I am a changer. Setsuna has awakened. In order to meet the upcoming dialogue, the changer, the solar furnace, the three elements are only missing the last one. Taking advantage of his illness, the claws behind the healing angel broke away, grabbed two, Gaddis, and crushed them, and then the beam cannon burst out, clearing a road to Veda. The brain quantum wave is disturbed. Zillan Kyle, who was besieging the Gundam, covered his head in pain. Not only him, but all the changers present were like this. It's that Gundam. As long as we have that Gundam, we can also. Levi attributed the cause of all this to the Gundam itself, still arrogant. It's not just that. At this moment, a voice that all changers are familiar with, but should not appear again, sounded in their minds. Rini Rujita. The brain quantum waves of the pure transformers cooperate with a twin drive system. The purified GN particles will expand people's consciousness. They are still so pure, and exist completely for dialogue. You have completely evolved, Setsuna Fkion. You are the real transformer. Rini Rujita, how is it possible? How could you? The same words were naturally heard by Levons, who was about to complete the last step in front of Veda's mainframe. He was not surprised why he was still alive, but why he was able to get to the realm he wanted to reach before him. I told you, Levons, you don't understand anything, so you will never achieve your goal. Rini Rujita said to Levons again, his voice still full of sarcasm and contempt. What did you say? You have always wanted to connect your consciousness with Veda, to completely integrate your consciousness with Veda, so that you can keep changing your biological terminals to achieve immortality, but you have never been able to do it. Have you never thought about the reason? Is it the identity code of the artificial transformer? Is it the GN particles? Is it the original solar furnace? Is it the twin drive system? None of them, but the control of Veda has never been truly controlled by you. This is impossible. Ayalia Hutchenberg is dead. Apart from me who has level 7 authority, who else can control Veda? Of course there is, Levons, it's just that your arrogance makes you unwilling to remember it, right? Father. My lord. Hearing this, Levons's pupils constricted, and Veda's host had completely cut off contact with him. The figure he had once pursued and was also his nightmare appeared in front of him, Ayalia Hutchenberg. Chapter 674, Levons lost everything. With a moment of determination, the Transm burst system was successfully activated. The ultra-high purity GN particles were spread out explosively, attracting everyone's attention, except for 3 people. After the Transm system was activated, the Flag Gundam and Luna Gundam moved immediately. The GN Super Dragoons were scattered around. The high-power beam sniper rifle fired only one shot, landing on the surface of a GN Super Dragoon, splitting into dozens of beams, and then landing on the surface of other GN Super Dragoons, and then dispersing again. It dispersed back and forth and returned countless times. The dense beam raindrops flew out like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, falling on all the enemy aircraft around. Although the dispersion caused each beam to be shot like a fine needle, the output was very low, but it was dense. One shot could not penetrate the armor made of E-carbon, but what about the gaps in the armor? What about the optical camera? What about the circuits and pipes in the gaps? All of a sudden, all the enemy planes around turned into hedgehogs, and small explosions like spots after burning exploded one after another, showing everyone what it means to 1,000-mile dam is destroyed by an anthole. The Flag Gundam immediately transformed into MA and broke through the blockade of smoke and fire. All the weapons opened their bloody mouths and tore the prey in front of them to pieces with ferocious fangs and bloodthirsty claws. What on earth is this? The brain quantum waves are messed up. GN particles? So disgusting, vomit Nina. Michael. Retreat. John Trinity was fortunate that after the Angel II was kicked away, he was pulled back a long distance, hiding behind the Transformer and Gag, and was not on the way of the Flag Gundam. Otherwise, the indiscriminate firepower coverage of the Luna Gundam and the assault of the Flag Gundam would turn them into fireworks and debris. "Brother John, let's start Transam and fight them," Michael Trinity shouted. He was the most impulsive of the three siblings, and he hadn't changed even after going through so much. "No. Hurry. Can we get away?" Swish. John Trinity was the calmest. In an unknown environment, the Dawn Gundam, Flag Gundam, and Luna Gundam were so powerful. Without the help of the Transformer and the Suicide Squadron of the Garg, the three of them together couldn't beat any one of them, let alone the three of them together. Revenge was important, but staying alive was more important, so John Trinity made a quick decision and took his brothers and sisters to escape. As long as they survived, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. At this time, Angel Unit 1 had just grabbed Angel Unit 2 and Angel Unit 3 and was about to leave here at full speed. John felt something touching his body. Gradually, his consciousness was getting farther and farther away from him, and his body temperature was getting lower and lower. What happened? With his last whisper in his life, John Trinity and Angel Unit 1 were neatly and smoothly split into two halves in front of his brother and sister's horrified eyes. Boom. "Brother John. Nina. Be careful." Nina Trinity was still reverberating in the death of John Trinity, but Angel Unit 2 pushed Angel Unit 3 away. The next second, several thin beams of light flashed, and Angel Unit 2's limbs were all turned into slag. At the same time, the Dawn Gundam dragged its afterimage to the front of Angel Unit 2, and without hesitation or mercy, it stabbed into its cockpit with a sword. "Brother Michael. Don't." With her two brothers dying tragically in front of her, Nina Trinity collapsed. She lost the last pure land in her heart, the last pillar in support. The fear and despair during her captivity completely devoured her reason. Looking at the Dawn Gundam so close, the scarlet light was like a hideous and terrifying monster. "No. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Someone save me." Nina's scream seemed to be heard by the heavens. The Dawn Gundam did not kill the Angel Unit 3, but stopped for a second, then raised its wings and flew towards the celestial being with a tail of afterimage. Saved. Nina Trinity looked at the Dawn Gundam going away, and her collapse came to an abrupt end. All that was left was confusion, without any doubts, only a blank. "What is this light?" Nina Trinity, whose mind was blank, suddenly saw the sacred golden light shining and wrapping her in it, so warm. Boom boom boom. Bit-eyed the Angel Unit 3 with the gold, bringing warmth and redemption to Nina Trinity, instead of turning her into a crazy wronged soul. Boom. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with colorful lights. In the large chat room, he had all the thoughts of the three Trinity brothers and sisters, including John Trinity's confusion, Michael Trinity's eager protection, and Nina Trinity's collapse and redemption. Do you care? No, the Trinity brothers and sisters are enemies. If you pick up a gun, you should be prepared to be killed. And what is Nina Trinity's feeling towards Yang Hui? Love? Pursuit? What has she been through? Cruel? Pitiable? Sad? Who cares? What Yang Hui has to do is to kill them here. As for the final redemption? Yang Hui didn't expect it, and he didn't care. Setsuna has finally fully awakened. Yang Hui's attention was half on the Gundam. That was their hope, giving a glimmer of hope to the losing war. The other side's attention was on the distance between him and the celestial being. Within range, old man. Yes. Aeolia. Hutchenberg. Levons looked at the shadow that appeared in front of him and roared angrily. As Veda's authority was completely out of his control, thinking of the ridicule of Rene Rugita, Levons finally figured out his plan, his goal, and who was hindering him. Levons Almark, individual number C-A02, the second artificial transformer I created personally. Shut up. I am the transformer. You didn't let me down. You successfully played the role of the leader of the second phase of the plan, focusing the contradictions after the unification of the world, and then. I said shut up. Levons interrupted Aeolia Hutchenberg again, his expression ferocious and terrifying. I am not leading the second phase of the plan. I didn't concentrate the contradictions. Everything I did was to realize your plan. I could have completely unified the world, achieved true world peace, and then led all mankind to complete the upcoming dialogue. Why? Tell me why? Why do you want to hinder me? Why would you rather choose those inferior species than me? Ordinary people or transformers are all members of the human group, and the path of mankind is the result of the collision of countless possibilities. Even Veda's calculations and predictions will produce countless results, and we will choose the best and easiest shortcut to move forward, but it does not mean that the path with a small probability will disappear. And you, Levon Zalmark, are my gamble. According to Veda's calculations, I chose you as the core of the second phase plan. You are the best candidate to gather the contradictions under the sun, with a success rate of 98.14%. But I did not completely give up other results, such as, you, like Erd, understand what is the human heart, understand what is emotion, understand what is a real human being, and led the world to the real future. Unfortunately, I lost the bet, and you also disappointed me. Shut up. You are arrogant. What qualifications do you have to decide my fate? I walked my own way. No one is qualified to decide. You are not qualified to stand on a high place and look down on me. Ilya Hutchenberg. After the voice fell, Levons left the Veda host room with a fire of anger that burned everything. He still had a chance, and the specially prepared machine, the strongest machine in the world, with it, he still had a chance to kill Yang Hui. As long as Yang Hui was killed, there would be no more opponents for him, and he could still control the Earth Federation to make a comeback. Looking at the back of Levons, who left angrily, Ilya Hutchenberg sighed. Alice. Father, are you feeling sorry? At this time, the shadow of Rani Rajita appeared behind Ilya Hutchenberg and bowed respectfully. Rani Rajita, individual number CA03, is different from other artificial transformers. His genetic embryo was made by Ilya Hutchenberg himself. In other words, he, like Tiria and Levons, belongs to the first generation of artificial transformers, but the difference is that he was not cultivated by Ilya Hutchenberg himself, but by Levons. This is a foreshadowing prepared by Ilya Hutchenberg in advance. CA01 Tiria joined the Celestial Army and became a loyal executor of the Celestial Plan, and a fighter against contradictions and conflicts. CA02 Levon Zalmark, as the usurper of the Celestial Plan, is also the leader of the second stage, and CA03 Rani Rajita is the arbitrator, independent of the two, witnessing the outcome of the struggle between the two factions and who will be the leader of the third stage. This is also the reason why our Rani Rajita has always been by Levons' side, but he always disagrees with Levons, and he also has some small thoughts of his own. He had a chance. It was his own choice, wasn't it? Well, as he said, his fate was never arranged by me, but by himself. The same is true for you, Rani Rajita. Father, I know I was wrong. Rani Rajita was not sincere in admitting his mistake. He did not think it was wrong for him to usurp the Heavenly Man project, and turn it into his own plan. Tiria and Levons were qualified, so he was also qualified. However, Ilya Hutchenberg now controlled the highest authority of Veda. Rani Rajita, who is integrated with Veda, did not dare to act rashly. As long as Ilya Hutchenberg was alive, he would never be able to turn over. After this battle, I will arrange a new biological terminal for you. Are you going to Promise Fortress? The information about Promise Fortress had been recorded in the Veda database by Ilya Hutchenberg, and Rani Rajita had the authority to read it. Well, I want you to witness it on my behalf. Ilya Hutchenberg was definitely going to take Veda with him into the Promise Fortress, but he didn't plan to follow Yang Hui and the others to carry out the mission, so he had to arrange for someone to always be by Yang Hui's side to witness every legend. Yes. Anything else you want to say? Father, if I follow Yang Hui, I want to adjust the gender of the biological terminal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 675, the second of the three major misconceptions in life. The expansion of the high-purity GN particle field caused the Cologne suicide troops to be in chaos, and the reformers also lost their composure for a while, but this did not mean that the battle was over. The reformers began to retreat one after another, retreating to the back of the Jaeger ocean to adapt to this uncomfortable feeling. The Jaeger, running around, still had countless numbers. If they were allowed to do whatever they wanted, they would also be a huge threat. Compressed particles, over-limit release. After over-limit release of the GN cannon again and clearing a large area, T-Area prepared to charge the GN cannon again. For enemies with a large number and weak strength, the Healing Angel is one of the most handy Gundams. But at this moment, a window suddenly popped up on the screen of the cockpit, which made him stiffen for a moment, and then ecstatic. Veda is back. Although T-Area is not as stubborn as at the beginning, and only wants to complete Ilya Hutchenberg's Heavenly Man plan, he still has a special feeling for Veda. He can't explain the specifics of that feeling, but it's just a feeling of mother? Seeing Veda being taken back, T-Area is ecstatic and immediately stopped charging the GN cannon. He had a better way to deal with countless Archangel. With a shout, the stream of light in his eyes quickly turned, the backpack of the Healing Angel Gundam fell off, and he turned over and turned into a black Gundam, opening his arms. The ripples spread in circles and soon spread all over the battlefield. Judgment System, starting with the Natter Gundam, was inherited by the Healing Angel Gundam. It has the function of shutting down all the bodies connected to Veda. Gaddis, and Galizo, driven by the Transformer, are all assisted by Veda, which allows the Transformer to have the driving ability of an ace, and Gag is completely transmitted by Veda, and the clones in the cockpit are at best parts. Therefore, under the control of the Judgment System, all enemy aircraft became rootless duckweed, and after stopping operation, they floated in the universe like space junk. Now, destroy them. As the Healing Angels fired one after another and destroyed several Gaddises, the others also reacted and attacked the surrounding Transformers and clones. After all, they didn't know how long the Judgment System could last, and they didn't know whether these enemies would forcibly cut off the connection with Veda to resume activities. They didn't know whether they would forcibly cut off the connection with Veda to resume activities. They had to take advantage of the huge threat to kill him. Of course, the Transformers would not just sit there and wait for death. They immediately cut off all connections with Veda and resumed the operation of their bodies. But sadly, they were so arrogant that they ignored the fact that they had always relied on Veda to show their powerful strength. Without Veda's assistance, they were like children who had not yet graduated. They could not be the opponents of the strong who had fought for life and death in countless battles. Oh my god. The Archangel has deployed the Judgment System. The bodies connected to Veda have stopped their activities one after another. Christina Sarah reported in surprise. We have taken back Veda. Yang Hui succeeded, so all ships must reorganize and launch an assault on the Celestial Being, fully occupying the Celestial Being. Order the Vanguard MIS unit to leave a few people behind to cooperate with the Healing Angel to protect the Archangel, and the others to go ahead and find the entrance to the Celestial Being. Understood. The XN Promise Corps launched a full-scale charge. Now that Veda has been taken back, all the Jags are paralyzed, and the control of the Celestial Being has been taken back. They are pouring firepower on the nearby Jags and Transformers, and the Transformers are also greatly reduced in strength. They are disappearing at a very fast speed under the pursuit of a group of ace elites. At this time, Yang Hui was stopped by a white and red machine on the other side of the Celestial Being. Levon Zalmak. See you again, Yang Hui. You finally have the courage to meet me in person. Humph. Yang Hui, don't think you have won, I still have. The group of senior officials you imprisoned have been successfully released. Your existence and the dark side of A-laws can no longer be hidden. Our existence will also be justified. Without Veda, the support of the Earth Federation government, and A-laws, how do you still want to win? You are right in front of me. This regeneration cannon is specially prepared for you. As long as you die, they will be. Haha, it seems that your mind is not clear, Levon Zalmak. Shut up. As soon as the voice fell, the multiple artillery fire of the regeneration cannon opened fire, and dense orange beams connected in a string to attack the Dawn Gundam. The Dawn Gundam stood still, its wings waving bits, and the shining light wall blocked the Dawn Gundam, and all the incoming beam bombardments were turned back. Is this your preparation? Levons, it's not very impressive. Yang Hui continued to mock. Tisk, turtle shell, so what? Maintaining fierce firepower, regeneration cannon, sprayed GN particles from behind, rushed towards the Dawn Gundam at a very fast speed, stretched out a hand from behind, pulled out the super beam sword, and slashed at the Dawn Gundam. Hell, one of the three illusions. Yang Hui was not in a hurry, and the Dawn Gundam's hands were still wrapped around his chest, but a thin beam flashed by, and left his arm before the beam sword in the hand of regeneration cannon slashed down. What? Levon's pupils shrank, and he felt unbelievable, but he felt the threat of death from the several beams that attacked, and, regeneration cannon, immediately pulled back and dodged the cutting of the beams. The advantage in close combat is mine. Yang Hui smiled coldly. Levon's was so arrogant that he used a high-power super beam sword to kill himself. It was really ridiculous. Damn it. What's wrong with this machine? The Dawn Gundam gave up the pursuit. Levon's observed the Dawn Gundam from a distance and began to analyze the performance of the Dawn Gundam. From the previous battle images, it can be judged that the Dawn Gundam's armament, in addition to the sword and gun composite weapons on both hands, there are two beam swords on the waist, that is, the pair of wings, which can spread beam energy balls in the form of light spots. The damage caused by each particle is analyzed, the power is average, and there are also beam lines generated in the gaps of the wings. When dealing with the Angel number 2, it can only be entangled and cannot be directly cut. The armor defense of the regeneration cannon is a level higher than that of the Angel number 2. How could it be directly cut off? Levon's was too confident and did not see the end of the Dawn Gundam's battle. Because he was in a hurry to go to the Veda host, he did not see the Angel number 1 being split into two from top to bottom by the thin line of glory transmitter, without any obstruction. The beam thin line of glory transmitter can be adjusted automatically. It entangled the Angel number 2 just to restrict it. Good effort. You use the twin drive system, right? Yang Hui sneered, but you have the twin drive system, and I have it, but it's not enough for you to kill me. Yang Hui, you've already made 2 of the 3 major illusions in life. Keep going. What else? Use it for me to see. Damn it. Go. Fang. Levon's was furious, and controlled the regeneration cannon to change its form. The 4 large GN cannons on the front were folded, the head-wearing sunglasses retracted, the armor on the chest opened the nozzle that spit out the main thruster, the arm turned over and stretched out a new palm, and a new head unfolded in the north. Turning around, it was the regeneration Gundam. 8 small GN fangs and 4 large GN fangs broke away and surrounded the Dawn Gundam from all directions. At the same time, the GN destruction beam rifles in the hands of the regeneration Gundam fired desperately to create a flaw. Fang? It seems that anger not only affects reason, but also memory. Have you forgotten that I am an expert in this area, Bit? With its wings spread out, the golden bit spread out, splitting into more than a dozen strands and rushing towards the GN fangs surrounding it, playing a cat-and-mouse game. As long as it stopped for a moment, Bit would climb up like a maggot on the tarsal bone, wrap the GN fangs, and then explode into pieces. At the same time, facing the fierce shooting of the regeneration Gundam, the Dawn Gundam stepped lightly in the universe, swaying left and right, as graceful as dancing, dodging all the shooting of the regeneration Gundam. Yang Hui. Swish. At the moment when the 2 machines passed each other, the hands of the Dawn Gundam finally left its chest, flashing with cold light, and the left hand holding the gun of the regeneration Gundam also left its arm, and at the same time, its head was smoothly removed. How could it be? How could I? Without the main camera, the cockpit of the regeneration Gundam had dimmed, and the screen was in a mess. Levon's eyes were limp with a blank look. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Woo. The slight vibration left only the trunk of the reborn Gundam, but the thin beam did not stop cutting, but began to outline the trunk, like scraping, shrinking and disappearing the trunk little by little. In the end, only the empty driver's seat was still under Levon's buttocks, and there was no trace of the reborn Gundam anymore. Who are you? Why does this world have a mortal like you? Levon's asked frantically. You can stand it? Tisk, you are really fragile, savior. Yang Hui. Yang Hui knew about the existence of the reborn Gundam a long time ago. Although there was no specific information, it also showed performance that surpassed the Gundam in his memory, but let's not mention that the Gundam currently driven by Setsuna is no longer comparable to the Gundam in the original plot. The Dawn Gundam is the strongest machine that surpasses all the machines of the Promise Corps, and it combines the top technologies of several worlds. At the same time, Yang Hui is also the strongest pilot, the only one who can freely control Bit and the Shining Transmitter at the same time. Li Fengzi, a kid who was still dependent on Veda, actually had the illusion of killing him. Therefore, Yang Hui gave up the idea of killing Li Fengzi instantly, and instead completely destroyed his pride and self-esteem. It couldn't be said that he was avenging the innocent people who died in vain, but his behavior made Yang Hui very unhappy, and he wanted to vent. You didn't know all this time, did you? Veda's highest authority has never been level 7, but level 8. The only people who have this authority are me and your father. Do you know why your father didn't choose you? He had long seen that you were an unfilial son, and you were complacent and thought you had killed your father and surpassed him. In fact, everything was in his plan, and you were an abandoned pawn from the beginning. The so-called savior was just your delusion. Yang Hui, you deserve to die. It's because of you. I am the reformer. I am the savior who guides mankind. And you are just a mortal. Yes, you are immortal. I am the savior. I am the savior. I am the savior. Ha ha. Ho ha ho ha. You are just a mortal. I am the savior. Ho ha ho ha. Tisk, it's ruined. Yang Hui felt very bored. He was planning to say something more, but Li Fengzi had gone crazy, with his pupils out of focus. If it's broken, just clean it up. It's boring. As soon as the words fell, the wings wrapped in golden light flapped, and along with the cockpit seat, the existence named Lifons was wiped out from this world. Chapter 676, Reorganized Earth Federation, 2 meetings. The death of Levons represents the total destruction of the power of the reformers. The current Earth Federation government will definitely be reorganized. The first batch of senior officials who recognized the concept of heavenly man and truly desired world peace were released. The puppets bewitched by Levons were all cleared out, and the federal government returned to their hands. The first thing the federal government rebuilt was to cancel the establishment of the Independent Security Force ALOS. All the surviving members of ALOS were arrested for investigation. The guilty ones were convicted, and the innocent ones were all disbanded and integrated into the regular army. Sergei was also reactivated, and like Katie, his rank was promoted to lieutenant general. Neither Katie nor Sergei returned to their original bases, but entered the central government to be responsible for the deployment of the entire army, one commander-in-chief of the Earth Force and the other commander-in-chief of the Space Force. Then, there is the problem of the Middle Eastern countries. The Middle Eastern countries had been oppressed by the former federal government, which led to their rebellion. Now they have to reformulate policies to allow the Middle Eastern countries to join the Earth Federation, support those who should be supported, and assist those who should be assisted. This includes the destroyed Kingdom of Azadistan. Marina Ismail was welcomed back to the Kingdom of Azadistan to serve as the national leader. Then there is the elimination and incorporation of various anti-government forces. Not all anti-government forces are against the federal government. They fight for the oppressed people. It can even be said that this is a minority. Most anti-government forces are under the banner of overthrowing the federal government and overthrowing the brutal laws to commit crimes and dominate. These pests must be completely eliminated. Even if the Earth Federation does not take action, Heavenly Man will take action, and the Promise Corps will also take action. Finally, there is the appeasement work in various places. ALOS not only persecuted remote areas, but also the areas under the control of the federal government were oppressed and harmed by ALOS. When the new government is established, it is natural to clean up the mess left by the previous government. Of course, this was just a superficial meeting. It was a general meeting of representatives from all over the country who were elected by the people after the election was relaunched. But underneath this meeting, there was another meeting that was more important than the general meeting, because its result was related to the survival of mankind. There were not many participants, only the speaker, secretary general, military chief and other top personnel of the Earth Federation Parliament. They all sat on one side of the long table, and on the other side were Yang Hui, Wang Liumei, Cruz and other representatives of Heavenly Man. Ayala Hutchenberg did not show up. His existence was too sensitive. Moreover, living in Veda with ideology was also immortality in a sense. The topic of immortality has been sensitive and contradictory since ancient times, so it is best to hide the fact that he is still alive. Long time no see, Chairman. Yang Hui looked at the honest old man opposite him and took the initiative to greet him. Long time no see, Ziohuzi. Ziohuzi. X and everyone on the Heavenly Man side looked at Yang Hui in surprise, and then laughed jokingly. No matter what the result of this meeting was, they felt that they had gained a lot. The same kind as Rebel. Yang Hui rolled his eyes in frustration. This former chairman of the People's Revolutionary League was just like Rebel, cunning as a fox and fierce as a wolf, but usually honest and gentle, and privately, he was also a funny guy. Ahem, Mr. Speaker, can you be serious? Of course, Ziohuzi. Don't call me Ziohuzi. This is what your father passed on to me, and I must not forget it. Then I beg you to forget it. Forget this old bastard together. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's get back to the topic. After a long separation, they joked with each other, which brought them closer to each other and eased their own nervous mentality. It can be said that they killed two birds with one stone. He is worthy of being an old fox. Seeing that the speaker had put away his playful intention, Yang Hui also became serious. Your conditions. All of the Celestials join the Federation, become a part of the Federation, and become a direct force of the Federation. Impossible. The position of the Celestials has always been neutral. They are the supervisors of the world. It has never changed before and will not change in the future. The Earth Federation has been reorganized, and mankind has moved towards unification. You are no exception, or your goal is the same as their laws, to override the federal government. We will not join the Federation, but we will not control the Federation. We are just neutral observers. Once a new dispute arises, we will intervene militarily again. Are you planning to make enemies with the whole world? You cannot represent the whole world. You're making it difficult for me, Yang Hui. Name your price. It's difficult, but it can be done. It's just a matter of price. The deep space navigation carrier, Shinrun, and the Veda host in it. No, at most I can give the federal government shared permissions, but I can't give it all to you. Technology sharing of Shinrun organization. Okay, but the solar furnace will not be given to you. The people on the federal government side were cursing in their hearts. They wanted Shinrun's technology just to get the manufacturing technology of the solar furnace. They didn't care about anything else. The solar furnace can't be manufactured even if you give it to them. Yang Hui certainly knew that their biggest goals were Shinrun, Veda and the solar furnace. The first two were considered half achieved, and Yang Hui directly rejected the last one. They would not give up. But in order to complete the upcoming dialogue, he had to show some sincerity to convince the federal government and get their assistance. The manufacture of the solar furnace requires the unique gravity environment of Jupiter. Even if you are given it, it is impossible to manufacture it. If it is just this concern, we can solve it. We have sent probes to Jupiter before. Now that technology has advanced, we can also. Jupiter must be set as a restricted area and must not be approached. Yang Hui interrupted the federal speaker and said decisively, reason. For the survival of mankind. Yang Hui stood up and told the federal government about the entire plan, including the final third phase, to welcome the upcoming dialogue. After listening, everyone was shocked and didn't believe what Yang Hui said was true. After all, humans had just left the Earth not long ago. How could they come into contact with other civilizations in such a short time? But the federal speaker had a deep look on his face. He had watched Yang Hui grow up and knew that Yang Hui would not fool them with such things. When thinking about the huge fleet parked outside the Earth's orbit, he made a judgment. Your fleet is prepared for this goal. Speaker. Do you believe him? What if you believe it? What if you don't believe it? The speaker answered the other's surprise. Just that fleet, do you think the federal regular army combined can resist it? This. Holding an army that is enough to completely destroy the federal government, you are still negotiating with us. What's the purpose? With the combat effectiveness that Shinrun has always shown, does it require such a large force to intervene by force? Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. The upcoming dialogue that Yang Hui said was a fantasy, but if all the trivial information was connected together, it would have a credibility. Yes, everything I prepared is to welcome the upcoming dialogue and strive for hope for human survival. Yang Hui said seriously. Have you judged that the other party is malicious? Whether it is malicious or kind, without power, there is no qualification for equal conversation. Yes. This truth was recognized by everyone present. A weak country has no diplomacy. Only strong military strength is the most solid backing for diplomacy. Besides, we can't understand the other party's goodwill, and our goodwill may not be understood by the other party either. What do you mean? That's why I asked you to set Jupiter as a restricted area. More than a decade ago, when I first joined the celestial beings, I went to Jupiter to build several solar furnaces. On Jupiter, I discovered something terrible. The guests have already arrived, right here on Jupiter. What? Everyone on the federal government side stood up in surprise. extracellular mutant metal lifeforms. Then, Yang Hui shared all the information about ELS with him. How can we have the chance of winning? Strengthen the armaments. Strengthen the armaments at all costs. It's meaningless. How much do we need to strengthen the armaments to be qualified to compete with the other side? Don't forget, this is just one branch. The new government has just been established, and the mess left by the previous government has not been cleaned up yet. We don't have that much budget and energy to strengthen the armaments. They are still sleeping. Who knows when they will wake up? What if it is 10,000 years later? We can't rely on luck for the survival of mankind. That's right, we can't rely on luck for the survival of mankind. Yang Hui interrupted their argument and supported the Chief of Military Affairs statement, ELS will be attracted by brain quantum waves. I asked Veda to make multiple calculations based on a series of factors such as the spread of GN particles, the awakening efficiency of quasi-transformers, and the popularity of brain quantum waves. There is a 95% chance that ELS will wake up in 2 years and visit the Earth. 2 years. Everyone was shocked. 2 years was too short. There was no time to prepare. What plan do you have? The speaker asked Yang Hui in a deep voice. Now is not the time for human internal fighting. Since Yang Hui said it, he must have a plan. Strengthening armaments is certain. I will participate in the armament strengthening plan and try to improve the performance of the equipment of the Federation Army. As for expanding the army, you can do it according to the actual situation of the Federation. Okay, no problem. What else do you need us to do? Give my fleet a reasonable and legal identity. No problem, anything else? At present, this is all we can do. Do you think there is a chance of winning? In fact, everyone present has the answer to this question in their hearts, that is, no, but they still hold hope, hoping that Yang Hui will tell them that there is a chance of winning, even if it is just psychological comfort. But unfortunately, Yang Hui is destined to disappoint them, no. Then what's the point of all this? But there is hope. Hope? Yes, hope. What Hyolia Hutchenberg asked to complete the 3 major elements of the upcoming dialogue, Veda, the Transformer, and the Solar Furnace, is hope. Chapter 677 A Rare Leisure Time. Sister, are you an agent of the Shinrun organization? The battle was over, A-Laws was disbanded, and Shaz Crossroad naturally didn't have to stay on the Guanhong to avoid being tracked down. He hated fighting and naturally left the Guanhong and returned to the ordinary world. After returning home, he saw his sister whom he hadn't seen for many years. The nervousness and anxiety that had been in a life and death crisis all burst out in an instant. After the emotions were controlled, the siblings also talked about their experiences in the past year. After Yang Hui lifted the confidentiality regulations of Shinrun, Zhuan Jiang told her brother about her identity and experiences in the past few years in order not to worry him. As expected, he was stunned, and Shaz couldn't even close his mouth. Yes, at first I just found some clues about the Celestial Beings organization. When I was about to conduct an in-depth investigation, I was approached by Celestial Beings. Then I became a secret agent of Celestial Beings and have been collecting intelligence for Celestial Beings. No wonder you suddenly became busy at that time. You had more and more assignments. Once you were out, you would not be seen for 2 or 3 months. Shaz understood. Although Zhuan Jiang's work as a reporter often traveled around, she was not an assignment reporter, so she often went home. Even if she was on a business trip, it was only 2 or 3 days at most, and it was not that frequent. But after becoming a secret agent of Celestial Beings, it was not just a simple trip. Most of the time was spent away from home, and the time at home was very little. Yes, but now I can finally relax. After retaking the Celestial Beings and Veda and destroying the Legion of Reformers, the Celestial Beings organization would not have any major tasks for a while. It just needed to pay attention to who else was restless after the establishment of the new government. This level of task did not require Zhuan Jiang to personally take action, so she took a long vacation after a long absence. Yang Hui gave Zhuan Jiang, the entire Celestial Beings organization, and everyone in the Promise Corps a week's vacation. Although the time was not enough, 2 years was enough to complete Yang Hui's planned arrangement, so a week's vacation was no problem. So, sister, will you still help the Celestial Beings organization collect intelligence in the future? Shaz said worriedly. Yes, but your sister has been promoted, and I don't need to run the most important tasks myself. But, isn't the war over? Is there any meaning for celestial beings to continue to exist? Shaz said worriedly. On the one hand, celestial beings will continue to be active, so doesn't that mean there will be another war? On the other hand, he was also worried about Zhuangjiang's safety. After all, intelligence personnel and the like are very dangerous. Once discovered, they will most likely die. You should have learned a lot of things you didn't know before in the Guanhong, right? Shaz. Yes. Shaz lowered his head. Not only did he know a lot of cruel facts that he had never encountered before, but he also participated in the battle in person. Then you should know that the war will only end temporarily, but it will not disappear completely. I understand. Anyway, I can't persuade you, but sister, be careful. Yes, I know. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang, and the brother and sister looked at each other. Zhuangjiang took out the pistol from her bag and hid it behind her, and walked to the door lightly. Shaz also became nervous. Who is it? Sister Zhuangjiang, it's me, Louise. Is Shaz home? Louise, who was outside the door, was also a little surprised to hear Zhuangjiang's voice. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhuangjiang breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Louise was the supervisor of Shinrun, and one of her companions, so she looked at Shaz, who was surprised but nervous, with a little joking, and opened the door. Louise, long time no see, Shaz is at home. Seeing the gloating smile on Zhuangjiang's face, Louise was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned her brain. Soon she understood what Zhuangjiang meant and put on the same smile. Invite Louise to come in. Zhuangjiang closes the door, and soon. What? Louise, you too? Am I the only one who isn't? It was still the uninhabited island. Yang Hui was lying on a beach chair enjoying the fresh sea breeze and warm sunshine, and he pushed up his sunglasses to look at the beautiful figure playing beach volleyball in front of him. Well, this kind of life is still suitable for me. Enjoy it, it will be busy again soon. Wang sat directly in Yang Hui's arms with a drink and laid down. It would be better if you didn't talk about this, it gives me a headache when I talk about it. Yang Hui wanted to cry. Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang are really not human. They took a break from their busy schedule and finally had a holiday to accompany you, but they wanted to drag me into the laboratory. Aren't they really afraid of sudden death in there? There are so many new technologies, it would be strange if they didn't get anxious when they saw them. Wang covered his mouth and said petitely. Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang knew about the third phase plan, and they would definitely participate in it. Even if they couldn't go to the battlefield, they would use the weapons and equipment they developed to leave a strong mark in this epic battle. However, they did not join as scientists from the Earth Federation, but as scientists from Celestial Being. Since they were scientists from Celestial Being, Yang Hui would definitely not hide anything from them. So, thinking of the moment when the two old men who were about to die saw the top technology of the 5 worlds, they instantly rejuvenated, and their 2 pairs of eyes were as scary as the king of beasts staring at their prey. Fearing that he would be eaten alive, Yang Hui ran away, and in the process he sacrificed Billy Katajiri as a hidden weapon, and only then was he able to escape successfully. In the research room of Celestial Being, Billy Katajiri leaned against the wall as if his soul had been squeezed dry. Woo, Yang Hui, I won't let you go. Katajiri. What are you doing? It's not time to rest yet. Get up. Yamidi. Where are the others? Where are they going to live their lives? Yang Hui gossiped, and when it comes to gossip, he doesn't distinguish between men and women. Setsuna went to the kingdom of Azadistan. I heard that he is living a good life with a princess. Haha, a zombie face is stuck to someone's butt like a dog skin plaster, and you call it good. Yang Hui rolled his eyes at the emperor. Setsuna was a young man with a strange brain circuit who was not good at expressing emotions. After awakening as a reformer, his brain circuit became even more strange. No one knew what he was thinking all day long. What else could he do except follow Marina Ismail silently? That's progress, isn't it? 0.1 millimeters progress, there's still 1 light year left to reach the end. Everyone else is traveling. Neil and Felt are seeing kangaroos and koalas in Australia. Lyle is taking Anya to the romantic city. Alelija and Pyrrhus are backpacking on the Pamir Plateau. Look. Lyle is still the most romantic, knowing to go to the romantic city. Are you sure? Isn't it? Yang Hui was stunned. Of course not. Tiria is planning to travel to amusement parks all over the world with Milena. Yang Hui stared with dead fish eyes, said nothing, and patted Wang's thigh. This made Wang stunned. He stood up subconsciously. Seeing Yang Hui walking into the house with a serious face, he asked, "Where are you going?" "To kill the beast area. Melina is so young, but he can do it." "Damn bastard, dare to touch my niece. I will kill him." Hey. Wait a minute. Hiss. Area, who was queuing to buy ice cream, shuddered for no reason, turned his head quickly and looked around, and exhaled when he didn't find any danger. "Brother Area, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" The petite and cute Melina pulled Area's clothes and said worriedly. "It's okay, I just suddenly felt that someone wanted to hurt me." Area thought carefully. "I didn't feel it, could it be an illusion?" "Well, just treat it as an illusion." The people of the Promised Legion are scattered all over the world, playing on their own. Except for the iron-blooded orphans world, this world is not much different from their world, but it is a different world after all, and it can also be played well. Brother, hurry up. Sira, do you want to buy more? Char asked Sira with a sad face, holding a lot of bags. Of course, Emily and the others told us to buy more specialties from this world. When did brand name bags become local specialties? Tisk, men, you don't know anything. Then can you explain what's going on with those 4 people? Char pointed at the 4 people beside him, Forte Romfillo, Russ Kessel, Galong and Lid Wolf, who were all smiling. Them? I don't know either. Huh? Char looked at them with murderous eyes. Hello, brother-in-law. X4 get lost. Who is your brother-in-law? You guys want to marry my sister? Wait for the next life. Arthur, enemies appear at 1 o'clock. Understood, save, enemy planes appear at the rear, number 4. Leave it to me. Door, Fate, intercept the enemy planes on the right. Understood. X2 I say. Quiet, Fram, we are in a battle now, don't distract us. Lord Gerhardt, this is just a game. Don't take it so seriously, okay? It's embarrassing. Fram Nara covered her face and complained to the people who were playing the game. She didn't know why they were so serious and focused that they even attracted the whole people in the game hall and didn't even know that they were being treated as monkeys for a visit. Nonsense. Mr. Yang Hui said that acting is real combat. We must take it seriously. That's right. Xena. Lord Gerhardt, the enemy is coming at 7 o'clock, I can't stop it. Hold on, I'll support you right away. Understood. This may be their last vacation, so everyone is playing and enjoying themselves. In a week, they will return to the Promised Legion and begin a harsh life of preparation, seizing every minute to improve themselves and increase their chances of survival in the next war. Chapter 678 is here. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. 2 years passed quickly. After a week's vacation, all members of the Promise Corps entered a tense state of preparation, and also sent a large number of personnel to improve the combat power of the new government's army. In addition to Yang Hui secretly joining the Armament Enhancement Plan to assist the new government in developing various emerging military technologies, Graham, Fleet, Gerhardt, Kara, Aslan and others also hid their identities and joined various troops to improve the pilot's driving level and combat capabilities. Because of the increase in difficulty, it is impossible for the new government to disband the existing army when it is known in advance that the number of VLS will increase, even if it implements a policy of easing. Not only that, the army has also been expanded to a certain extent, especially the space fleet. New space battleships fly into space one after another, and batches of young people with fighting spirit are sent to the universe and join the federal fleet. The death cannon of Shinrun has increased from 1 to 4, which is naturally a gratifying thing, but it is not enough. Yang Hui also secretly reached an agreement with the Earth Federation to build 2 Genesis and deploy them in Earth orbit. The reason why the new government was willing to build the Genesis, a weapon that could destroy the Earth and all mankind, was, on the one hand, because of the upcoming terrifying extraterrestrial civilization ELS, and on the other hand, to hold the Promise Corps, which had the Shinrun, and a huge fleet, hostage. After all, in their eyes, the power of the Shinrun organization, which was independent of the government system, was too strong. People in high positions were all patients with persecution paranoia. No matter how Shinrun performed or what their ideas were, as long as it was beyond their control, they would try every means to prevent it even if they were unable to control it. In this regard, Yang Hui expressed his understanding and took the initiative to hand over the detailed drawings of the Genesis to them to put their minds at ease. However, Yang Hui was not a fool. He gave powerful weapons like the Genesis to the new government out of kindness, so when building it, Yang Hui left a secret backdoor. As long as the new government intended to use the Genesis to attack Shinran, or the Promise Core, Veda would be able to seize control of the Genesis through the backdoor and activate the self-destruct system. The work of the Federation military had been completed half a year ago. Yang Hui had already helped in all that he could. The remaining thing was production and manufacturing, which he could not help with, so he said goodbye and returned to the universe, returning to the Shinran to stay permanently. The Shinran is now the flagship of the Promise Corps in the general headquarters. At the same time, the Federation Army has some of the authority of the Shinran, and will also send a delegation and a research team to stay permanently in the Shinran. However, the highest commander of the delegation is Katie, the commander-in-chief of the Federation Space Army. I said, Katie, you are the master here, do the higher-ups have any objections? Yang Hui asked Katie with a strange expression. This was not the first time Yang Hui asked Katie this. Since Katie led the delegation to the Shinran, he really regarded this place as his home. Look, he is still wearing pajamas, drinking coffee and processing documents. What? Do you have any objections? Katie asked Yang Hui with a squint. No, 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 how could that be? Yang Hui waved his hand quickly to indicate that it was okay as long as you like it. I don't know who it was, but when I was about to retire, he asked me to stay in the Federation Army. Katie rolled his eyes at Yang Hui and complained. After the establishment of the new government, Katie planned to retire directly from the Federation Army and then join the Promise Corps directly with Yang Hui, but Yang Hui asked Katie to stay in the Federation Army. Because in the battle to overthrow Wei laws and the puppet regime, only Katie led the fleet to participate. Although he was basically a spectator, he participated anyway, so Katie once again became a hero, and the new government also promised various conditions to ask Katie to stay in the Federation Army. Yang Hui's idea was that the Federation Army would definitely participate in the war. Instead of giving the command to someone he didn't know, it would be better to let Katie lead the Federation Army. What? Sergei? Please, the new government is on guard against Shinran and Yang Hui. As Yang Hui's elder brother, how could Sergei let him control the Federation Army? In view of his qualifications and abilities, letting him come back and serve as the commander-in-chief of the army, which existed in name only, was already the biggest concession. There is no other way. In this battle, we must eliminate the unstable factors as much as possible. We cannot let go of even a 0.1% chance of winning. We will definitely be able to successfully pass this level. Katie hugged Yang Hui's head and stroked it gently. She knew very well how tired Yang Hui was and how exhausted his heart was. Yet, Yang Hui, who was enjoying Katie's embrace and comfort, suddenly stood up. He did not actively enter the transformer mode, but his eyes were filled with colorful streamers. It's coming. What's coming? ELS. Katie noticed Yang Hui's strangeness and asked seriously. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. Under normal circumstances, the transformer mode can be entered or exited autonomously, but this time, it was very special and automatically entered the transformer mode. There were no GN particles, no solar furnaces, and no feedback from searching outside, but it was just a very strange feeling that something was coming. I will go back and assemble the army immediately. Katie got up and left. After changing her clothes, she went directly to the headquarters. Yang Hui also issued a call to the Promise Corps, announcing that the entire fleet would enter the second-level combat configuration. Emperor, what's going on over there on Jupiter? Veda's intelligence found the wreckage of a probe ship from Jupiter flying to the Earth's sphere, and the Federation Army is carrying out a task of eliminating it. No, that's not wreckage, it must be completely destroyed, and the fragments are not allowed to get close to the Earth. What do you mean? Wang was shocked, and his expression became solemn. I understand, Rebir's first fleet is closest to the route, I will notify him to intercept it. Yang Hui did not leave, but waited for the latest news at the command center of Shinran. 15 minutes later, he received a report from Rebir. It is confirmed to be completely destroyed, and there is no debris left. Do you have any information about the probe ship? Yes, according to the comparison of the Veda database, it is the probe ship, Europa, planned by the Jupiter humans. Sure enough. The guests have arrived, Yang Hui. During the report, Rebir released the battle record. What they intercepted was not only the wreckage of Europa, but also a large number of small ELS. There is a deviation. When ELS first appeared as the wreckage of Europa, no small ELS was released, but now it appeared directly. Rebel, how many quasi-transformers and NTs are there in your fleet? You mean, the attraction of brain quantum waves? It must be. No wonder, during the interception, the wreckage changed its navigation trajectory and headed directly for our fleet. The First Fleet continues to guard the absolute defense line. I have issued a call and will go to join you now. Understood. Rebel pressed his hat and answered in a heavy voice, then ended the communication. Old man, is that machine ready? Entering the final adjustment stage. Start the celestial being and set off in the direction of the First Fleet. Send the battle record of the First Fleet to the new government through Veda and let them move Genesis over. Okay. Because it is uncertain whether ELS will appear from other directions, the fleets of the Promise Corps are scattered in various directions of the Earth. It is also a deterrent to those unwilling and ambitious people, especially the colonial satellite communes, telling them not to mess around, otherwise they will be destroyed. After receiving the call, everyone immediately put down their work and assembled in the direction of the First Fleet. The fleets of the Promise Corps gathered together in a mighty manner, and the fleets of the Federation Army also came one by one to join them. According to Veda's calculations, the final defense line was set. Everyone is here. The Shinran headquarters and the commanders-in-chief of the fleets of the Promise Fortress held a remote video conference. Everyone has received the information. It is now confirmed that ELS has awakened. The appearance of the probe ship this time is ELS's greeting to us. In addition, the brain quantum waves of the First Fleet's psychic users have been detected by ESL. There is no need to go to Earth to search. They have already found the communicable target. Therefore, we must be prepared at all times. The entire fleet will enter the second-level combat configuration. Understood. XN this time, Rebel will be in charge of the fleet's overall command. No problem. Everyone had no objection to this decision. Among all the fleet commanders, Char, Flit, Gerhard, and Mina will all drive Mr. Tak and cannot see the overall situation. Durandal is just a mascot. His expertise is not in battlefield command. Meru and Bakalulu are not qualified, so Rebel is the most suitable candidate. Beep beep beep. The Federation fleet is here. Katie is applying for access to the communication. Connected. Yes. There was an extra screen for the remote video conference, and the heroic Katie appeared on the screen. Yang Hui, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd fleets of the Federation Army are coming to join you. There are also 10 fleets on the way to escort Genesis and are expected to arrive in 10 days. Well, it's just right that you're here. Now let's start explaining the battle plan. Yes. In this battle, all the troops will be in charge of Rebel. Katie, the Federation Army is under your command, but Rebel is your superior. No problem. After the ELS appears, a Ural-class transport ship will carry GAG to make contact. It will be composed of all drones, allowing the ELS to devour and fuse. The threat of ELS, in addition to the characteristics of devouring, fusing and learning, is the huge number, and most of the ELS are small ELS. The target is too small and too flexible. In addition, rushing around just to devour and fuse is a big trouble. So Yang Hui decided to use the characteristics of ELS in turn, sending a Ural-class transport ship and the Federation's worst MA, GAG, to them to eat, and give them as learning materials, so that they can transform into the forms of MA, MIS and battleships in advance, and transform unknown enemies into familiar opponents. How to solve the problem of brain quantum waves? Without brain quantum waves, I don't know if ELS will be attracted. Katie asked. I am very touched, everyone. I received a lot of votes, which let me know that there are still so many people reading. I really appreciate your support. I wish all readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Because something happened at home before, the manuscripts in stock have run out, but I have no plans to go out during this long vacation. I will try my best to make up for it for you and write more and send it out. Thank you. Chapter 679, Huge and Chaotic Brain Quantum Waves. Hearing Katie's question, Yang Hui fell silent. Yang Hui. Katie was stunned. It was the first time she saw Yang Hui's expression like this, as if he was afraid that she would know. Don't worry, Nothing will go wrong. The ELS will definitely be attracted by the bait. Yang Hui raised his head and said to Katie firmly. Feeling the gaze in Yang Hui's eyes, Katie did not ask any more questions, although she was confused. Understood. However, you should not be lucky. Our opponents are only opponents like the Ural class, transport ships and GAG. The number of VLS is still terrifying, and once they devour other Mizzen battleships in battle, they are likely to transform again, so be prepared for the possibility that all your opponents are Gundam type. Understood. And the meeting ended here, and Yang Hui came to a secret room. Only he and Ilya Hutchenberg knew about this room, and even Regina Rugita, who also uploaded his consciousness to Veda, did not know about it. There was no lighting in the room, only the indicator lights under the rows of culture cabins illuminated the passage slightly. Old man, are you ready? All 50 eco-terminals are ready and can be used immediately. Get ready, put them into the GAG, and wake them up before contact with the ELS. I see, what about him? At the end of the room, the lights converged on a culture chamber. Unlike the other identical culture chambers, which were completely soulless, this one contained a living person. Descartes Sherman, the ace pilot of the Earth Federation Army, was the first pure-blooded transformer confirmed by the Earth Federation government. Because he was a pure-blooded transformer, Descartes believed that he was superior to ordinary people, unruly, arrogant, and called ordinary people inferior. But at the same time, because he was the only pure-blooded transformer in the army, he was studied and experimented by the army, and his dissatisfaction turned into resentment. No matter how he performed in the original plot, Yang Hui felt through his brain quantum waves that he was only filled with boundless anger and hatred, and to the point of crazy destruction. So after gaining control of him, Yang Hui directly put him to sleep, and now, he will be sent to ELS together with those biological terminals. However, in order to prevent his anger and resentment from affecting the dialogue between Setsuna and ELS, and to prevent ELS from learning ace-level driving skills and various intelligence from him, while placing nanorobots in his body, his brain was processed, all memories were cleared, and he became a vegetable. Although he is a vegetable, a pure-blooded transformer has an advantage that a biological terminal does not have. He is still a living person, and his brain quantum waves are stronger than biological terminals with only bodies but no souls. With him as the core, the brain quantum waves of all biological terminals will resonate, which will definitely attract the attention of ELS. Send them together. I understand. Looking at the cold expression on Yang Hui's face, Ilya Hutchenberg saw through his disguise and showed off, but he didn't say it out loud. He just watched his back until the door of the room closed. After leaving the secret room, Yang Hui went to the R&D department to find Setsuna and found that there were quite a few people here. I'm so envious. There's a new machine. GNT000000 Can T. It was designed by Old Man Ira himself. The two solar furnaces of the Gundam were modified to achieve a stronger linkage effect. Large GN capacitors are placed on the arms and knees to store GN particles. It is equipped with quantum system and quantum burst system. When activated, it will release excessive GN particles in an instant, and has achieved a super high level of brain quantum wave communication ability. It's a veritable communication-only machine. Still want it? How about having a conversation on behalf of Setsuna? Forget it, I'm not that kind of guy. But, if it comes to communication, what does this crazy armament mean? High-frequency vibration GN Buster Sword, shield gun integrated GN composite weapon, double-shoulder small GN cannons, 16 sword-shaped GN Super Dragoons, and a 40-meter broadsword should not be less, right? What's this? Look over there. What is that? Look at the size, armament. Full-blade backpack, you can also understand it as Zook's negotiation mode. Oh my god. Is this true? That's what Veda's data says. Well, you are worthy of being Ilya Hutchenberg. What are you all doing here? Yang Hui, you are here, do you have a share in this machine? Graham asked, holding Yang Hui's shoulder. Really not. Yang Hui spread his hands. He really didn't participate in the Gundam. The old man designed this machine a long time ago, and then Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang made some modifications and started manufacturing. I didn't have time to participate. Fortunately you didn't have time to participate, otherwise there would be no conversation mode. Graham complained. Am I so excessive? Did it you? And not only Graham, Neil, Lyle, Aleluja, SM, Kara, Aslan and others all rolled their eyes at Yang Hui. Look at the Mizzen battleships designed by Yang Hui. Which one is not crazy? Well, I think I'm fine. Look at my Dawn Gundam. Doesn't it have any abnormal weapons? Isn't the combination of bit and glory transmitter abnormal enough? XN. Is it enough? With you, it's enough. XN. The combination of bit and glory transmitter is indeed not abnormal. Gerhardt's Legerus Gundam uses these two equipments at the same time, but there is a world of difference between Legerus Gundam and Dawn Gundam. If Gerhardt can fight a small fleet alone with Legerus Gundam, Yang Hui can slaughter an entire fleet with Dawn Gundam. This is the difference in mental power. Gerhardt can't do it like Yang Hui, easily control bit and glory transmitter, and command them like a strict army. Yang Hui shrugged. This is not a problem with the machine. It can only be said that the person is so excellent, and it has nothing to do with the machine he designed. By the way, can we make it in time? This machine. Lyle looked at the Gundam, which was still undergoing final debugging, and asked with some concern. The ELS could attack at any time. If this machine could not be used, how could they complete the conversation and defeat the ELS? So we can only trust the professor and Mr. Wang, after all. At this moment, Yang Hui's face changed drastically, and he became very painful. He knelt on the ground with his head covered. Yang Hui. What's wrong with you? Tieria. Hey. Setsuna. Are you okay? Amuro. What's wrong with you? Not only Yang Hui, but also Aleluja, Setsuna, and Amuro, all covered their heads with painful expressions. This brain quantum wave. What exactly is, so huge? So complicated? So noisy? Ah. They are coming. The entire army enters the first level combat configuration. He forced his will to stabilize, said to everyone, and then staggered towards the headquarters step by step. Others did not dare to delay, and quickly helped their companions who were in pain, rushed to the locker room, changed into driving suits and boarded the plane. Along the way, Yang Hui saw many people with painful expressions. Now he has recovered. The huge chaotic brain quantum wave rushed into his brain just now, just like the whole HUD was hit by a truck with steel nails all over the front of the head. It was unbearable. Yang Hui. Are you okay? Seeing Yang Hui sweating profusely, Wang hurried forward to support him. Many people in the command room were also affected. She judged that something must have happened. It's okay. They are coming. The whole army enters the first level combat configuration. Okay. Something happened on Jupiter. Io and Ganymede are eliminated. Local gravity field occurs in Jupiter's Great Red Spot. The ring has collapsed and is being absorbed. In the center of the Great Red Spot, there is a cloud with a radius of 100,000 kilometers moving towards the center. A new Great Red Spot has been detected. 2. In the centers of two secondary Great Red Spots, clouds with a radius of 60,000 kilometers are found moving towards the center. The Orbital Elevator Observatory has the same report. That's it. Everyone was stunned. There were 3 large red spots on the surface of Jupiter. A giant object with a radius of 5,000 kilometers and 2 giant objects with a radius of 3,000 kilometers were detected. At this time, they revealed their true appearance. Elses of various sizes, like clouds, flew out from the holes on the surface of Jupiter, erecting a silver curtain on the front of Jupiter. Behind the curtain, 2 giant Elses similar in size to the Moon and one not much smaller than the Earth followed closely behind. The 2 Moon-sized Elses guarded the Earth-sized Elses on the left and right. They knew from the beginning that a terrifying number of Elses was calculated in trillions, but they only knew it but had no concept. Until now, when there really appeared in front of them, even the bravest people, no matter how well prepared they were, could not help but tremble all over. What kind of number is it to erect a silver curtain in the boundless universe? Damn it. There was no 2 explorations and tests in the original plot. The whole tribe went out directly, and the number was at least 3 times that of the original plot. There are also large planet-level ELS, which makes all their preparations in vain. Felt, when will ELS arrive on Earth? It will take 95 days to reach the Earth's sphere. More than 3 months. Let Rebel come here and set up the defense line immediately. Understood. I'll go help the professor and Mr. Wang. You need to debug Ook before the ELS arrives. Well, leave it to me. Yang Hui nodded and returned to the R&D department along the original route. Wang immediately contacted all fleet commanders and Katie for a remote video conference. Rebel will immediately come to the Shinrun headquarters to set up the defense line. All fleets will immediately calm everyone's emotions. We still have hope in this battle. Understood. XN. Chapter 680, Liebherr spreads out a large number of baits. The unidentified alien bodies that appeared near Jupiter's Great Red Spot are generally called ELS. They are moving towards the center of the solar system, but given their path, there is almost no possibility that they will reach the Earth's sphere. There is no need to be troubled by speculation or rumors. Please live your life as usual. Oh my, it's obviously going to this point. Is it really okay to be so optimistic? Lyle, who had just returned from patrol, teased while watching the live news broadcast of the new government. Although ELS will not arrive in the Earth sphere for another 3 months, it is impossible to set the final defense line close to the Earth because of early detection and early deployment. The Promise fleet advanced 1/3 of the distance, and 2/3 of the Federal fleet followed closely and began to deploy the defense line. The two decisive weapons, Shinrun and Genesis, were deployed in the rear of the fleet, leaving 1/3 of the Federal fleet as guards. This is also something that can't be helped. If we tell everyone at once that an alien civilization is coming, the situation that has finally stabilized will be messed up again. Neil said. I understand the reason, but forget it. If Setsuna fails, we can't stop it. It doesn't matter whether we take measures or not. Lyle shrugged. It is certain that ELS will be attracted by brain quantum waves. Where else in the entire solar system can there be brain quantum waves that can attract ELS except the Earth? So they will definitely go to the Earth. The Promise Corps and the Federation fleet are the first and last line of defense for the Earth against ELS. If even they can't stop ELS, the army left on the Earth is even less likely to stop it. It doesn't matter whether there are measures or not. Anyway, they will be swallowed up and assimilated. Yet, it depends on Setsuna. Neil looked up at the countdown in the corner of the screen. The bright red color stung people's eyes and their brain nerves. At this time, the Earth has been turbulent due to speculation and rumors because of the arrival of ELS. Otherwise, the new government would not have held a press conference so quickly to calm the people. The citizens were calmed down for a while, but the parliament of the new government was already in a mess. For them, the intelligence of ELS was not a secret. The conservatives were lucky enough to think that ELS would bypass the Earth and leave, while the radicals directly demanded to continue to strengthen the armaments and take the initiative. But no matter which idea it was very ridiculous. The conservatives' idea was simply self-consolation. After knowing so much information, they could still say such words. What else could it be except self-consolation? The radicals' idea was interesting. Will it be too late to continue to strengthen the armaments? Most of the troops have already deployed their forces in the universe to prepare for a war. Do you still think that ELS wants to fight a protracted war with you? The meeting ended hastily, and the speaker of the new government returned to his office with his secretary and the chief of the Garrison and Military Affairs Department. How are Yang Hui's preparations going? The fleet has arrived at the designated space area, with a fleet of Shinrun as the main attack force at the forefront. Our army has deployed all the combat power of the universe in the core position in the middle. The remaining 2/3 of the combat power has been urgently transferred from the army to stay behind as the rear guard to fight against Shinrun and Genesis head-on. Who will be in charge of commanding this operation? According to the intelligence sent by Shinrun, Jonah Ibrahim, rebel of Shinrun, will be in charge of commanding this operation. People from Shinrun. Yes, according to Veda's calculations, this is the best choice. Does Yang Hui have any other battle plans? Yes, because of the fusion learning characteristics of ELS, Shinrun has eliminated a bait fleet, with a Ural-class transport ship and the fully loaded Jag acting as bait first, and handed over to the ELS for devouring, hoping to transform the ELS into a form familiar to us, and then fight with it. Is this possible? It's not clear at the moment, but this is indeed a very correct method. Fighting familiar enemies and unfamiliar enemies are two completely different things. The various characteristics of ELS have been mastered, but who can guarantee whether there are other characteristics? Moreover, the current attack method of ELS is unknown. The initial guess is that it is direct contact to a road. In this way, the opponent will fight desperately. As the saying goes, the arrogant are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate. Moreover, The terrifying number of the enemy can fully support the all-round suicide tactics. How can humans deal with this kind of fighting method? Therefore, let them transform into familiar MA and warships, or even MIS, and pull the initiative back to their side a little bit, so as to gain a greater chance of winning. Well, in this way, everything that can be done has been prepared. What if ELS changes its route and bypasses the absolute defense line? Then the Earth and mankind will definitely suffer damage to the extent of destruction. So, we can only pray to God. Wrong. Seeing that some people were unwilling and discouraged, the speaker said firmly, not to God, but to do it ourselves. How is the fleet deployment? Yang Hui came to the general command room of Shinrun and asked Rebel about the current situation. 67% completed. I've handed over the command of the Federation fleet to Vice Admiral Mannequin. No problem. You just need to grasp the general direction. Katie will take care of the rest. Well, the decoy fleet has set off and will make contact with the ELS in 3 days. Are you sure it will work? Rebel asked. In a war, the slightest information and error may affect the direction of the war. He had to be concerned. After testing, there is no problem. Although they are just vegetative people in a group of unconscious biological terminals, the old man forcibly activated their brains through nanorbits, which is enough to generate enough brain quantum waves to track them, and what? That, Ural class, also carries Veda's submachine. When the ELS is eroding, the old man wants to obtain intelligence from their erosion process in reverse. What about the possibility of our intelligence leaking? Rebel said worriedly. No. The reason why ELS can obtain intelligence is mainly through brain quantum waves and the shared domain of consciousness. The target is people or living things. Veda's machinery is not within the range. Moreover, the old man has prepared a backup plan. Before it is completely corroded, he will activate the self-destruction program to destroy Veda's submachine. Well, Rabir knew the risks. The learning ability of ELS is still a mystery. According to Yang Hui's description, the second shot of the death cannon will no longer pose any threat to the large ELS half an hour after the first shot takes effect. So if Veda's submachine is corroded, even if ELS cannot directly obtain intelligence from Veda's submachine, what if they have learned Veda's structure and replicated an identical one? Do we also need to consider the threats of electronic warfare and cyber warfare? Electronic warfare and cyber warfare. Leave it to the old man. Well, I understand. Obviously, Yang Hui also considered the same problem, but Rabir could not make any suggestions for Yang Hui's decision. The biggest weapon they had for electronic warfare and cyber warfare was Veda, and Iolu Hutchenberg not only had the highest authority of Veda, but also merged with Veda. Rabir could not think of anyone more suitable than him to deal with ELS's electronic attacks and cyber attacks. This deployment. Yang Hui was a little surprised after carefully looking at Rabir's deployment, but soon figured out his intention. In this battle, you are all baits to open the way for Setsuna. Rabir explained to Yang Hui. Rabir's deployment dispersed all the transformers, NTs, and X-rounders, on both sides of the front. In the center, except for Yang Hui, Yulin, Tiria, Alelija and a few others who had brain quantum waves, all were natural people. Yang Hui did see through Rebel's intention. Since ELS will be attracted by brain quantum waves, then I will put some delicious food on the roadside. Do you want to eat it or not? Moreover, among the members with brain quantum waves on both wings, there are definitely top people, such as Amuro, Lara Sin, and Char on the left wing, and Flit and Gerhard on the right wing. They are all brain quantum wave owners who are not inferior to Yang Hui and Setsuna. ELS will definitely disperse their forces, so that the pressure on the center will be much less. The first wave of attack will be carried out by Genesis. The target will be locked on the two smaller ELS planets on both sides. We don't seek to destroy them directly, but we must reduce the pressure on the defense lines on both wings. Then there will be the death cannon. Well, I will give you a signal. Yang Hui and Rebel have also cooperated for a long time, and there is still a tacit understanding between them. Yang Hui understood what he meant without Rebel saying it directly. Any weapon can only be used once against a large ELS, and will be ineffective the second time. Therefore, whether it is the death cannon or Genesis, there is only one chance to cause damage to a large ELS. It is unknown how much damage the gamma ray burst launched by Genesis can cause to a large ELS. The best result is to directly destroy the two satellites. In this way, their chances of attacking the main star will undoubtedly be much greater. As for the Death Cannon, in terms of destructive power, it is far inferior to the Genesis, so it will be kept as a card to open a path for the Central Assault Force at a critical moment. After leaving the Shinrun, Yang Hui returned to the Guanhong and found Shauna. After Shauna became a transformer, Yang Hui found that he became more silent. Unless he was the owner of the brain quantum wave and could read other people's emotions, natural people would not know what Shauna was thinking. Not used to it yet. Yang Hui knew that Shauna was very anxious now. He was not afraid of the upcoming conversation, but had a vague premonition that made him want to see the true face clearly and had the anxiety of not being able to find the answer. Well, I can feel their presence. What do they want to say to us, or call? Chapter 681, The Final Battle of VLS, Part 1. Then leave it alone. Yang Hui patted Shauna on the shoulder and said, "But my mission is not." "That's not your mission alone, Shauna," Yang Hui said to Shauna seriously, "and you never have more than one mission. But if I figure out what they want, can't this war be avoided?" "War?" Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. "Maybe the other side is just saying hello." "How could it be?" "So Shauna, you are now like a dog who can't get the love you want." "Huh?" Shauna's expression finally changed drastically, and it can be described with the word embarrassing. Obviously talking about something very serious, but the style suddenly changed and turned into such an informal topic. If you have something to say, wouldn't it be better to say it face to face? You don't know anything, but you guess what the other person is thinking based on your feelings, and you lick one-sidedly. What else is it but a dog? Oh. Shauna felt that Yang Hui was implying himself, and he had evidence. But, even if he had evidence, he couldn't refute the other party. What should he do? Waiting online, urgent. "Moshi, you have to understand one thing. A dog who licks others will end up with nothing. So if you have anything to say it to their face. Don't always think about what they are thinking." Why do you always have so many strange metaphors?" Moshi asked Yang Hui expressionlessly. "Don't care about these little things." It is indeed a little thing, but it is not a little thing when I become the protagonist." However, Moshi had to admit that although the content was strange, it was still quite reasonable. He was very anxious because of the vague feeling and call. In fact, he didn't know anything. Everything in his mind was his own imagination. In this case, why not tell them clearly in person what the other party is thinking? Besides, didn't Yang Hui tell him at the beginning? ELS is just looking for a new home because its mother planet is dying. Their communication method is completely different from that of humans, so it causes all kinds of misunderstandings, leading to disputes and wars. So, what I want to do has never changed. Moshi raised his head, and his anxiety and confusion disappeared, replaced by determination. "That's right, eliminating disputes and understanding each other. What we have to do has never changed." Yang Hui smiled with relief, and instantly returned to normal. Otherwise, he would still insist on opening the quantum burst system to communicate directly with the outside tribes, causing his brain to be washed away, which would be really troublesome. Especially if the Gundam was eroded by the ELS due to the mistake, it would be really troublesome. Yang Hui couldn't imagine facing a sea of Gundams at that time. P.S. In the TV animation version, ELS turned into GNXIV, but in the comics, ELS turned into OR, and Graham said in the animation that the opponent was a Gundam type, so I personally think the comics are more reliable. 3 days later, the bait released was successfully eroded by ELS. Because the opponent's erosion speed was too fast, it was impossible to confirm whether ELS had turned into an unarmed, Ural-class, transport ship and the most basic, GAG, but one thing was certain, that is, Veda's submachine was not eroded by ELS, and ELS did not launch a network attack. A few days later, when the ELS army had fully deployed the final defense line, they were about to enter the maximum range of long-range missiles, and they flew towards the fleet like a dense silver curtain. It's ahead of schedule. According to the calculation of the speed of ELS, it would take more than 3 months to reach the Earth from Jupiter, but Yang Hui knew that the ELS's acceleration would exceed that of the Transim-enabled Angel Gundam and the Hull Angel Gundam. How terrible is this speed? So Yang Hui asked Ilya Huchenberg to closely monitor the movements of the ELS, update the data at any time, and calculate their arrival time, otherwise, they might be caught off guard by the ELS. There are still 1,000 minutes to approach the large ELS, and 0.032 minutes to enter the range of long-range missiles. It seems that we won the initial bet. Rebels adjutant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said thankfully, "It's just the beginning." Rebel glanced at him, then gave the order in a steady manner, "All fleets, when the target enters the range, start attacking immediately. In order to avoid the missiles and ELS from being released, set it to close contact fuse. It doesn't matter if it is corroded." Understood. All fleets, long-range missiles are ready. Yes. Rebel took a look and saw that the vanguard of the ELS had entered the range. He immediately ordered, "Okay, all ships start the first wave of missile attacks, and the MIS troops are on standby in an orderly manner." Understood. The order was conveyed to each fleet, and then conveyed by the commander of each fleet to the captain of each ship. For a while, the overwhelming missile salvos, at a glance, felt no less than the ELS. Boom 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 boom. All the missiles were flying, cutting through the universe, and came to the front of the Silver Ocean. They exploded before the ELS came into contact. The dense and connected flames erected a high wall. The high temperature burning, the flying shrapnel, and the impact of the explosion instantly tore the front ELS into pieces and melted it. All missiles hit. What's the charge status of Genesis? Rebel didn't wait to confirm the status of the ELS. Regardless of whether the long-range missiles work or not, the damage they caused to ELS was limited. How many ELS could be destroyed with just these missiles? Charged 98%, 99%. Completed. The firing direction has been cleared, you can fire. Genesis, strafe the left and right wings. Understood. Genesis, start strafe. Because there was no advance fleet for the ELS to erode, the first wave of long-range missiles hit all of them, fully exerting their power, but based on the huge number of ELS, the ELS destroyed was just a drop in the bucket. The Silver Ocean soon seeped out the curtain of fire and high temperature, revealing its head, but the next second, the two Genesis behind the fleet showed their power, and the gamma ray burst that was enough to destroy the world cut the universe into 3 sections, devouring ELS of all sizes along the way, and landing on 2 satellites with a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Boom boom boom. The 2 satellites were like onions, being peeled off layer by the gamma ray burst. It worked. Seeing the surface of the 2 satellites disappearing bit by bit, everyone was excited. The power of the gamma ray burst was enough to destroy any life form, even metal life. As long as the surface protection was destroyed, it was very likely to directly destroy the 2 satellites, and the pressure on the 2 wings dropped sharply. However, just as they were excited, they were horrified to find that in the Silver Ocean, ELS gathered into countless jumping currents, turning their heads and flying towards the 2 satellites one after another, rushing towards the surface that was about to be pierced. Even if they were modest to fire, they would not look back. The addition of small ELS did not have the opportunity to fill the surface that was about to be pierced, but it consumed the power of the light of creation bit by bit. Not long after, the light of creation disappeared, leaving huge deep pits on both satellites, but it was a pity that it failed to pierce the surface. Under the gathering of ELS, it was soon intact. Damn it. Just a little bit. Someone in the headquarters of the celestial being cursed unwillingly. Don't panic, this was predicted long ago. Rebel calmed everyone's emotions. Losing your mind in battle is a taboo. The battle has just begun. Moreover, Genesis has successfully completed its mission. The ELS on both wings have been cleared to form 2 clean passages. The MIS troops on both wings attack, prepare for close-range combat, each ship fires freely, and start the mopping up operation. Understood. The role of the XN commander is not just to give orders. Rebel's calmness affects everyone in the headquarters, and the excited emotions are immediately controlled. What a terrible number. Char on the left wing looked at the ELS in front of him. The clean passage left by Genesis was just 2 thin lines in the entire ocean. Colonel, don't rush too fast. Lara Singh reminded. Char's command operation often caused him to leave the main force while rushing alone. It was obviously not applicable now, not to mention that Char and she were both baits. I know. Char replied depressedly. Mr. Char really can't do anything about Lala. Amuro chuckled at the side. He was actually worried that Char would disappear in a flash at triple speed. His advice would definitely be useless. Fortunately, Lala Sheen was there, the only person who could make Char listen to him. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The enemy is coming. All machines, avoid direct contact with ELS. Keep the GN position open at all times during the battle. Understood. XN gave the order. Chars, Sazabi, Amuro's new, High Greek letter new Gundam, dual-wielding double-beam Gatling, beam combat blade, shield-integrated composite weapon. The number of back-wing floating guns increased to 10 GN Super Dragoons. Lala Shin's new, Pal S Athena, back anti-ship missiles changed to GN Super Dragoon system. Foot combat claws changed to beam and entity dual purpose. Shield-mounted missiles changed to beam diffusion guns. 3 machines as swords, led the left-wing MIS troops into the passage cleared by Genesis. Everyone, look here, ELS. Entering the center of the passage, not only the 3 leading machines, but all the machines that can use the Shichimu system all activated the Shichimu system. Countless GN Super Dragoons broke away from the machines and scattered. Light beams shot out like raindrops in all directions, falling into the silver waves, splashing ripples. At the moment when the Shichimu system was activated, the surrounding ELS were indeed attracted by the powerful brain quantum waves, turned around, and rushed towards the delicacy in the center. At the same time, Char and others' brains also felt the pain of being pierced by a steel needle, just like when the ELS just appeared from Jupiter. Damn it! Don't enter my head without permission. The stimulation of pain made Char and others fierce. Light beams, live ammunition, and desperately tilted towards the ELSes, trying to relieve themselves a little, but it didn't work. It also led to the low combat efficiency of Char and other NT elites, who could only be protected by others in the middle. Fortunately, they were not fighting alone. Soon, support from naval guns arrived. The thick beams of light swept across, taking away patches of silver waves. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 682, The Final Battle of VLS, Part 2. Boom 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 boom. The naval guns came in time to support, devouring countless ELS along the way, clearing a large area like an eraser, and reducing the pressure on the MIS troops. Report, got field, hit all, destroying a large number of VLS. Continue to fire, cover the MIS troops. Cheyenne asked, sitting in the captain's chair of the flagship, Killing class. Seeing that the area that had not been cleared was quickly filled with countless ELS, his expression became more and more serious. It is one thing to get intelligence, one thing to see it from a distance through optical cameras, and another thing to face it in person. From the initial caution, to the shock, and now to the lack of chance of winning, Cheyenne truly experienced the horror of a civilization going to war with another civilization, and also made him see clearly that all the wars he had fought in his own world were completely child's play. Deputy Commander, General Douglas requests to lead the fleet to charge the ELS group. Rejected, ordered Douglas to hold his ground. ELS break through the defense line of the MIS unit. Activate, heroic, and porcupine formation, all ships conduct air combat, all missiles set to close contact fuses, and maintain the deployment of GN positions. Understood. Order the Victor fleet and the Harmon fleet to advance 500 kilometers and form an encirclement posture. The ELS must be stopped here. Cheyenne ordered. Understood. The brain quantum waves of Char and others can indeed attract the attention of ELS, and there are quite a few of them. The powerful brain quantum waves attracted a large number of ELS, just like a shark that smelled blood and pounced on its prey. But it was only part of it. There were too many ELS. In addition to the ELS that rushed to the MIS unit, more ELS continued to advance and rush towards the steel defense line formed by the fleet. Cheyenne suppressed his invincible fear in his heart and commanded the fleet in a calm state. Although the torrent of ELS was terrible, there were still humans in this world living behind them. Cheyenne was a soldier and a member of the Promise Corps. Regardless of the Gundam UC world or the Gundam U world, humans were the ones he protected. Not only Cheyenne, but everyone present was the same. No matter which world they were in, they had to protect humans from threats other than humans. The fleets on both sides moved forward slightly, turning a straight line into a slight arc, like the mouth of a bowl, catching the torrent of ELS, not leaking a single drop. On the other side, Flit, Gerhard and others also encountered the same situation. Under the command of Argyris, the fleet adopted the same choice as Cheyenne and fought desperately to resist the silver wave. Governor Argyris, There are too many Elses, we are about to be broken through. Both the battleships and the Mizes poured out their firepower, densely woven into an airtight net, but even so, the Elses' successive attacks pushed the net forward little by little, and the waves of successive attacks were about to break the entire net. The 32nd Miz Garrison Unit goes to support the 3rd Attack Fleet, and the 25th Miz Garrison Unit goes to support the 12th Attack Fleet. Orders were passed down one after another, and Argyris' forehead was covered with sweat. At first, he was very excited. This was an unprecedented war. As a tactician, he wanted to shine in this war with tactical command, but now, he was only nervous and afraid. Argyris finally realized that the pride of a tactician was worthless in the face of the life and death of all mankind, and finally understood the true meaning of that sentence: in the face of absolute power, tactics have no meaning. Argyris now just wanted to rack his brains to maintain this line of defense and not let the ELS slip through. Argyris. At this time, fleet connected to the communication of the right-wing fleet, Killen class, flagship Seoul. Commander, the front line is about to collapse, and the fleet is about to transform into a mopping-up operation mode. Although Argyris was determined, it did not mean that he could not see the current situation clearly. It was only a matter of time before the fleet was broken through. The final defense line was not just theirs. The Promise Corps was only the first line of defense. There was also the regular fleet of the Federation behind it, so they needed to make plans early and change the way of fighting. Where are Rebels' instructions? Fleet asked Argyris. Rebel was the commander-in-chief of this operation. In order to prevent the command chaos on the front line, Fleet had to ask Rebel's thoughts first. Not yet. Hold the line still, all MIS units retreat to cover the fleet, report the situation of the right-wing fleet to Rebel. Oh, Commander. I'm fine, do as I say. Understood. After the communication ended, Argyris clenched his fists tightly. Facing the ELS, the feeling of powerlessness that emerged from the bottom of his heart was really uncomfortable. The entire army. According to the order of Commander-in-Chief Rebel, the entire fleet will maintain the mopping-up operation while slowly withdrawing. The Earth Federation fleet will move forward, and the light of Genesis will shine again to cover the fleet to converge and reorganize the defense line. Good. After receiving the order, Argyris couldn't help but excitedly punched a punch. This order was too timely. Notify all ships to begin retreating. MIS units withdraw immediately. Be careful not to break into the rays of Genesis. Understood. XN Flit, Gerhard and others received the instructions from Argyris, and a relaxed arc appeared at the corners of their mouths. All aircraft retreat, leave the ray axis of Genesis, and the escort fleet retreat. Understood. XN. Rebel has been staring at the battle map with an ugly expression. Only half an hour has passed since the start of the battle, and the defense line formed by the Promised Legion has shown signs of collapse. If they continue to fight in the same place, they will only be swallowed up by the torrent of ELS. How much energy has Genesis charged? 74%, ready to launch. Very good, remind friendly forces to leave the ray axis. Genesis, prepare to launch. The launch procedure is ready. Make sure there are no friendly forces in the ray axis. Start the sweep. Understood. Start the sweep. The light of Genesis, composed of electromagnetic storms, roared and roared again, and a dazzling torrent rushed, swallowing up a large piece of ELS again, and then, boom. It fell on the surface of the two satellites again, but at this time, everyone was shocked. The surface of the two satellites automatically fell off a layer, and this layer of the surface merged and changed into a thick shield, allowing the electromagnetic storm to bombard it and peel off bit by bit. At the same time, this shield changed again, starting from the edge to turn over and shrink towards the center. Genesis is blocked. The density of the part where ELS is separated began to increase, and a crystal shield appeared on the surface at some position. What? Rebel was also shocked. ELS's learning was so terrible. It was so fast that it could perfectly learn how to resist gamma-ray bursts. Contact Vice Admiral Mannequin and order the Federation fleet to deploy from A01 to U95. Understood. How many ELS are left in the center? Rebel asked. The battle on both wings was so fierce, the purpose was to divert more ELS from the center, which was their only hope for this battle. 70% left. Not enough. Rebel gritted his teeth. According to his calculation, at least 50% of the ELS in the middle should be diverted, but there is still so much short of it. The two wings are about to collapse. Moreover, The biggest problem at present is that the ELS still maintains its original posture, without the mimicry of battleships and MAs. Sir, the general will call, the Central Fleet will retreat with the fleet, they will attack the ELS main star, and the death cannon will wait for his order. Too early. It's too early now. Sir. Look. Is it finally changing? On the screen, the ELS finally changed. Several small ELS collided and merged together, and a series of MISs shining with purple light appeared in front of everyone. That's it. Yes, the ELS transformed into the mass-produced MIS of the Promise Corps instead of the GAG, and the large ELS also directly turned into the ZC class, and White Tiger class, instead of the Ural class. Although the front line has been holding on, it is not without sacrifice. A large number of Promise Corps members have been corrupted by the ELS, and the information of the MIS and battleships has also been leaked. Don't panic. Although there are errors, the situation is developing in the direction we expect. Since it is camouflage, it is much easier to deal with familiar enemies. Understood. XN order the left and right wing fleets to stop retreating. After joining the Federation fleet, all fleets will launch a counterattack and push back the ELS's offensive. Understood. XN telegram Yang Hui, we will provide them with all support. Understood. The last order was a little heavy, because everyone who received this order knew the meaning of this order, that is, all support, including sacrificing their lives. Horizontal ellipsis. After the Dawn Gundam dragged its golden tail back and forth among the ELS several times, it returned to the front of the Kuan Hong. The thin beams of light danced, shredding all the ELS that tried to approach the Kuan Hong and other MIS. Beep beep beep. T-area. Compressed particles, over limit release. The large ELS that opened its bloody mouth and flew towards the Dawn Gundam and the Kuan Hong was pierced and destroyed by the destruction beam of the Healing Angel, and Yang Hui's face was as black as ink. I didn't expect to find the weakness of the Dawn Gundam at this time. That's right, in the battle with the ELS, Yang Hui found the weakness of the Dawn Gundam, which was the decisive battle weapon that did not destroy large targets in one shot. In previous battles, large targets such as Genesis and flashlights did not need to be directly destroyed by the Dawn Gundam. For battleships, it only needed to destroy the bridge, main engine and other key positions. MIS did not need heavy artillery. Habits became natural, so Yang Hui ignored this weakness. This time, when encountering a large ELS that could not be directly touched, the Dawn Gundam did not have a good way to deal with it. Found it, but now there is no time and opportunity to solve it. Yang Hui, ELS has changed. Very good, Setsuna, are you ready? Ready. All machines, don't hold back, send Duke to the core of the main star. Understood, Kira. Well, we'll lead the way. The Strike Freedom Gundam and Infinite Justice Gundam equipped with a meteor system rushed to the front of everyone, all the gun ports opened, and the double colorful cannons burst into brilliant glory. Chapter 683, The Final Battle of ELS, Part 3. The double colorful cannon roared, and the ELS that had just transformed turned into smoke and dust before it could raise its gun. Even the ZC class battleship turned into scattered debris. Assault. Led by Yang Hui, the team escorting it rushed into the passage opened by Strike Freedom and Infinite Justice without hesitation. They were all the latest ace machines, but despite their maneuverability and maximum speed, they had to stop after only rushing into 1/10 of the distance. The ELS, like a locust sky, surrounded them from all directions, leaving no gaps. Kneel. T-area. Understood. Transam. X2 The formation changed, the original forward retreated, and the original defenders, the Healing Angel Gundam and the Angel of Death Gundam, stepped forward. The mechanical claws on the shoulders of the Healing Angel Gundam opened, and the majestic GN examples began to gather. The light became brighter and brighter, the back armor of the Angel of Death Gundam unfolded, and the GN Super Dragoons all over the body fell off, combined one by one at the muzzle of the long-range GN beam sniper rifle, and rotated at high speed, and the jumping arcs formed a thin light curtain. Compressed particles, over limit release. Angel of Death, GN photon cannon, bombardment mode, fire. Two thick beams, one pink and one blue, rushed away like a torrent, and once again blasted a clear passage through the mountain blocking the road in front. But Yang Hui didn't intend to end it like this, because he knew very well that this road would soon be filled with ELS again. Lyle. Graham. Led the way with me. Everyone else, protect the surroundings. Understood. The XN flag Gundam immediately transformed into its MA form, rushed into the passage first, and fired at full power, tearing apart all the ELS that wanted to fill the gap. It turned back and forth, leaving a series of fireworks with long tail flames. Ready to go. Hello. GN Super Dragoon deploy. GN Super Dragoon deploy. The GN gun cases on both sides separated from the main body, and the shield-type GN Super Dragoon guarded the front of the Hell Angel Eki guard. The gun-type GN Super Dragoon was retracted and inserted into the gap of the shield-type GN Super Dragoon, and the hideous muzzle flashed the dark light of death. A screen was projected in the cockpit of the Hell Angel, and dense red dots were connected by thin lines. Shooting randomly. The Hell Angels kept firing with their dual guns. The gun-type GN Super Dragoons did not stop, as if they were shooting aimlessly and randomly, but every shot and every cannon could accurately hit the target, tearing the gradually closing gap open again. The Hell Angels maintained their terrible firepower while advancing rapidly. The Dawn Gundam and other machines followed closely behind, pouring firepower to resist the ELS that were compressing all around, making them unable to move forward. This won't work, hallelujah. Looking at the ELS approaching from both sides, Aleluja knew that he had to do something, and merged with hallelujah. His eyes became blue and gold, and his expression became firm. Mary. Pyrrhus. It was Hallelujah's voice. Understood. Mary and Pyrrhus also switched. They couldn't do the temporary fusion of the two personalities like Aleluja and Hallelujah, but with the help of Yang Hui, they were able to switch freely. The Demon Angel Gundam opened dozens of missile launch ports all over its body, and micro-missiles were tilted as if they were free, falling around like raindrops. At the same time, the armor on its head shrank downward, and two other pairs of eyes appeared under the unique 2 pairs of eyes, a total of 4 pairs of eyes, and at the same time, the bright blue light turned into scarlet bloodthirsty light. Go. Dozens of GN Super Scissor Dragoons scattered from the gaps in the skirt armor and the thrusters of their legs, turning into phantoms and shuttling back and forth among the ELS group, with cold light flashing in between, and the mist transformed by the ELS became casual. Well done, Aleluja. The sudden outburst of the Demon Angel relieved everyone's pressure, but even so, the speed of advancement was still not optimistic. Another half an hour passed, and there was only a quarter of the distance left. This last quarter was like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. The closer they got, the more ELS blocked them, and the more fierce the attack on them was. The closer they got to the main star, the stronger the strong brain quantum wave interference was, and the more uncomfortable Yang Hui, T-Iria, Setsuna and others were, and the lower their combat effectiveness was. However, Yang Hui had already prepared a trump card to deal with this situation. Rebel. Now. Far behind the Shinrun, the 4 Death Omen cannons began to adjust their positions and angles. After confirming that the opposite direction of the sweep could converge, Rebel gave the order to fire. Boom. 4 thick orange torrents of destruction rushed, splitting the Silver Ocean in 2, and came to the front of the main star, hitting the surface of the main star with a heavy punch. Unlike the gamma ray burst that broke through the world, the energy penetration of the Death Omen cannon was more powerful. Almost in an instant, the power of the 4 energies gathered together and easily penetrated the surface of the main star and penetrated to the back, leaving 2 hideous large holes. Now. Transam. The road was cleared. Yang Hui did not dare to hold back, and immediately activated the Transam system. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and entered the 3 red bursts staked together. Among them, the Flag Gundam and the Angel Gundam, which had the fastest mobility, had already killed their way back from the vast ocean of ELS, and came to the Arc Gundam, the only one that had not activated the Transam system, one on the left and one on the right. Setsuna. X2 understood. The Arc Gundam reached out and grabbed both sides of the Flag Gundam and the Angel Gundam. The nozzles at the tails of the Flag Gundam and the Angel Gundam burst into fierce flames, and GN particles were sprayed wantonly. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out fiercely, leaving a long string of afterimages. Damn it! The gap is starting to close. The violent acceleration made Graham, Aleluja, Soma Pyrrhus and Setsuna very uncomfortable, but what made them even more uncomfortable was that the gap opened by the Death Omen cannon was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. We're going to miss it. Transam. At this moment, Setsuna couldn't help it and activated the Transam system. Based on the current speed, it accelerated again and ran the power of the solar furnace and thrusters to the maximum. At the critical moment, the Gundam narrowly got into the main planet of the ELS through the gap. Well done. Please, Setsuna. Seeing the Gundam successfully enter the main planet of the ELS, Graham, Aleluja, and Soma Pyrrhus all breathed a sigh of relief, but soon they breathed a sigh of relief because their way back was blocked by countless ELS. What should we do now? Graham asked. I don't know if you ask me. Aleluja replied helplessly, and then switched to Hallelujah the next second. Why bother about so much? Just charge and it's done. Haha, that's right, I hope Setsuna can move faster, otherwise we'll really die here. The Flag Gundam and the Angel Gundam looked at each other, separated to the left and the right, and opened fire on all their bodies, trying their best to open the passage back. Even if it was in vain, they could not give up a little hope. Entering the main star of VLS, in order to save enough GN particles to use the quantum burst system, the Gundam had to shut down the Trans-M system, move forward at a normal speed, and explore the interior of the main star. This is the interior of ELS. The surrounding environment was like a dream, and the colors of the rainbow could be seen everywhere, like the meridians of a living thing, with veins everywhere. After passing through layer after layer of veins, Setsuna finally saw the purple-red core in front of him, which existed under the protection of the veins. That's it, the center of ELS. At this time, the small projection of Ilia Hutchenberg appeared on the operating table of the Gundam. Ilia Hutchenberg. According to Veda's calculations, in the quantum shared domain, no one can communicate with the ELS as a single individual, because the other party is a honeycomb network consciousness, one is all, and no one's brain can carry the information of a group. This machine has been connected to Veda, and the redundant huge data stream will be received and recorded by Veda, and you, Setsuna F. Kion, will directly read the core information and convey the will of mankind. Understood. Look, they are here to pick us up. Yes. Before landing on the surface of the center, several mushroom-like platforms rose up on their own, providing a landing platform for the Gundam. Start the quantization system. Since the Gundam entered, there has been no more attacks inside the ELS main star, and now the other party has taken the initiative to welcome them, once again proving that the ELS does not regard them as enemies, so Setsuna has no doubts, nor is he worried about his own safety, and is ready to start a conversation immediately. The power of the ELS is still unknown, just use all your strength. Ilia Hutchenberg reminded. Understood. Setsuna's eyes were filled with colorful streams of light, and a familiar red light swept across his eyes. Quantum burst system, activated. The shield formed by the GN Super Dragoons on his left arm moved from his left shoulder to his back, connecting to the solar furnace behind him. The GN Super Dragoons broke away and formed a circle around the feet of the Gundam. The Gundam began to turn red, and then turned green under the illumination of the GN particles. All the excess armor on its body exploded, revealing its skeleton. The capacitors at its elbows and knees stretched out, firmly controlling the terrifying and majestic GN particles. The solar furnace on its chest stretched out and burst into dazzling brilliance. Betting on the survival of mankind, let's start a conversation. The quantum burst system was driven at full power, and the majestic GN particles were well controlled during the eruption process into colorful strips of light, just like the nerve endings of the brain, like the extension of human will. Facing the overwhelming torrent of information, Setsuna endured the pain and tried to move forward, wanting to see what kind of true face was hidden behind the huge and chaotic information flow. Chapter 684 Let's Play. Boom. Ugh. The violent tremor almost made Rebel fall down. He quickly held on to the command platform and stabilized his body. Report the situation. The Legion fleet lost 38%, the Federation fleet lost 55%. The absolute defense line was breached in many places, and a MIS team has gone to pursue. The number 1 death cannon was corroded and is executing the disintegration procedure. The surface of this ship has been corroded by 21%. What about Yang Hui and the others? Rebel asked anxiously. No tactics were needed now. The defense line had been completely breached. The entire battlefield was in chaos, with enemies and us intertwined. Even the Tengen in the rear was corroded by ELS. One of the death cannons was lost, and the 2 Genesis had activated the self-destruction procedure 10 minutes ago, taking away countless ELS. But it was still not enough. According to Veda's records, the number of ELS destroyed was already an astronomical number, But was the number they destroyed 1/10 of the number that remained? I don't know, and Rebel doesn't want to know. He just wants to know what's going on with Yang Hui now? Has Setsuna entered? Have they started talking? What was the result of the conversation? Question mark. The general replied that Ook has entered the main planet of ELS and asked us to hold on. No need for him to say such nonsense. The rearguard fleet will protect the celestial being. The frontline fleet will retreat 1,000 kilometers and strictly guard the defense line, and the MIS troops will pursue the ELS that broke through the final defense line. Not a single one will be allowed to land on the Earth. Everyone, our victory is coming soon, we must hold on. What is that? The enthusiasm turned into astonishment. The phenomenon in front of them was not something they could understand at this time. The ELS, which was still advancing bravely just now, suddenly turned around and returned to the direction of the main planet and the two satellites. The two satellites that were already facing the fleet at close range turned into two huge and white Aurelia flowers, which are the national flowers of Azeddistan and symbolize peace and mutual understanding. The main star had turned into a towering tree, as if it supported the entire universe. Its vibrant branches and leaves shone with metallic brilliance, and its roots were connected to the two giant Aurelia flowers. There was also a steady stream of VLS gathering towards them and merging into their bodies. This is, ha. Rebel laughed and slumped back into the commander-in-chief's chair, relaxing and losing the strength to stand. Success, they succeeded, notify the entire fleet, we won. Oh. The people who were still alive, looking at the giant tree and Aurelia flowers in front of them, were all glad that they survived. At the same time, they also felt the kindness and warmth from the two flowers and a tree. Some of the people who were still floating in the universe but still alive were found one by the ELS, and were not eroded, but sent back to the nearest warship. At this moment, everyone knew that it was so difficult, but also so simple, for two different ethnic groups and two different civilizations to understand each other at this moment. It's really, life is hanging by a thread. At this time, the Dawn Gundam was already in tatters, with its right hand and left leg missing, and its wings turned into sieves. Like him, there were Graham, Neil, Lyle, Aleloja, Tieria, Kira, Atherin, Cruz. All the machines had lost their ability to fight. VPS armor, GN field, and anti-beam nano armor almost gave the machine invincible defense, but these defense methods were all limited. They could withstand 10 attacks, but what about 100 times? 1,000 times? Not to mention that ELS also had the ability to corrode. The 2-hour battle was definitely the shortest among all the large-scale battles they had experienced, but it was also the most dangerous battle. There was no need to worry about stray bullets, because there were stray bullets everywhere, and there was no need to look for enemies, because they were surrounded by enemies. A random shot could kill several enemies. They have been maintaining a high-intensity state of concentration. Their brains are always warning them that they may die in the next second. In addition, there is interference from brain quantum waves, which makes Yang Hui and other brain quantum wave owners miserable. Even people with high spiritual attributes such as Kira and Aslan are very uncomfortable. In this case, fatigue will only increase exponentially. They are not Iron Men. Even if they are Iron Men, they will be dissolved. Looking at this scene in front of them, they should have a will as strong as steel after hundreds of battles, but they also have an impulse to cry after surviving a disaster. At this time, they can see with their naked eyes that the trunk of the giant tree has opened a hole, and the Gundam flew out of it and nodded to everyone. The GN super floating sword formed a circle in front of the Gundam. The Gundam passed through the green light curtain, and the GN super floating sword followed closely and disappeared in front of everyone. This is it. Everyone had a guess in their mind, but, when this moment really happened, their hearts could only be described as shocking. Quantum jump. The success of the jump technology, a technology necessary for deep space exploration in the true sense, means that mankind has truly entered the cosmic age and is qualified to leave the solar system and explore the boundless universe. Ha, old man, our plan was perfectly successful. Ha. Even Yang Hui couldn't help but laugh excitedly at this moment. The quantum jump system, a new technology conceived by using the characteristics of GN particles and transformers and the quantization system, is a cross-era technology. They didn't think it would succeed at first, but it succeeded. Regardless of whether the Gundam is an isolated case, it was the first to succeed and completed the process from 0 to 1, so Is the subsequent research and development still far away? Is popularization still far away? Maybe, but it is definitely not a road without a goal in sight. Even if scientists can't figure it out, don't they still have the Promise Fortress? Well, Celestial Plan was a complete success. No, it was overfulfilled. Aelia Hutchenberg appeared in the corner of the helmet of the driving suit. He was also very excited at this time. The final result of his Celestial Plan was just to successfully end the dialogue with extraterrestrial civilizations and achieve mutual understanding. The success of the quantum jump system was an additional project. It was the common conjecture of Yang Hui, Professor Effman, Wang Lao and other elite scientists of Celestial, and they never thought it would succeed at the beginning. And the success also means that mankind can enter the age of exploration 2 centuries in advance. But we have to go back first. Walking out of the cockpit and seeing the wreckage around, Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Including the Dawn Gundam, all the Pioneer machines were broken, and even several of them could not be repaired. They were all like this. It is not known how much the fleet and defense line will lose. This time it is really a heavy loss. First of all, the Promise Corps is a fleet built with all the hard-earned resources. The loss of a MiS or a battleship is huge for the Promise Corps. Secondly, the loss of personnel. In this war, countless people died. Not to mention the Federation fleet, each member of the Promise Corps is an elite from each world. Elites are not cabbages on the street. If one dies, one less. Especially for ace pilots, losing one is painful enough. Finally, there are solar furnaces. There are a total of 25 original solar furnaces. So far, only 4 are known to have been lost. The Angel of Destruction and the Angel of Hell each lost one, the 2 Angels of Healing were completely destroyed, the Flag Gundam also lost one, and the solar furnace of the Providence Gundam was also destroyed. This is just the present. I don't know if the fleet behind has it. You know, the cost of each solar furnace is super expensive. If one is lost, I don't know how long it will take to save enough resources for the next one. However, there is no harvest, and it is quite huge. Not to mention the huge reward that will be obtained for completing the core mission. Reaching a mutual understanding with ELS means that they can get help from ELS. The characteristics of ELS can erode, learn, and mimic all metal creations. For example, the damaged ace machine on the scene does not need to be repaired or returned to the Promise Fortress for reconstruction. It can be restored by asking ELS for help. There are also losses of personnel. The erosion of ELS does not mean that people die, but the consciousness of the eroded people joins the consciousness network of the entire ELS group. In a sense, they have also achieved immortality. They only need ELS to make a body for them to be resurrected. Of course, because the people who were shot after the ELS mimic MiS and battleships are definitely dead, there is no way to resurrect. There is also a most important gain, that is Jupiter. Without the threat of ELS, Jupiter is completely safe, so there is a safe environment for manufacturing solar furnaces. In this way, the solar furnace will no longer consume the resources of Promise Fortress to manufacture. Therefore, not counting the gains from the Legion mission, comparing the losses with the gains are actually greater. By the way, did Setsuna go to the home planet of ELS? Yang Hui asked Aelia Hutchenberg. Well, it's consistent with the information you provided. The ELS's home planet is dying. These ELS in front of us are just one of the exploration fleets exploring a new home. In order to reach a complete understanding with the ELS, we must go to their home planet. Really? It's really hard work. This is his mission and the future he dreams of. Yes, but I don't know whether I will be a carbon-based creature or a silicon-based creature when I come back. Now that you say that, I'm also looking forward to it. Okay, these are all later. We have to find a way to go back first. Yang Hui smiled helplessly. Their position is far away from the defense line. All the bodies have lost their ability to move. They can only wait for the rescue of the fleet in the rear, but it's still a mess over there, and they are mixed in a lot of wreckage. The body can't even send out a distress signal. If it weren't for Mephis not announcing his death and executing the hidden emergency order set at the beginning, they would have thought Yang Hui had died. At this time, several small ELS came to Yang Hui and stopped, and the others did the same. Hello. Yang Hui's mind suddenly rang with a pleasant voice like a child. You are talking to me. Yang Hui looked at the ELS in front of him in surprise. Yes, I am talking. Your kind has communicated with us, So we have learned your language. However, the human body is so complicated that we cannot completely mimic it, so we can only communicate with you through brain quantum waves? Is that what it is called? P.S. Dija, here refers to the body that is exactly the same as that of humans, including internal organs, nervous system, etc. The mimic Levons in the animation only has an appearance, and the inside is all metal, without a throat or anything, and it really can't speak. Right, okay, what do you want to talk to me about? To say hello. Huh? Yang Hui was completely embarrassed. And then sends you back, seeing that you can't go back. Thank you. Yang Hui's mouth twitched, feeling, this ELS is quite natural, and looks silly. Is it natural? Wait, we were fighting each other just now, and now you are so kind to us, is it really okay? Yang Hui asked. Fight? What is a fight? The cone-shaped ELS in front of him turned slightly, and Yang Hui imagined the scene of a tilted head. It was quite cute. So what were you doing just now? Of course, he didn't forget the business. Just now? We were playing. Puff. As expected. Chapter 685, 50 Years in a Hurry. Yang Hui and his companions returned safely to the Promise Core under the escort of VLS. Along the way, looking at the wreckage scattered everywhere, everyone's mood was not completely good. No, why are there only our wreckage? What about ELS's? Of course they went back. Going back. Hearing ELS's answer, Yang Hui was stunned, but soon figured out the meaning of this sentence. For ELS, the body is not necessary. After the body is destroyed, the consciousness will return to the tribe, and then create a new body to live. As for the wreckage left behind, as long as the consciousness is still there, it can continue to change, and then return to the tribe by itself. It's really convenient. Yang Hui's mouth twitched. This is really immortality. As long as you don't encounter an enemy that can erode consciousness, you are an invincible race. However, the universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Who knows if there are any tribes or weapons that can harm consciousness? As far as he knows, Festum is a race that can assimilate and devour consciousness. Do you need help? You can help me too. Thank you. Yang Hui understood that the consciousness of ELS was to let him be eroded together and let consciousness enter the ELS tribe, but Yang Hui did not want to become a silicon-based creature. He did not know how much fun he would lose in life after becoming a silicon-based creature. Oh, well, humans are really a complex tribe. Yang Hui was silent, which was considered as tacit agreement. Among all the races he knew, humans were indeed the most complex race. Of course, it could also be that he was short-sighted. Who knows? Yang Hui and others returned directly to the Shinran. When Wang, Katie, Mary, and Bakalulu saw Yang Hui, Yulin, and Zima returned safely, they couldn't help crying and rushed over to hug them tightly. When they saw the Dawn Gundam and other machines lose their signals, they almost collapsed. Yang Hui was the leader of Promise Fortress, the pillar of everyone, and their lover. They could give everything for him. They really couldn't imagine how their future would go without Yang Hui. There are also Yulin and Sima, both of whom are their good sisters. Without any one of them, their hearts will be missing a piece, a permanent void that no one can fill. The battle is over, and the next job is to clean up the battlefield and report. The details of the battle and the current status of VLS will be sent to the new government. In this battle, the new government lost more than half of the large fleet that it had prepared with all its strength, which is even worse than when the new government was established. 2 Genesis ships that cost a huge amount of money to build were also destroyed, which is absolutely a serious injury. Therefore, the new government naturally also requires some compensation. The 2 most important points are the ELS's communication rights and the quantum jump system. These 2 items are too important. The former determines the relationship between the new government and ELS, and the latter determines the future of mankind. The new government's requirements are also very tricky, especially the requirements for the quantum leap system. The quantum leap system has the following known necessary conditions: high-powered transformers, quantization system, solar furnace, twin driver system. These things are celestial being. No, it should be said that they are one of the things that Promise Fortress has kept at the bottom of the box. It is definitely impossible to hand them all over to the new government. Because of the particularity of this world, even if the world is to be connected, Yang Hui does not intend to let the new government know about the existence of Promise Fortress. The Promise Core will take celestial being away from this world together, and continue to hide as celestial being, as a general existence of the world's restraining force and balancing force. Of course, it is impossible not to give the new government anything. Vader will make a submachine and hand it over to the federal government. The database is completely blank, and the computing power is slightly worse than Vader. At the same time, the manufacturing technology of the solar furnace will also be handed over to the new government. Even in the Gundam world, there is no environment for mass production. In the original plot, the new government accepted all of celestial being and reached a mutual understanding with ELS. The peaceful coexistence of the two races lasted at least 50 years. But in 50 years, even with the help of ELS, the new government has not built many original solar furnaces. They are only enough for the new deep space navigation aircraft carrier, Emperor, and the precursor above. There are not many, at least not mass-produced. So if the solar furnace is handed over to the new government, Yang Hui can also solve part of the problem of low production capacity of the solar furnace. Huchenberg originally planned to hand over everything of celestial to the new government, but now that he knows the existence of Promise Fortress and knows more possibilities in the future, Huchenberg is not so sincere to the humans of this world. So, are they really here to play? Char asked Yang Hui with a distorted expression. Ahem. The meeting was attended by all the senior officers of the Promise Corps and the representatives of the Earth Federation Army, Katie and Sergei. In this battle, Sergei, Heli and Andre all participated. The old bear couple relied on their excellent driving skills and the special high-performance machine prepared by Yang Hui for them to protect themselves in the ELS frenzy. The little bear was directly sent to the reserve force of the rear guard. The battle with the ELS was the latest and the time was the shortest, so he survived by chance. Everyone heard Yang Hui's previous conjecture, and everyone was choked. They fought for the survival of mankind and risked everything. The other side was really just playing. ? This made it difficult for them to accept. But, unfortunately, they had to accept it. After all, if the ELS was not playing, mankind would have been gone. Okay, the battle is over. Clean up the battlefield and compile a list of casualties. Let the new government handle the Federation Army. We've completed the count, but for now, we've classified them all as missing. After all, we don't know how many people are really dead, and how many people's consciousness has been swallowed by the ELS. Well, we'll have to wait until Setsuna returns from the ELS's home planet to find out, right? Mevis. Yes, Commander, Mevis' voice rang in everyone's mind. Except for Katie, Sergei, Neil, Aleluja, and others who had not yet joined the Promise Fortress, everyone else could hear it. The completion of this Legion's mission requires reaching a mutual understanding with the ELS while ensuring the continuation of human civilization. The ELS refers to the entire race, not the current branch. Well, it looks like I have to stay in this world for 50 years. Yang Hui sighed. These 50 years are not so easy to spend. After the battle with ELS, the Promise Corps has been completely exposed to the eyes of the new government, including many Corps members. With the threat of the fleet, they will not go too far, but there will definitely be a lot of trouble, such as winning over. In their eyes, Shinrun is an organization composed of the world's top business people. Every member in it is worth winning over, such as working hard for the future of mankind. The local members are okay, but the members of the Promise Corps will definitely not accept it. They are not from this world. Their own world has not yet developed. Why should they work for you? If they fail to win over, there will definitely be a lot of surveillance. Although the other party dare not make excessive moves, no one likes to be stared at by countless eyes all the time, right? 50 years, is that a vacation? A vacation with endless troubles, yes. Well, let's make do with it. It can only be done this way. The fleet will all withdraw to Shiangguang City. I have reached an agreement with ELS. Shiangguang City will move to the ELS giant tree and hide, and the fleet will do the same. As for the personnel, they will take shifts. No problem. The general tone of the future has been decided. Everyone dispersed and went about their own business. It would take some time to clean up such a large battlefield. In addition, Shinrun did not disband after completing the final mission, but waited for the moment when the mission was completed. Everyone packed up and entered the Promise Fortress. After all, the members of Shinrun are definitely the elite of the world's talents, and they are all people with firm beliefs. So they naturally meet the qualifications of the Promise Fortress. Mephis, can ELS join the Promise Fortress as a member? Yes, after the Legion mission is completed, the Promise Fortress will release higher permissions, one of which is that other species civilizations join the fortress. The civilization of which species? Commander, the fortress's path forward has never been lonely, nor has it ever been a special right for humans. Mutual understanding, mutual cooperation, and working together have always been the only theme of the fortress. Telling me in advance about the authority I will be given, isn't that against the rules? Mavis was silent, but Yang Hui clearly saw a bigger fluctuation on Mavis's face that looked like 10,000 years of ice, and the corners of his mouth and eyes twitched slightly. Ahem, then, what other authority can I get? Insufficient authority. Adhoha. Yang Hui laughed and stopped asking questions. He heard dissatisfaction in Mavis' tone. As the chief steward of the Promise Fortress, it's better not to provoke him. 50 years have passed in a hurry. The new government is just as Yang Hui expected. It just wooed and monitored them, and did not take any excessive measures against them. Yang Hui did not completely help the new government. At least in the field of scientific research, he still helped, especially the manufacture of the solar furnace and the development of the deep space navigation carrier, Wang, and Harold. Well, the appearance can be said to be exactly the same as the original plot, but Yang Hui participated in it, so it is naturally impossible that the mothership and Ms are not armed like in the original plot, and they are just going on a trip. There must be weapons, and they are as crazy as they can be. The full length of Wang reaches 5 kilometers, and there are no less than 100 GN beam cannons all over the body. Porcupine array, missile launchers and other weapons are countless. Even the small Genesis and small Death Omen cannons are installed one each, and there are 4, Lahungren. Harold is generally a working body without any weapons, but when it encounters an environment that requires combat, the universal interface on the back will tell you how many tricks its backpack can play. Even if it's a friendly exchange, how can we show the status of humans without sufficient military force? What if we encounter space pirates? These two reasons made the moderates who advocated not to equip any weapons speechless. And today is the day when Emperor is going to set sail. In order to cope with a long-term space voyage, most of the members are transformers or half-metal people who have been fused with ELS. And today, a day of great significance to the humans in the Gundam world, an unexpected guest was welcomed by the flower field in a mountain village. The long-lost Gundam landed lightly in the flower field with a brand new posture. The cockpit door opened and a handsome silver-gray young man walked out. Chapter 686: The Painful Price of Choosing Love Over Friendship. In the small wooden house among the flowers, the melodious sound of the piano floated and echoed, riding on the breeze, carrying the fragrance of flowers, and going far away. Creaky, the wooden door was pushed open, the sound of the piano stopped abruptly, and the old woman stood up with a hunched body, her eyes slightly squinted, and she could no longer find the focus. "Excuse me, who is this?" the old woman asked. Because of her old age, it was very difficult for her to get up and take 2 steps. "I'm very sorry, my eyes are not very good." But the next second, the old woman stopped asking, and heard the familiar voice that she hadn't heard for decades, and her whole body trembled. This was the voice she had been thinking about day and night, and it was also the person she thought she would never see again. Marina Ismail. This voice, could it be Shana? It's been so long. Because we always miss each other. But what we pursued was the same. You were right. The two people slowly approached each other, and Shana gently took Marina Ismail's hand, and the silver metal covered her hand little by little, spreading upwards little by little. Marina Ismail felt something strange in her hand, but she didn't panic or struggle, because the person in front of her was Setsuna. "You didn't do anything wrong either." She wiped the tears from her eyes with her empty hand, and held both hands in Setsuna's hands, allowing the silver metal to spread faster, and soon, it covered her whole body. Finally, we can understand each other. X2. As the words fell, Setsuna walked forward and hugged Marina Ismail, who was completely wrapped in ELS. Tiny cracks spread like a spider web, more and more, and denser. Then, the metal surface broke, and Marina Ismail appeared intact, regaining her youthful appearance. This man and woman, who were heading towards the same goal but chose completely different paths, kept missing each other, and finally hugged each other tightly at the end. Not far from Marina Ismail's retreat, Yang Hui, who looked equally old but still stood tall, looked up into the distance, in the direction of Setsuna and Marina Ismail. This guy values women over friendship. Yang Hui laughed. What did you say? What do you mean by valuing women over friendship? Wang asked beside Yang Hui. Setsuna is back. He's back. The Legion's mission is over, protecting the survival of human civilization, reaching mutual understanding with ELS, and obtaining rewards. 20 construction opportunities, 40 reinforcement opportunities, 20 material gift packs, extra large. Calculation of world deviation: the Smirnov family survives 3%, Ani Redner survives 2%, A-Laws is eliminated in advance and the puppet government's rule is overthrown 18%, Levon's Almark's conspiracy is ended in advance and the artificial transformer group is eliminated 38%, and the ELS decisive battle is advanced 18%. The total world deviation is 128%, which is added to the sum of the world deviation calculations in the previous stage. The calculation is completed, the Gundam world has obtained a total of 189%, and the qualification for world connection is obtained, and the qualification for portal establishment is obtained. Originally, the Emperor wanted to ask if Setsuna was really back, but before he asked, Mephis's voice rang in the minds of all members of the Promised Legion, confirming this point. Setsuna is back, and their mission is finally completed. The brain quantum wave and what it told me. Yang Hui pointed to his head and the necklace on his neck. The concentration of GN particles on Earth is very high now, and the activity of brain quantum waves is very high. There are often quasi-transformers who cannot control their brain quantum waves, or purebred transformers who have just awakened who suddenly open a chat room. As the strongest brain quantum wave owner known so far, Yang Hui can immediately detect a strong brain quantum wave that suddenly appears not far away, and it is so familiar. It must be Setsuna. In addition, Yang Hui, who never wears jewelry, has a necklace on his neck. This necklace will not be taken off even when taking a bath or sleeping. That is the mimicry of ELS. Setsuna went to the home planet of ELS as a pioneer of change, but in the process of mutual communication, ELS also knew the existence of Promise Fortress and knew that Yang Hui was the owner of this fortress. Therefore, at Setsuna's request, ELS is willing to enter Promise Fortress and become one of them. Although the human they trust the most is Setsuna, they also need to connect with Yang Hui, so this ultra-small ELS is the bond between Yang Hui and the entire ELS tribe, and they can keep in touch with each other at any time. The moment Setsuna returned, the ELS necklace on his neck had already informed him of the news. Great, it's finally over. Wang said happily. Why? Don't you like this peaceful life? Yang Hui asked in surprise. The original intention of Wang and Yang Hui to join the Shinrun organization was for this hard-won peace. Logically, Wang should feel regretful that his peaceful life ended and he had to return to the tense and dangerous mission. I like it, but we have to go back eventually. Wang had a serious smile on his face. From the moment we made the choice, we were destined to not be able to enjoy a peaceful life. When we made the choice, we were ready to complete this heavy responsibility and mission. We have gained unlimited life, a wonderful journey, and powerful strength, and we have to bear the price of all this. Yet, Yang Hui smiled knowingly. Everyone has grown up, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of mental maturity and firmness. Gather everyone and return to the World Tree. We have played for so long, and it is time for us to go back. Understood. A message was sent from Wang's pad. People scattered around the world ended their leisurely vacations, said goodbye to their new friends, and embarked on the journey back home. Setsuna, you actually know how to come back. Back at the World Tree, the Delandi brothers held Setsuna on the left and right, looking at him with a playful look on their faces. Sorry, their home planet is too far away, so it took so long. I don't know if Setsuna is too straightforward or his reaction has become slow after becoming a silicon-based creature. He was not alert to the obscene smiles of the Delandi brothers and actually thought they really cared about him. But, soon, Setsuna found that there were more and more people around him, and the malice was getting stronger and stronger. He felt something was wrong. What are you going to do? Because of the fusion with ELS, although Setsuna was afraid, his expression was still calm, just like a trembling and retreating, a 3-no boy. You've made us wait for so long, of course we can't let you go just like that. The most hateful thing is, we have been worried about you for 50 years, and you came back without even saying hello to us and went off to find your girlfriend. You value women over friendship, and I will never tolerate that. Wait, Marina Ismaili should be over 70 years old this year, right? Is she a girlfriend? Setsuna is more than 150 years old? An old cow eating young grass, what else could it be but a girlfriend? That's right. Don't go off topic. Brothers, impose sanctions on Setsuna. Don't keep it to yourself. On the other side, a group of women started chatting with Marina Ismaili. Girls are the epitome of gossip, and they were really curious about how Marina Ismaili managed to win over Setsuna. In Promise Fortress, Setsuna is a veteran member and one of the strongest men at the top of the pyramid. He is handsome, and his expressionless distance adds a bit of coolness to his temperament, so Setsuna has many suitors in Promise Fortress. Some people even launched a fierce attack, and they were just short of drugging Setsuna and cooking the rice, but Setsuna has never accepted anyone until now. In an environment like a bestie interrogation, Marina Ismail told them all her experiences with Setsuna from the time she met to the end, which made them exclaim that it was incredible. Two completely different people, who started from completely opposite paths, were able to come together at the end, which was even more novel than a novel. By the way, Marina, is there anything wrong with your body now? Wang and others also knew that Marina Ismail had been assimilated by Setsuna, so they asked with concern. In the past 50 years, all those who were assimilated by ELS have come back to life, but there are still many mysteries of ELS that have not been solved and are still being studied. Some people in the Promise Corps are metal people, and some even actively assimilated with ELS. Although these people are the elites of each world, who doesn't want to become stronger? The gap in talent cannot be filled by hard work. They know that they are excellent talents, but compared with geniuses and children of the world, they are still far behind. If they want to become stronger, catch up with them or even surpass them, they must use special methods. In fact, not only members of the Promise Corps, but also many people on Earth have chosen to assimilate with ELS. First of all, there is a benefit that many people cannot refuse: longevity. Then, ordinary people can have powerful brain quantum waves. Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins of human beings. Ordinary people seem to be content with what they have, but they have to give up in the real environment. But if there is a chance, who would be willing to be a salted fish? Not yet, not yet. Marina Ismail said shyly. She grew up in the palace and had few friends. Apart from Setsuna, the only person she could call a friend was Celine Baftire, her former staff and supervisor. Suddenly, there were so many people communicating with her like friends, and she was really not used to it for a while. Well, I'll take you to see Dr. Marino later for a full body check. Okay, Setsuna. The emperor was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked, with a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, everyone is just playing, nothing will happen. Really? Yes. You said. Setsuna is a silicon-based creature now? Does he still have that thing? Well, we need to check it out. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Don't struggle. It's hard to take it off. Don't worry, just take a look, it will be quick. Woo woo woo. Chapter 687: New Permissions and New Functions. After returning to Promise Fortress, all the people who returned had a complex emotion of being thankful but also regretful. They were thankful that they could come back again and survive this difficult mission, but they regretted that the peaceful days were gone again. As a member of Promise Fortress, they might not necessarily go to the mission world to perform missions, but as long as they encountered a Legion mission, they would definitely participate, and in the future, they might not go to the mission world alone to perform missions. The newcomers to the Gundam world looked around curiously, and saw that the entire Promise Fortress was just a small continent floating in the void. Seeing the void chaos outside the edge of the continent, they all exclaimed. Some were afraid, and some were excited. This is the Promise Fortress. This is the interlayer of space. Too incredible. It turns out that there really is an interlayer between space and space. Space, world, countless worlds. This is an infinite treasure house. Teacher, can you calm down a little? Yang Hui and Billy Katajiri held their foreheads and had a headache. Even Ayala Hutchenberg, an old man with an unchanged expression for thousands of years, showed a fanatical color, which was scary, not to mention Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang. Humph. Katajiri, Yang Hui, you still have a lot to learn. That's right, you are simply not qualified scientists. Let's not talk about the science and technology of other worlds. As long as we can study this special interlayer of space thoroughly, we can make a big step forward in the ethereal subject of space. Sure enough, Yang Hui and Billy Katagiri's persuasion was criticized by the three scientists. They looked so disappointed that they wanted to expel the two people who persuaded them directly from the school. Alice. X2 Yang Hui and Billy Katagiri sighed at the same time and took a few steps back to keep their distance from them. Billy, you've worked hard. Yang Hui comforted him solemnly. I wouldn't have come if I had known. Billy Katagiri wanted to cry but had no tears. Looking at the current state of these three people, Billy Katagiri could already foresee the dire situation in the future. Although Yang Hui was also a student of Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang, and was more outstanding than him, Yang Hui was not only a scientist, but also a commander and a MIS pilot. He also needed to go to the mission world to perform missions. Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang knew the limits of this and would not keep Yang Hui in the laboratory to assist them, but Billy Katagiri, that was hard to say. By the way, what's the matter with that person? Yang Hui leaned close to Billy Katagiri's ear and glanced at the red-haired woman who was jumping like a little girl. She looked almost exactly like Nina Trinity, who was killed by Yang Hui. Mina Kalane, the gene provider of Nina Trinity, is a rising star in the scientific community. Her reputation as a genius is no less than that of Yang Hui in those days. She mainly studies cosmology and other fields. What's going on? Billy Katagiri blushed and asked Yang Hui awkwardly. I heard that you were pursued. What do you want to say? Billy Katagiri asked Yang Hui in shame and anger. Nothing. Yang Hui patted Billy Katagiri on the shoulder and said to him meaningfully, you who are being pursued will never be better than me in your life. Get lost. Billy Katagiri slapped Yang Hui's hand and left angrily. He felt that even if he was locked up in the laboratory by the professors, it would be much better than standing next to Yang Hui. Yang Hui smiled, then explained to everyone, asked them to return to their respective posts, and then brought the members of the decision-making level to the central conference room to make a comprehensive summary of this battle, and count the gains of this advanced assessment, and awaken the next course of action. These three, Katie Manikin, Sergei Smirnov, and Iali Hutchenberg, I'm sure everyone present here already knows them. As representatives of the Gundam world, the three will join the decision-making layer and vote. This is also a new system formulated by the decision-making layer. Every new world is connected to the Promise Fortress. Generally, there will be new people joining the decision-making layer. This is also mentioned before. Special talents are treated specially. After all, they have the ability. If you let others climb up from the bottom, it will waste time and opportunities, and it will also easily cause dissatisfaction and create gaps. Therefore, in terms of the rules of special treatment, three plans have been formulated. First, for MIS pilots, adopt a newcomer challenge system, starting from the grassroots backbone and going up all the way. How capable you are, you will climb to a higher position. After all, MIS pilots have always respected strength. Of course, this is also personal strength. If you want to lead a team, you also need to consider team command, team tactics and other factors too. For commanders, they will also face challenges in simulated battlefields, but commanders will be judged not only by their command ability, but also by their command style, coordination ability, etc. They will be evaluated from many aspects to determine the status of the newcomers. 3. The decision-making level is the most important department of Promise Fortress. Generally, each world will have at least one representative joining the decision-making level. After all, the way forward for Promise Fortress can both feed back the development of the connected world and require the support of these worlds. However, there will be special cases, such as the Iron-Blooded Orphans world. Neither Tabans nor Tekkadan are qualified to join the decision-making level, and the current state of the government of the Iron-Blooded Orphans world is promising in the future. So, who is qualified to join the decision-making level? How can we get everyone's approval? The simplest way is to vote. The general process is that the members who go to the mission world will make a detailed report to let everyone know what kind of person this candidate representative is, and then all members will vote. It is not the majority that obeys the minority, but more than 80% of them agree to pass. As the General of the Promise Corps, Yang Hui has a veto power, and more than 80% of the decision-making members think that Yang Hui's proposal is unreasonable, and they can also veto and impeach. However, Katie, Sergei and Ilya Hutchenberg can skip the reporting process. Everyone present has participated in the advanced assessment, fought side by side with them, and knows them. As expected, all members agreed. Katie and Sergei, one is Yang Hui's woman, and the other is Yang Hui's elder brother. From what they know, these two are very good soldiers and excellent commanders. Sergei is also an ace pilot, so there is no doubt. And Ilya Hutchenberg. To be honest, there are still concerns. After all, the black hand that can hide behind the scenes and plan the human race for more than 200 years is fearful and vigilant. However, Ilya Hutchenberg's scientific research ability is indeed terrifying. He is involved in various fields. He is an absolute all-rounder and has amazing leadership, which perfectly fits the position of the head of the scientific research department. Since he is a scientific researcher, he will not participate in any world missions, and he will not pose such a big threat to Promise Fortress. After all, in Promise Fortress, any small actions cannot be hidden from the butler Memphis. Okay, unanimous approval. After a brief welcome, Katie and the other two sat down in the area belonging to the Gundam world, and Yang Hui continued the meeting process. First of all, the rewards for the mission, to be honest, too generous, so generous that they don't know how to use them. Not to mention the number of skill collection and enhancement, everyone present is a top person in their field of expertise. The next step is the transformation of life from B level to A level, and the number of enhancements has no effect. And the extracted skills are not very useful to them. They are now on their own path, and fancy skills have no meaning. Therefore, unless you encounter a skill that is particularly suitable for you, you will not want it. In the current situation, the opportunity to extract and strengthen skills is generally reserved for newcomers, so that the lagging newcomers can quickly catch up with the core team. The construction opportunities for this mission have reached as many as 20 times, and the number of strengthening times has reached 40 times. There are also a large number of material rewards. How to use these rewards is enough for everyone to discuss for a while. Then, the most important thing, and the one that everyone cares about the most, is the authority of Promise Fortress. Congratulations to the commander and everyone, you have successfully passed the advanced assessment and Promise Fortress has been fully upgraded. In order to let everyone know, Mephis's Phantom appeared in the center of the conference room and announced the changes of Promise Fortress to everyone. All primary permissions are open. The commander has the authority to know the 15 pre-selected targets of the next mandatory mission 3 days in advance, and has the right to choose one of the worlds to upgrade to the Legion battle mode. The central database data unlocks the primary area. The special area for foreign races is opened, and the main control interface of Promise Fortress unlocks the other race page and adds new construction options. The level cap of each building area of the fortress is lifted and raised to LV-10. The workbench in the central hall is opened, and the mercenary task system is opened. Open the battle experience points system, open the exchange system. Listening to the series of new permissions and functions reported by Mephis, everyone was delighted. The first one was that they could know the mission worlds that could be selected in advance. With Yang Hui, the prophet, they could make more adequate preparations and gain more. The second one was that they had experienced the Legion battle mode this time, and everyone knew that they could not experience it again in a short period of time. After all, they felt the powerlessness in the face of the racial war, and they were not qualified to intervene in a war of this scale. However, it was not possible now, but it could be possible in the future. With the right to transform autonomously, they could carry out the Legion battle mode more safely and securely. This mission made them rich once. Not to mention the database, data and intelligence are always the most important and highest priority existence in a war. Not to mention the foreign races, it must be the ELS, and now that the ELS has started, there will definitely be more allies of other races in the future. This is great good news. As for the specifics, we will talk about it later. But the new functions that were opened next made them stunned, so much so that they didn't listen much to the rest. Mephis, please explain the mercenary mission system, battle experience points system, and exchange system in detail. Chapter 688, Mercenary Missions and Battle Points. The mercenary mission system is a brand new mission mode. Different from the mandatory missions every month, you need to go to a brand new mission world to perform phased missions. The mercenary missions will be randomly generated every day. The mission location may be the space mezzanine outside the Promise Fortress, or it may be a connected world. It is rich in content, but relatively simple, and will also provide corresponding rewards, mainly battle experience points. The mercenary mission system is mainly for members who fail to participate in the mandatory world missions, so that they don't have to always wait for the opportunity to go to the mission world to improve themselves. Battle experience points are an important currency for the Promise Fortress. Before the central hall breaks through LV-5, it is the Nova stage. In order to provide a better rest environment, the accommodation, food, entertainment, etc. of the fortress are all free. After breaking through LV-5, it is the primary stage, and the currency system is opened. Daily consumption such as food and entertainment requires consumption currency. At the same time, battle experience points can also be used for the redemption system. The redemption system will be set up by members above the general level, such as accessories, skills, bodies, warships, etc., so that ordinary members can use battle experience points for redemption. Randomly generated missions? And there are also missions to be performed in the space layer outside the fortress? How is this possible? Yang Hui asked immediately. They had tested outside the Promise Fortress. In addition to the huge simulated training grounds generated by the port and the military zone, the void outside the space layer can crush anything that exists. Yang Hui and his team had tested it before. A drone wrapped in a GN field was equipped with the latest technology. Apart from anything else, its defense was absolutely amazing, but it turned into powder as soon as it left the edge of the Promise Fortress. In this case, how can we perform missions in the space layer? After accepting the mission, starting from the port, protective measures will be automatically generated to resist the erosion of the void. At this stage, there are only patrol missions and exploration and recovery missions around the fortress. The main goal of the exploration and recovery mission is to enter the void under special circumstances and scatter various debris, which has a promoting effect on the growth of the Promise Fortress. The technology in it can be analyzed or converted into different quantities of supplies. Protection measures in the void, can the Institute study it? Yang Hui asked. Although it is called a space interlayer, it sounds like it is just an interlayer, but in theory it is infinite. It is impossible for only Promise Fortress to exist in the interlayer. Yang Hui has reason to believe that a high-dimensional civilization that can shuttle between spaces must exist, so Promise Fortress is not alone. Guests may arrive at any time. There must be all kinds of debris floating in the interlayer. Regardless of success or failure, the technology that can enter the space interlayer has research value. Therefore, Yang Hui is not only considering the convenience provided by the higher task system, but also trying to get this kind of protection measures, so that people can be organized to explore the void without the higher task system. Yes, but not now. Authorization. Yes, understood. Except for Katie, Sergei and Iolu Hutchenberg who just arrived, everyone else also understood the meaning of this sentence. This is just like after completing the advanced assessment, the difficulty of the task will increase, and the enemy may also appear in the Legion task, but there will never be a large-scale enemy force. In other words, this is to let them adapt to the enemies of Promise Fortress step by step. The mercenary task system, patrolling the space mezzanine and exploring and recovering, is also to let them contact the space mezzanine little by little to prevent them from taking too big a step and causing trouble. What about the connected worlds? Now that all the worlds are in a peaceful state, what tasks do they need to perform? Yang Hui asked. Entering the primary level, the complete protection of Promise Fortress begins to weaken. That is, there is a very small probability that Promise Fortress and the connected world will encounter intrusion, but the protection measures still exist. Even if there are intruders, there will be no large-scale legions or completely insurmountable enemies. Moreover, the intruders are not necessarily enemies, but may also be other shuttlers or special intruders. In addition, everyone knows that peace is only temporary. Before the internal conflicts are transferred to the outside, peace will definitely be broken. I already have the authority to detect all connected worlds. I will submit applications to the Fortress Core according to the stability of each world and issue various types of tasks to maintain the stability of each world. Well, this is great news. Fleet thought about the meaning. The Promise Core was getting bigger and bigger, but there were too few people who could go to the mission world to perform the mission. And judging by the law of increasing the number of executors, no matter how many levels this central hall was upgraded, it would not be enough. After all, the connected worlds would continue to increase, and the members of the Promise Core would increase at a faster rate. There was no way that the number of people could be used. Although there was also a core mode that allowed everyone to participate together, It was impossible for every core mission to be a core mission, right? At least not now. Their strength was still too weak. If it had not been for the mutual understanding reached with the ELS, some of the fallen members were resurrected in the form of ELS, and the lost bodies and warships were also repaired and reconstructed by the ELS. The reward for this mission would be less than the loss in the mission. This time it was the ELS. What would be the enemy next time? What if it was the regular troops of the Festum race? Whether they could beat them or not was another matter. How could the Promise Corps get enough gains from this race to make up for the losses? But without the Legion mission, most of the Legion members will be idle, which will quickly widen the gap between the top members who participate in the world mission and other members. The mission of a world can be as short as a few years or as long as dozens or hundreds of years. How big is this gap? For example, the twin brothers Neil and Lyle, at the beginning, their comprehensive strength was almost the same, but now, Lyle has the ability to beat 3 Neils, which is a terrible gap. The emergence of the mercenary mission system also gives these idle people room to grow, and they will not shrink in the training space of Promise Fortress as before. As for danger, their roads are full of dangers, even for the top strong men. Didn't Memphis say that? It is impossible to lose, so it depends on their own abilities. Survival of the fittest, the law of survival of nature, also applies to the Promise Legion. Those who dare not face danger and fight for their lives to grasp the hope of moving forward are not qualified to stay in the Promise Legion. As for the battle experience points and exchange system, it solves the currency system and trading system that we have been troubled by. Durandal said. Promise Fortress is small in scale, with few connected worlds and few members, so there is no need to worry about this problem. Everyone is familiar with each other, and most of them are comrades who have fought side by side and faced life and death together. Sharing is a natural thing. But as the scale becomes larger and more worlds are connected, it will be completely different. People in each world will definitely pay more attention to their own world and their companions from their own world, and the lower circles will definitely form small circles one after another. At that time, sharing will not exist, and only trading will appear. Including the current trading area, the trading behavior between several worlds is not enough to serve as an equivalent exchange because the monetary system of each world is different. Even gold does not qualify. After all, the trading members who can come to Promise Fortress are definitely not short of money, and they will not take money too seriously, so they are more likely to exchange goods. But bartering is the most primitive way of trading, and problems will arise sooner or later. Therefore, a currency trading system dedicated to Promise Fortress must be established, and the emergence of battle experience points perfectly solves this problem. The exchange system solves another problem that has troubled the decision makers, that is, the issue of military merit rewards. Although military ranks can be raised or lowered based on performance in missions, there are no substantial rewards. For example, most MIS pilots drive mass-produced MIS. Because of limited resources, it is naturally impossible for every MIS to reach the level of an ace machine, and they do not have such excellent driving skills to control it. But as they grow, mass-produced machines can no longer meet their needs, so, what about upgrading the machine? Free? 1 or 2 people are fine, and a dozen people are fine, but what about hundreds or thousands? Tens of thousands? So, the actual reward comes, the exchange system, according to the battle experience points held in their own needs, to upgrade their own machine. The same is true for skills. There are too many idle skills and too many people. It is impossible for everyone to be assigned the most suitable skills to improve themselves. The exchange system solves this trouble. All are hung on the exchange system. Those who need it can exchange it themselves. If the battle experience points are not enough, then go to the task. The opening of the new function has filled the existing loopholes in Promise Fortress at once and solved the huge hidden dangers. The problems with the currency system, trading system, and reward system have all been solved. The next problem is his race. Cruz said. Yes. Yang Hui nodded and directly opened the operation panel of the Promise Fortress. Sure enough, the dark open space behind the central hall was lit up, and there was a plus sign. Yang Hui clicked on the plus sign and saw the detailed information that could be built. His race station, exclusive to ELS, ELS stationed exclusive territory, including basic territory, other functional buildings. It can be built at any time and does not consume any resources. Yang Hui raised his head and looked around at everyone. Seeing that they all nodded, he clicked on the construction option with his finger, and then If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 689, His Race's Territory. The mercenary mission is open. Boom boom boom. A slight vibration was transmitted into the main conference room, but everyone was not attracted. Instead, they focused their attention on the operation panel in front of Yang Hui. The dark land lit up, and a brand new land condensed from the void. This land was larger than the built area of all the areas. On the blank land, there were several plus signs. Yang Hui clicked on the plus signs one by one, and his expression became more and more exciting, and his mood became more and more joyful. Junior ELS Hatching Nest, ELS Consciousness Network Center, Companion ELS Fusion Device. There were only a few plus signs, but each one was very important. Junior ELS Hatching Nest does not mean the creation of new ELS, because ELS is a consciousness cluster. The birth of a new ELS is not like the reproduction of animals, nor is it simply creating a body that ELS can use, but from scratch, a new ELS consciousness is produced. The ELS consciousness born here will be marked with a mark of Promise Fortress at the beginning of its birth, different from the original ELS group, forming a new group, just like two different human tribes in ancient times. The ELS Consciousness Network Center is equivalent to the mother planet of ELS. It is the center of ELS consciousness. All ELS consciousness born in Promise Fortress will gather here, waiting for a new body. After losing the body, they will return to the ELS Consciousness Network Center. At the same time, in the ELS Consciousness Network Center, the consciousness of ELS is counted, planned, and expressed in a scientific way, just like a program, without the need for brain quantum waves or ELS to completely mimic humans to communicate. The Companion ELS Fusion Device is different from directly assimilating with ELS and uploading consciousness to the ELS consciousness cluster. Instead, you have your own ELS, which does not merge with each other, but is one and the same. They resonate and connect through brain quantum waves, just like the companion pets in the game. When necessary, the companion ELS can temporarily merge with its companions to enhance combat effectiveness, and can separate from each other after the end. As for enhancing combat effectiveness, the newly born ELS will definitely not be much of an improvement for top members like Yang Hui. Fusion with ELS will improve people's physical fitness and thinking ability, especially greatly improve mental strength, speed up reaction speed, reduce nerve fatigue, and speed up energy recovery. This is a great improvement for grassroots personnel, especially ordinary people. At the same time, it also solves the problem of those members who are envious of ELS's brain quantum waves but are unwilling to give up their human identity. It is the best choice. At the same time, the newly born ELS will grow with its companions. As time goes by and the bond with the companion deepens, the companion ELS will grow up and provide greater support to the companions. It may even grow into a large ELS, which is equivalent to a person owning a private warship. Of course, this condition is definitely quite harsh. At the same time, there are still restrictions, that is, a person is only allowed to have one companion member of another species. This is the restriction of Promise Fortress. Otherwise, you don't have to fight by yourself. When new members of another species join Promise Fortress in the future, they will sign a companion creature, and then the body will change from a Miss Pilot and Captain on the scientific side to a Summoner on the magical side. At the same time, if the companion ELS dies, the consciousness will not die, but return to the ELS Consciousness Network Center, and can be resurrected again, but after resurrection, it needs to grow from scratch, just like the need to rebuild after death and deletion in the game. Well, this is a long-term investment. Cruz analyzed that the help that the newly born companion ELS can provide is limited, but if it can really grow up smoothly, it will also be a great help. And even if the ELS does not become a companion relationship with the members, it can grow on its own, and we can also have a large army of ELS. Yang Hui said. But the initial investment is huge. The number of new ELS that can be born in the most basic, young ELS hatching nest, during each mission cycle is very small, and they cannot self-divide and reproduce like native species. Rebel analyzed. By the way, Memphis, what will happen to the ELS that join the Promise Fortress from the Gundam world? Like the ELS born in the fortress, their consciousness will be loaded into the ELS Consciousness Network Center, built by the fortress, join a new group, and lose the ability to split and reproduce. How? Can you accept it? Yang Hui asked the ELS on his neck. It can convey the information just now to all the ELS that came to the Promise Fortress, but it cannot convey it to the ELS and the mother planet in the Gundam world. Well, I have no problem. Although ELS is a race of consciousness clusters, each consciousness has its own thoughts. Everyone said they have no objection, but I don't know about the mother. How about I go back and ask? Well, that's the best. The mother mentioned by the ELS is not the mother planet, but the first ELS born, and the mother of all ELS. Yang Hui didn't think that all ELS would come to Promise Fortress. After all, ELS had always been looking for a home to live in, not a battle or a mission. This time, a group of ELS came to Promise Fortress, partly because of the deal between Yang Hui and ELS, and partly because of the good relationship between them and the members of Promise Legion, just like this necklace. However, as many as possible will be allowed to come, at least to expand the base of the new tribe and give more people the opportunity to choose. Okay. The necklace on Yang Hui's neck suddenly untied, floated in the air, melted into a ball of liquid, and then turned into a small cone that was reduced countless times, and left the door of the general meeting room in a flash. Completely different from your personality, impetuous. Everyone laughed and shook their heads, teasing Yang Hui. In response, Yang Hui shrugged. ELS were not mature, including the mothers they talked about. They just had specific thinking and expression abilities, and they were like children. How could they not be impetuous? Then, Yang Hui directly built all the buildings in the ELS territory. After all, the ELS were willing to leave their native tribes and come to Promise Fortress. As the owner, he also had to build a complete home for them, right? Then, everyone calculated how to maximize the number of construction and reinforcement times obtained this time. After discussing for a full half day, they finally decided on the final plan, to upgrade the various buildings in the ELS territory to LV5 first, catching up with the average level, and then upgrade important areas such as research institutes and production areas, and build and upgrade multiple mining areas. The reward seemed rich, but they still felt completely insufficient when used, and they were used up in a blink of an eye. After the meeting, everyone dispersed, and the new changes in Promise Fortress were all conveyed. Great! Now I don't have to guard the house anymore. Yet, it's too uncomfortable to guard the house every time. What can I do? I'm weak and can't get a spot on the mission. The exchange system, Alice, the free ones are gone. Idiot, it's always free, how can you accept it? That's right. Specialized ACE machines are basically designed by the General Admiral and the team. The ACE machines are either the top masters of each world or brought out by the General Admiral himself. How can you accept it? I'm really embarrassed to accept it, and I can't control those machines. Let's go to the Central Hall to have a look. Let's go, let's go. I heard that the number of missions is limited, and you have to grab them. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. For a moment, the usually deserted Central Hall immediately became lively, with a sea of people. If the space hadn't been expanded, it really couldn't accommodate so many people. The mission is out. Go to the workbench to receive the mission. The mission list was refreshed on each screen in the Central Hall. For a moment, everyone rushed to the central workbench. Yunoya and others who were responsible for reception and processing were all shocked. However, everyone still has the basic quality to know that they need to line up instead of crowding around the workbench. Remind you, this mission is a bit dangerous. Do you really want to accept it? Your mission has been accepted successfully. I wish you all a successful mission and a safe return. The mission you want to accept requires the participation of members of the fleet, so... Noah and a dozen members' families are busy. Originally, their work was the most leisurely. Before the opening of the hiring task system, they were completely enjoying a life with paid leave, but now, they are too busy to stop. However, they did not complain. After being idle for so long, they have long wanted to make their lives more fulfilling. Although they are a little uncomfortable, they will get used to it soon. Moreover, don't think it's so busy now. That's because the hiring task system has just been opened, and everyone is accepting a task for the first time, but as time goes by, factors such as character difficulty, task requirements, and risk factor will affect everyone's judgment. Before choosing a task, They will definitely think carefully about whether to choose this task, and they will not accept tasks in a rush, so they will not be as busy as they are now. Hush, everyone's in high spirits. Diego folded his arms and whistled against the pillar at the entrance of the central hall. That's natural. Who doesn't want to become stronger when they come here? Isaac stood beside Diego and watched the scene in front of him. Not only the two of them, but also the people who were originally members of the mission team, and some people who were quasi-mission team members, that is, people who were almost able to go to the mission world to perform the mission. Don't go to grab it. Huh? Do we still need to compete with them? That's right, it's a rare opportunity, so we won't grab it. It's also embarrassing. We can all perform big tasks, and we still snatch their opportunities. This is too much? That's right. They all tacitly left this opportunity to those members who had no hope of going to the mission world to perform the mission. Everyone is a companion, and may not be familiar with each other, or even very strange, but they are all members of the Promised Legion, and no one wants anyone around them to fall behind or drag their feet. Let's go back to training. The companion ELS is interesting, I plan to learn about it. I don't need it, I already have it. Don't talk, you silicon-based life. Chapter 690 Meeting before departure, she is him. A month passed in the blink of an eye. With the opening of the mercenary task system, battle experience points system and exchange system, Promise Fortress was full of unprecedented vitality, unlike before when everyone was just blindly and blankly conducting simulations. Not bad, everyone is in high spirits. Looking at the central hall, which was still hot after a month, Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. This is just the beginning, and they haven't encountered any danger yet. Cruz said rationally, I have seen all the mercenary tasks refreshed in the central hall now. They are all very simple. With the current staff configuration, there will be no danger, so they are all very active. Once. Cruz didn't finish his words, but Yang Hui understood what he wanted to say. The current enthusiasm is because it is easy to get rewards, but when there is danger and loss of personnel, this enthusiasm will be poured with a basin of cold water. Believe in them, they can make it. Cruz was silent. The people here are all elites from various worlds. They definitely have the ability, but their mentality is really uncertain. Today is the end of the month, right? Well, the participants have been notified to go to the general meeting room. Calculate the time. Let's go, it's almost time. Understood. Yang Hui and Cruz walked side by side and came to the general meeting room that was already full of people. Yang Hui and Cruz walked to their seats and sat down. I have selected the most suitable 6 mission worlds from the 15 candidate mission worlds this time. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then frowned, because they now have only 5 teams that can go to the mission world to perform the mission, so they only need to select 5 mission worlds, but now they have selected 6 mission worlds, which is intriguing, waiting for Yang Hui's next words. These are the 5 teams I selected based on the comprehensive level of all existing members, their special abilities, team configurations and other factors, that is, everyone here. After seeing the list, everyone realized that they were surrounded by familiar people. It turned out that there was a team from each of the 4 worlds, Gundam U, Gundam Age, Gundam Seed, and Gundam UC. The Iron-Blooded Orphans world and the Ultra-Limited Hunter Cannon world were merged into one team, consisting of several senior participants or people with outstanding abilities, such as Wong, Cruz, Flit, and Rebel. Katie, Sergey, you lead the team to the Full Metal Panic world. Gerhardt, SM, you lead the team to the Gundam X world. Meru, Nadal, you lead the team to the Buddy Complex world. Wong, Cruz, you lead the team to the Aldno Zero world, and... As he spoke, Yang Hui looked in the direction of the team in the Gundam UC world. Duck, Mule, Old Wolf, Little Eel. Do you think this is a zoo? XN Char and others who were named interrupted Yang Hui directly and roared in shame. Well, I think these code names are very vivid. Fuck vividness. Be serious. XNO. Yang Hui shrugged and continued, you will go to the Gundam Zoo world, which is also a world in the Gundam UC system, 8 years after the end of the One-Year War. The future of our world. Char and other members of the Gundam UC team frowned. That's right. Yang Hui nodded and said to everyone, for this mission, the Gundam U team and the Gundam Seed team are going to the elementary fantasy world, while the other teams are going to the real world. The difficulty levels are different, so the real world has mandatory restrictions. For example, the UC world that you are going to, Char, is originally 8 years in the future, and all the members present must participate in it, because you are all important participants during this period. In other words, we will occupy a very important position in the story 8 years later. Char asked. That's right, so you must participate. But in this case, will there be two identical people? For example, two of me? Also, can this world be connected to the Promise Fortress? After connecting to the Promise Fortress, how can this world coexist with our world? Char asked. This is a question they are very concerned about. No one likes the existence of a second self, but if two worlds exist at different times but belong to the same world, there will be big problems, such as two identical people. Mephis. Yes, Commander. Mephis's projection appears and answers for Char and others. UC World is a very special existence among all worlds, because the timeline of UC World spans more than 200 years, and there are countless major events in the meantime. Many time periods are suitable to be put forward as mission worlds separately, and each world can be connected with Promise Fortress. When you go to the mission world to perform tasks, there will not be the same person again, but you will replace your existence in the mission world. After the world is connected, the two worlds will exist as independent worlds, but there can only be one member entering Promise Fortress. The alien isotope will give priority to the member who joined Promise Fortress first and devour the existence of the unjoined members. For the devoured alien isotope, Promise Fortress will use its authority and use the world will to modify the memory of the devoured object to ensure the normal operation of the world. I understand. To put it bluntly, there will not be two identical individuals at the same time. Alien isotopes are eliminated by devouring infusion, and all members of Promise Fortress are given priority. Thinking that they might kill themselves in another world, everyone's mood is very complicated. It can't be said to be sympathetic or pitiful, but there is also emotion and discomfort. What about you, Yang Hui? Rabir asked Yang Hui. As the strongest man in Promise Fortress and the general, he did not participate in any team to go to the mission world this time, so... That's right. According to the latest authority, every 3 missions, the fortress commander can leave the team and go to one of the alternative worlds to perform the mission. No aircraft or warships are allowed to be brought, and no more than 2 people can travel together. Among the 15 alternative worlds this time, the 6 worlds selected are either of suitable difficulty or have things that must be obtained, and none of them can be given up. I have sorted out my memories as much as possible and now send them to you. Included are the historical background of the world you are going to, important figures, original historical process, goals that must be obtained in addition to the mission, etc. There is still half an hour before departure, you can take a look. Everyone took out their pads and began to browse the files sent by Yang Hui. Some were very detailed, and some were vague. It's no wonder. It's been so long, and the memory will always become vague, but the key points are all there, so there will be no problem. So Yang Hui, are you going to act alone this time? Cruz asked Yang Hui. Yang Hui chose a world that was difficult to choose, and he was going alone. Cruz could not be completely assured. Yes, I am alone. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Yang Hui, you promised my father that you would take me to the mission world. At this time, Yang Hui's speech was suddenly interrupted, and everyone noticed that there was a purple-haired girl sitting behind Yang Hui, and her appearance. Swish. Dozens of eyes were focused on Tieria at the same time, because the girl looked exactly like Tieria. Your twin sister? Asked Lyle beside him. Get lost. Tieria glared at Lyle unhappily. I am an artificial reformer, where do twin sisters come from? Then she is Reni Rugita, an artificial reformer like me, and the father she mentioned is Ilya Hutchenberg. Tieria explained, but her expression was very ugly, not only because she was misunderstood by everyone, but also because of the existence of Reni Rugita. Reni Rugita was originally their enemy, but ended up being a traitor to the villains, and was accepted by Ilya Hutchenberg again, and joined the Promise Fortress. The most important thing is, she has the same face as me, but she changed from a man to a woman. Doesn't this tell everyone that artificial transformers can customize their gender? Question mark. How can I get along in the future? How can I be with Milena? Ugh. Thinking of this, Tieria suddenly felt cold all over, and noticed that Yang Hui was looking at her with murderous eyes. Tieria, what are you thinking about just now that is very rude? No. Well, it's good that there is nothing. Yang Hui didn't get too entangled and let the content return to the topic. Well, she is an artificial transformer cultivated by Alia Hutchenberg. The old man asked her to be a witness and recorder and follow me to carry out the mission. I couldn't stand him, so I agreed, so I took her with me this time. Old man Alia is good, he just came and gave his wife. Lyle teased, but then he was dumbfounded. Her last body was a man. If you want me to, I can ask the old man to give you a dozen. Yang Hui cursed angrily. Huh? And everyone stared at Rini Regida in amazement, and then looked at Tieria with strange expressions. Don't look at me. I'm a man. Tieria cursed. It's like this, everyone. Rini Regida chuckled and took the initiative to explain. My consciousness has merged with Veda. My body is just a biological terminal for me and can be replaced at any time, so it doesn't matter to me whether it's a man or a woman. Considering Mr. Yang Hui's personality and style, I think the current gender can better cooperate with Mr. Yang Hui. Yes, that's true. Hey. What do you mean? Now it was Yang Hui's turn to explode. Well. Everyone looked at the current Rini Regida carefully and nodded. Perfect figure. Stunning appearance. Pleasant voice. Well-dressed. Elegant and sexy, with a slight charm. She's Yang Hui's cup of tea. And that's enough. Disband. Get ready to go. Yang Hui cursed angrily, got up and left, and would never stay with these animals for a second longer. Am I so crazy? Shemales with men in front and women in the back have never been my cup of tea. No. I'm not a humanoid self-propelled artillery. Ho ha ho ha. XNMR. Yang Hui. Why are you following me? Looking at Rini Regida who had been following him, Yang Hui glared at him. Everything started because of this Shemale. We're about to go to the mission world, and I haven't got the relevant information yet. Rini Regida shrugged, not caring, but thinking that Yang Hui's frustrated look was very interesting. Here you go. Yang Hui angrily passed the information to Rini Regida. Lelouch of the Rebellion. Interesting name. Chapter 691 Farewell and Separation, go directly to the front line. At the largest port of the Holy Bunitalia Empire, Yang Hui couldn't help sighing as he watched a brother and sister who were about to go to the Sakura country. Lelouch, Nunnally, take care of yourselves after you go to the Sakura country, especially you, Lelouch, don't be so impulsive. Yang Hui rubbed the black-haired boy's head and admonished. Tisk, you don't need to tell me. Lelouch impatiently slapped Yang Hui's hand away. I will take good care of Nunnally. I'm afraid it's not Nunnally who will take care of you, right? Nunnally. Yang Hui teased. Yes, Yang Hui, I will definitely take good care of my brother. The lovely girl with a voice as gentle and kind as an angel was cruelly deprived of her legs and eyes, and could only spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. How cruel. Lelouch v Bunitalia, Nunnally v Bunitalia, are the 11th prince and 7th princess of the Holy Bunitalia Empire, the 17th heir to the throne and the 87th heir to the throne respectively. Because some time ago, the assassination of the imperial concubine occurred in the palace. The biological mother of the two, the 6th knight of the Imperial Round Table Knights, the Shining Mariana, was assassinated. Lelouch angrily questioned the emperor of the Holy Bunital Empire, Charles D.I. Bunital, why he did not save Mariana, but he did not get any answer. Now he has to be sent to the Sakura country, where the international situation is tense, as a hostage. As for Yang Hui, because only he and Rini Regida came to this world, and there are also forces in this world that he is afraid of, he chose to be reborn in this world and start from scratch. He became the 4th prince of the Holy Bunital Empire and the half-brother of Lelouch and Nunnally. The most ruthless imperial family, even if they are brothers and sisters, the princes and princesses are so numerous that the relationship between them is basically not brothers and sisters, and they have their own small groups. As for Yang Hui, he has a good relationship with Lelouch and Nunnally since childhood, and has always taken care of them as a brother. Nunnally. Lelouch was ashamed and angry. He was the older brother, and he had all his limbs intact, but he still needed a disabled sister to take care of him. Most people couldn't stand it, let alone Lelouch who had a strong self-esteem. Ha ha ha. Okay, it's time for you to leave. I've already contacted the chairman of Ashford College. They will send someone to pick you up. Don't trust the people from Sakura country too much. Don't worry, I know you've never beaten me in chess. Lelouch said to Yang Hui arrogantly, but I heard that you're going to the EU battlefield soon. Be careful, don't die. Don't worry, I'm going to help Sister Cornelia, Will the princess let me get hurt? Yang Hui said. That's right, you have such a good relationship with Sister Cornelia, she will definitely protect you. Lelouch nodded. Yang Hui is a strange one among his brothers and sisters. He has not joined any small groups, but has good relations with every small group, including the mediocre eldest prince who has been designated as the crown prince, the second prince Schneizel Bunitalia who has been designated as the prime minister, and the youngest female general of the Holy Bunitalia Empire Cornelia Bunitalia. They are all very outstanding among the princes and princesses, and they have good relations with him. It is very strange that Yang Hui's performance has always been ordinary, without outstanding expertise, balanced and mediocre, but he can get the favor of others, which is a very strange thing. Moreover, no matter what his background is, Yang Hui is very caring to his brothers and sisters. Go ahead. Maybe I'll go to Sakura country to pick you up later. Forget it. What kind of symbol of friendship is that? Isn't it just abandoning us? That cold-blooded emperor won't care about us. Lelouch. Alice. Yang Hui sighed. He certainly knew why Lelouch and Nunnally were sent to Sakura country, but he couldn't say, Father doesn't care about you, but what about me? What about Yafei? Tisk, I get it. Let's go. Well, go ahead. Goodbye, Nunnally. I'll come to see you when I'm free. Goodbye, brother Yang Hui, you must come. Watching the young siblings board the ship to Sakura country, Yang Hui stood on the shore without leaving until the ship disappeared on the horizon and completely disappeared from his sight. Regetta. Mr. Yang Hui. At this time, Regent Regetta, who was wearing a maid outfit, stepped forward. Have you arranged everything in Sakura country? Everything is arranged properly, Mr. Yang Hui. We can definitely protect the safety of Prince Lelouch and Princess Nunnally. What's the other plan? Also prepared. Well, if those little devils don't want to be human, sink that island for me. The most cruel and brutal words were spoken in a calm tone, and the tone was full of frost. Understood. Let's go. Turning around and raising his cloak, Yang Hui's eyes were condensed, and his whole temperament became different. He was no longer the gentle brother just now, but a tough soldier. Go directly to the airport and head to the EU African battlefield. Yes. In the palace, in Schneizel's bedroom, Schneizel suspended all official duties, looked at the blue sky through the glass, with his hands behind his back. Have they all set off? Schneizel asked, as if talking to himself. Yes, Your Highness Schneizel, the ship carrying Your Highness Lelouch and Your Highness Nunnally has already departed and will arrive in Sakura country at the scheduled time. Your Highness Yang Hui has also taken a special plane to the African battlefield. The secretary reported. Lelouch and Nunnally. Your Highness, are you worried about the safety of the two highnesses? Schneizel laughed and shook his head. Their safety? I'm afraid that except for my father, they are the safest in the world. How could that be? Your Highness, you are honorable. Prime Minister? Schneizel sneered. Don't be fooled by appearances. My fourth brother is not simple. Fourth Highness. He is not. So don't be fooled by appearances. I understand. I will arrange for someone to investigate. The secretary has also been with Schneizel for a long time, and immediately understood his implication. Don't be too nervous. If you can't find out, forget it. Now is not the time to fall out with him. Yes. The secretary left the room, and Schneizel had a deep smile on his face with interest. The African battlefield is a good place. Although the Empire's offensive has been blocked, danger also represents opportunities. Your vision is as tricky as ever. I just don't know. Cornelia and you. A day later, Yang Hui's special plane arrived at the African battlefield. The airport was built in the middle of the desert. As soon as he got off the plane, a hot wind blowing through the sand hit him in the face. He subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but his pace forward did not stop at all, and he remained firm. Well, not bad. Cornelia was waiting by the plane with her knights. She could feel Yang Hui's temperament, which was completely different from the temperament in the palace and was very suitable for the temperament of the battlefield. Imperial sister, my mission. Yang Hui asked straight to the point. He knew Cornelia, a strong female general, who never held formalities such as welcoming banquets. Her style of action was decisive and direct. It seems you can't wait. Cornelia's mouth curled up. She was the one who knew Yang Hui best among all the brothers and sisters. Cornelia's martial arts were the strongest among all the princes and princesses, but she had secretly sparred with Yang Hui and lost miserably. Of course, I'm not here for vacation. Yang Hui's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile. I'm not wrong about you, but I'll give you the power to choose. Where do you want my troops to go? Of course, the front line, and the frontline combat troops. Have you ever driven a Nightmare? Nightmare, the humanoid mecha in this world, is also known as the humanoid free combat armor, but it is much smaller than Ms, with a total height of about 4.5 meters. It is characterized by being able to launch flying swallow claws, a kind of ejectable hook, to attack or climb to high places. The feet are equipped with high-speed driving wheels, so it can move at high speed on the surface. The cockpit can also be used as an escape pod to eject in an emergency. I know a little bit. Then I dare not let you go to the front line. After all, you are my brother. Cornelia shook her head and refused. She knew that Yang Hui was not simple and had been hiding, but she did not think that Yang Hui, who had never been on the battlefield, could protect himself in the tragic battlefield. How about this, sister? Yang Hui pointed a finger at a member of the knights behind Cornelia. Knight Gilbert, do you dare to duel with me? Nonsense. Cornelia cursed loudly. Although Gilbert is young, he is also an excellent knight who has always followed me to build merits and achievements. He has superb skills and has experienced many battles. Whether it is driving skills or combat experience, you who have never been on the battlefield cannot compare. How do you know if you don't try? Or, looking at Cornelia and Gilbert, whose faces were getting uglier and uglier, Yang Hui laughed jokingly. Sister is afraid that your excellent knight will lose face. Yang Hui. Your Highness Cornelia, please allow me to accept a duel with the Fourth Highness. Gilbert stood up and knelt on one knee in front of Cornelia and asked. He is an excellent knight, not only with ability, but also with the moral character of a knight. Cornelia is his master, and as a knight, he should protect his master, not only for her safety, but also for her honor. Of course, he knew that Yang Hui was deliberately provoking Cornelia to prove his ability. Gilbert also felt that Yang Hui was too arrogant and would never be his opponent, but now that his master's honor has been hurt, as a loyal knight, he must not ignore it. Gilbert, I beg your highness to help me. I understand. Go ahead and teach my blindly arrogant brother a lesson. Yes, your highness. The other party agreed, and Yang Hui's goal was achieved. Mr. Yang Hui, if we expose ourselves now, isn't it too early? Regina Rugetta asked. No, Cornelia is not Sneasel. Understood. Let me say here that the reason why it is not the beginning of the Great ZH Federation is because it is too sensitive. This series is actually insulting to H in the Great ZH Federation, and it is even dangerous to write about this world. Chapter 692, Human Body Outline Gun Technique. At present, the nightmare of the Holy Bunitaria Empire is still the 4th generation Glasgow, with a performance of D among D. Yang Hui is afraid that it will fall apart if he uses a little force. However, the Glasgow used by Cornelia's knights is definitely not a mass-produced Glasgow, but a specially enhanced Knights-only machine, just like the Knights-only machine Gloucester modified from the 5th generation Nightmare Sunderland. The modified Glasgow now has the performance of the 5th generation Nightmare Sunderland, but it is just a D-class machine, so Yang Hui still has to drive it carefully. Sitting on the Knights-only machine Glasgow, Yang Hui began to check all the systems of the machine. The energy output system is normal. The weapon system is normal. The power system is normal. All systems are normal. A garbage machine. After browsing all the systems of Glasgow, Yang Hui couldn't help but curse. The skeleton, armor, and weapons. Yang Hui didn't like them. Only the Sakura Stone power system, which is unique to this world, was a bit interesting. Yang Hui had also come into contact with a unique energy mineral Sakura Stone. It was an excellent clean energy source. It would not cause any pollution while generating energy. When the energy was exhausted, even the residue would not be left. It was a solid energy body. But that was it. Apart from being clean, there was nothing to recommend it. The energy level was far inferior to that of the solar furnace, the miscellaneous furnace, and the AAB reactor. In addition, the current energy engine system was poor, and the output power was not very good, so a lot of energy was wasted during use. But it's not without benefits. At least it's easy to operate. Yang Hui looked at the simple and clear cockpit and control panel. Even the Jim and Zakui that he looked down upon were more complicated than the Nightmare. Your Highness Yang Hui, are you ready? At this time, in the duel field, Gilbert's machine stood with a gun, ready to fight. As a starter, he would not underestimate any opponent, not to mention that Yang Hui had just hurt Cornelia's honor. Almost done. Please choose the weapon you want to use. As for weapons, he drove the nightmare to the weapon stand on the side. His eyes went straight past the knight's gun that looked quite majestic, and took down a carbon alloy saber and a submachine gun from the side, then returned to Gilbert. That's it. Saber and submachine gun. Gilbert was indeed an excellent knight that Cornelia was optimistic about. After seeing Yang Hui's choice, he immediately judged that Yang Hui was definitely not a pampered dandy in the palace, and had a certain level of combat skills. As a noble of the Holy Bunodal Empire, knighthood is not only a status and military officer, but also a sport. As long as you are a noble, you will learn riding and gun skills. They are compulsory courses, so he doesn't believe that Yang Hui, who was born in the royal family, will not use the knight's gun. But he did not choose the majestic knight's gun, but chose the saber and firearms that are the epitome of barbarism in the eyes of the nobles. And these two weapons are exactly the most suitable weapons for combat. The submachine gun provides long-range shooting capabilities, while the saber is the most popular close combat weapon because it is smaller and more flexible than the knight's gun. The nightmare looks mighty, but on the battlefield, it is too long and too heavy, and it is easy to be restricted. If it is not used by someone who is good at spearmanship, it will kill himself. Imperial sister, it can begin. Yang Hui said to Cornelia. Yes. Cornelia nodded, raised her right hand, and waved it down with her finger like a knife. Begin. As soon as Cornelia waved her hand, Gilbert's body moved, the most basic move of spearmanship, straight line thrust. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Gilbert showed a fierce attack posture at the beginning, because his weapon was only the nightmare. Once Yang Hui pulled away from him, he would be suppressed by the submachine gun. But the next second, he was scared, because the nightmare that Yang Hui was riding kept enlarging in his sight, and the tip of the advancing spear rushed towards Yang Hui's nightmare with an indomitable momentum. Yang Hui seemed to be scared and his body did not move. Gilbert did not underestimate Yang Hui, so he attacked with all his strength, but, because of this, his first move was a killing move, aiming directly at the cockpit position on the chest of the nightmare. Once this shot was stabbed, he would be the sinner who killed the prince and would be sentenced to death. Even if this was a fair duel, Cornelia could not save him. Oh no. Your Highness Yang Hui. Get out of the way. At this moment, Yang Hui's body moved, slightly turned sideways, raised his right hand holding the saber, blocked the side of the knight's gun, raised his wrist upward, and the small saber easily swept the heavy knight's gun away, causing Gilbert's nightmare to open wide. At the same time, Yang Hui's nightmare leaned over and swept his leg, knocking down Gilbert's nightmare. While turning around, with the help of inertia, the saber pierced straight into the neck gap of the opponent's body. With a flash of the knife, the head was taken off. Bang! The headless Gilbert machine fell heavily to the ground, raising countless smoke and dust, and then Yang Hui wins. Stop. Cornelia's face changed drastically, and she immediately announced the result of the duel and ended the fight, because Yang Hui's nightmare had one foot on the belly of Gilbert's machine, and the submachine gun was pointed at the cockpit on his chest. In this position, Gilbert could not leave the cockpit. Once Yang Hui pulled the trigger, Gilbert would definitely die. Bang 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 bang. But Yang Hui seemed not to hear it, and pulled the trigger with a calm expression. The muzzle spewed out tongues of fire, and the metal storm composed of bullets raged, and the smoke and dust blocked everyone's sight. Yang Hui. Stop it. Because of Yang Hui's shooting, Cornelia didn't dare to step forward, and could only roar into the headset. Gilbert was a knight she valued very much, and she planned to cultivate him as her own confidant, and she would never tolerate Yang Hui killing him. Don't be nervous, sister. At this time, Yang Hui's voice came from the headset, relaxed and comfortable. Yang Hui. Do you know what you did? Alice, the iron-blooded female general, lost her mind for a young knight, which is an eye-opener. Yang Hui teased, with a disappointed tone. You. Huh? No. There was no explosion. Cornelia is worthy of being the youngest female general in the empire. As a woman, she became the commander-in-chief of the African battlefield before the age of 20. She immediately found something wrong. The nightmare was shot by a submachine gun at such a close distance, it would definitely explode, but there was no explosion, so. In the desert area, there is a lot of dust and wind. A gust of hot wind blew away the smoke and dust that blocked Yang Hui and Gilbert Nightmare. Gilbert machine remained in the same position and lay in the same place. Yang Hui machine was already standing aside with his arms folded. And the shooting just now. Your Highness Cornelia, look. What? The picture taken from the air showed that Yang Hui's shooting did not hit Gilbert machine at all, but neatly drew an edge along Gilbert machine's body. This. Cornelia looked at Yang Hui in shock. At this time, Yang Hui also left the machine and walked towards her. He didn't sweat at all. His face was calm and as usual, as if what he just did was commonplace. But Cornelia herself was also an elite pilot of Nightmare. She knew very well that every action Yang Hui just did was very difficult. Cornelia herself might not be able to do it. Yang Hui's driving skills were definitely better than hers. Dalton, go check on Gilbert's situation. Cornelia stared at Yang Hui, who was coming, and gave orders to the knights behind her. Yes, Your Highness. Dalton and others were also very worried about Gilbert, who had not responded, so they quickly took people to check the situation. Cornelia stood opposite Yang Hui, looking at Yang Hui with eyes full of vigilance and fear. I didn't expect you to hide so much. This is definitely not your first time driving a Nightmare. Cornelia absolutely didn't believe that someone could have such an amazing performance when driving a Nightmare for the first time. I'm not lying to you, sister. This is my first time driving a Nightmare. My whereabouts in the palace can be easily tracked down. Yang Hui shrugged. This was indeed his first time driving a Nightmare. After all, a Nightmare is not a mobile suit. Impossible. Just check it out. I'll investigate. Your Highness Cornelia. At this time, Dalton ran over and reported to Cornelia, Gilbert is fine, he just fainted. I see. Send him to the infirmary. Yes, Your Highness. Come with me. Cornelia said to Yang Hui. Okay. Under Cornelia's leadership, Yang Hui and Regina Regetta came to her exclusive office. You go out first. Cornelia ordered Regina Regetta. But Regina Regetta was unmoved, and didn't even look at Cornelia, standing obediently behind Yang Hui. Wow? You've trained her well. Cornelia was not angry, but rather somewhat appreciative, because of Regina Regetta's loyalty to Yang Hui, and also because of Yang Hui's control over his subordinates. My royal sister, you are too kind. You can leave first. Yes. Sure enough, Yang Hui's order made Regina Regetta act, even though Cornelia was Yang Hui's royal sister and now Yang Hui's boss. After Regina Regetta left, Cornelia said to Yang Hui, Father sent you to Africa. The purpose is not simple, right? I guess so. He is not very satisfied with the progress of the African battlefield. Yang Hui shrugged and said, Haha, you are the only one who dares to be so rude to Father. Cornelia thought Yang Hui's address to Emperor Brunitalia was very interesting. He doesn't know anyway. That's not certain. Will the princess tell on me? Of course not. That's fine. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's get back to the point. Are you going to go directly to the front line? Of course, I said, I'm not here for vacation. You are very strong, but you have to know that the battlefield is the grave of heroism. I know. What do you need? Cornelia could see that Yang Hui was not a reckless person who would rely on his personal ability to go to the front line and show off his prowess in a fit of rage. He must have his own ideas, which would allow him to achieve success while ensuring his own safety. 2 knights machines. 2. My maid. Wow. Interesting, but, is that all? That's enough. Not just anyone can become my subordinate. At this moment, Yang Hui exuded unparalleled confidence and arrogance. I know. By the way, Princess, I remember there is an independent research and development department here, right? Of course, what do you want to do? I have some ideas. Chapter 693, Familiar Drama Replay. Mr. Yang Hui, are you really going to do this? Why? Are you scared? After all, I am different from Levons and Tiria. I am not a combat-type artificial innovator. Yet. 2 Glasgows used exclusively by the knights squatted alone on the hillside. One was equipped with a standard alloy shield and a standard machine gun, with 2 alloy sabers hanging from its waist. On both sides of the other, 2 night guns were inserted upside down on the ground, with 2 submachine guns hanging from its waist and 2 alloy sabers inserted from its back. Yang Hui and Regina Regetta lay on the ground, using binoculars to observe the situation below. The EU's army was marching down the mountain, mostly in transport trucks, and had no idea that they had been targeted by the Tiger. Renetta, How many transport routes have we found? 4. This transport route has the largest transport volume. It seems that we have found the main transport route of the EU. Mr. Yang Hui, I suggest sending a message to Princess Cornelia, requesting an aerial bombardment. Would that give away the credit? But Renetta turned his head and glanced at Glasgow behind him, and said to Yang Hui helplessly, I don't think two toys can break through the defense of the transport team. Renetta knew how powerful Yang Hui was, but that was when he had the Dawn Gundam in his hands. How much strength could Yang Hui exert with a D-class garbage machine like Glasgow? That also depends on who has the toys. Get ready. I hope this batch of supplies is arms. Alice. Renetta had a headache, but the order given to him by Eolia Hutchenberg was to witness Yang Hui's journey and obey all of Yang Hui's orders in the process. This was something she could not violate, so no matter how much she resisted such an exciting action, she had to do it. Horizontal ellipsis. This is Nightmare reaction. Enemy attack. The radar system of the EU transport convoy quickly detected the reaction of the Nightmare. At this time, Nightmare was only the patent of the Holy Bunodal Empire. Even the EU, which was able to stalemate with the Holy Bunodal Empire, only relied on appropriate tactics and solid fortresses to stalemate with the Empire. On the hillside, the tank troops deployed their formations, and the artillery troops prepared. Report, the enemy only has 2 Nightmares. 2? How is that possible? There must be more enemies hiding nearby. What a fast speed. Here they come. Artillery troops, fire. Under the order, the accompanying artillery roared, and one shell after another was sent to the sky, reaching the highest point, and then falling to the ground. Regita, follow me. Yang Hui had studied the tactics of the EU privately. With the excellent radar system, the position of the enemy aircraft was found, and then the artillery troops were covered with firepower. After destroying the Nightmare's manpower, they cut and strangled with the excellent tank formation. But this is just a transport unit. How many artillery can follow? So, with the sound of whoosh, the falling shells were getting closer and closer, and exploded when they touched the ground, but the 2 Glasgows sliding on the hillside could always gracefully leave the explosion range before the shells hit the ground, sliding the splashed smoke and dust into a long tail, and then turned into a winding snake, twisting its soft body to move forward. Sir, it's Cornelia's Knight's special machine, but the Knight's emblem was not found. Cornelia. Damn it. She actually found it, but she is courting death. Artillery ceases fire, the first and second squads of tanks move forward, cut and surround. Others beware of other members of the Knight's Order. The commander of the EU thought that Cornelia had come, and was very happy. As long as Cornelia could be killed here, the invasion of the Holy Bunitalia Empire would collapse, and he himself would also gain great merit, and he would not have to stay in the transport unit anymore. Promotion and wealth are just around the corner. As for the information that the Knight's Order did not have the Knight's emblem, he automatically ignored it. Understood. The order was passed down, the artillery stopped roaring, the tank troops began to move forward, and the 2 squads dispersed, trying to split and surround the 2 Glasgows, but swish, boom. The Glasgow driven by Yang Hui threw out 2 night guns, which directly penetrated the 2 tanks at the end. He passed the submachine gun by his waist with his bare hands. At this time, it had already approached the tank troops. With the help of inertia and pulleys, it rotated a circle while moving forward and opened fire. Bang 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 bang. 4 or 5 tanks were riddled with holes and exploded. The bullets of the submachine gun were used up. Yang Hui directly discarded it, pulled out the alloy saber behind him, leaned over and swept across, and the tanks separated from top to bottom. Beep beep beep. The alarm of being locked sounded, and the flying swallow claws on Yang Hui's chest shot out and inserted into the 2 tanks closest to it. While the alloy saber was sheathed, he grabbed the cable and threw it out to the left and right, hitting the 2 tanks that locked it. Rini Rajira also arrived, holding an alloy shield in front of him, protecting himself while firing continuously. The shells hit the shield heavily, leaving only charred craters, but unable to break through. Yeah, I'm really not a combat type. Although he said so, Rini Rajita had a disdainful smile on his face. He looked at the chariot in front of him as if it were an ant, and the muzzle of his gun spewed flames, and not a single bullet missed. But, after all, I am also a transformer. How could I lose to an inferior species? Oh, sorry. The more casual and frivolous the words were, the more ruthless the attack was. Rini Rajira's shooting was not only aimed at the chariot, but also at the enemies who abandoned the chariot and fled. Captain. Commander, the first and second tank squads are completely wiped out. The enemy is coming towards us, very fast. What? How is it possible? The EU officers did not believe that the two modified Glasgows could completely wipe out the tanks of the two squads so quickly, but they saw that the logos of the two tank squads on the radar had been marked with red crosses, and the logos of the two enemies were approaching at a very fast speed. Retreat. The tank troops are no longer reserved, all of them, go and destroy them. Got it. Got it. At this time, the EU people were already scared out of their wits, especially those who watched Yang Hui and Rini Rajita's performance with their naked eyes. The nightmare of the Holy Bunitalia Empire is indeed more powerful than the tank, but it can be destroyed with the right tactics. Cornelia is famous, but more of it is her superb command ability and brave fighting style. But the scene in front of them, a monster. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you won't believe that the nightmare can actually do such a move, and it will be so terrible. The tank units of the two squads were completely wiped out. Yang Hui and Rini Rajita did not stop, and kept approaching the remaining enemy troops at high speed. Their target was not these tanks, but the retreating transport convoy. Rini Rajita, you go after the transport convoy. Understood. The two planes separated, and Rini Rajita easily broke through the blockade to chase the transport convoy. Yang Hui picked up the knight's gun thrown, raised one, pointed the gun tip at the remaining enemies, and raised a cruel and fanatical smile at the corner of his mouth. Keep going, don't think about running away. On the African front, Cornelia has been harassing the EU defense line, but she is always calm and restless at this time, pacing back and forth in the command room. No news yet? Cornelia asked Dalton behind her. Not yet. 5 days, and still no news. Damn it, what on earth does this guy want to do? Cornelia's anxiety was because of Yang Hui. 5 days ago, Yang Hui and Rini Rajita drove their machines away from the frontline base and disappeared. They cut off all contact and have not heard from him since then. Mobilize military satellites and find him for me. Cornelia ordered. She had to confirm Yang Hui's safety. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, the 24th Guerrilla Force reports that EU military fortress number 25 has been destroyed. What? Destroyed? Who did it? I don't know. They didn't see a single living person when they went there. This. Cornelia had a bold guess in her mind, but she was not sure. Your Highness, the 16th Guerrilla Unit reports that the enemy troops of EU's number 11 and number 12 military forts have retreated, leaving behind 2 empty shells. Please send someone to take over. This. The frontline observation post reports that a battle has occurred at the EU Lubudi base. Lubdi base. Cornelia immediately looked at the battle map. It was one of the most important bases on the front line of the EU. If this fortress could be breached, a breakthrough would be open to break through the EU's defense line. Order the Third Army to attack and take this opportunity to capture the Lubudi base. Dalton, summon the knights, I will lead the team myself. Cornelia had already left Yang Hui's trace behind her. Regardless of whether it was done by Yang Hui and Rini Rajita, she could not miss this excellent opportunity. As a military commander, during wartime, victory in war is more important than personal feelings. Yes, Your Highness. Dalton knew that Cornelia would lead the troops in every battle. He tried to persuade her many times but failed, so he stopped trying. As long as they were not dead, they would protect Cornelia's safety. Cornelia's command post was not far from the Lubudi base. She arrived at the Lubudi base with a large force in just over 10 minutes. But the expected battle did not happen. Looking at the ruined base with thick smoke and fire everywhere, Cornelia was stunned, the members of the Knights were stunned, and everyone in the Third Army was stunned. Under the light of the fire, the black-haired boy sat on the broken palm of Glasgow, looking at the incoming army with bloodshot eyes. Another one-armed Glasgow covered with charred and single holes stood by with a gun, serving as a loyal knight. Imperial sister, you are late. Yang Hui raised his hand and waved to the leading Cornelia machine. Scatter. Cornelia waved her hand, and the soldiers of the Third Army dispersed and swarmed in, starting to search for the remaining enemies in the base. She brought the knights to Yang Hui. Your Highness Cornelia. The Exan knights were horrified. They had not yet confirmed the safety of the base, but Cornelia had actually left the nightmare and exposed her body to danger. They immediately formed a circle and protected her. It's okay. Yang Hui is not afraid, so why should I be afraid? Cornelia was not stupid. Yang Hui dared to sit here and wait for her carelessly. What else was she afraid of? As expected of the imperial sister, so handsome. Yang Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up. Chapter 694, It's difficult to report military merits. Cornelia looked around and sighed. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You've caused such a big trouble. Report it truthfully. Yang Hui shrugged. He didn't intend to hide himself when he came to Africa this time. He wanted to make himself shine. He wouldn't hold back. Otherwise, why would he leave the cage of the palace? Cornelia meant that she didn't know how to report Yang Hui's military exploits. All the nobles knew about Yang Hui's performance in the imperial capital. He was neither high nor low, very mediocre, and showed no interest in power. He was a complete slacker. He was more concerned about taking care of his younger brothers and sisters, and was privately nicknamed the Nanny Prince by the nobles. If the report was truthful, Cornelia could already imagine how much repercussions this battle report would cause in the country, and it would cause a major earthquake in the aristocratic circle. The famous Nanny Prince actually had driving skills that surpassed the Knights of the Round Table. The two killed countless enemies and destroyed multiple military fortresses and bases. The first reaction, it's definitely fake. False military intelligence. Falsely claiming military merits. The second reaction, it's the report sent back by Cornelia? That must be true. The third reaction, no way? That Nanny Prince is so powerful? Why did he hide? He has a big plan. Cornelia also thought about what Charles d'Ibunitalia would think when he saw this battle report. Would he also be afraid of Yang Hui's concealment and call him back to the palace for questioning? Or even suppress him? This is what Cornelia didn't want to see. On the one hand, Yang Hui is her good brother. On the other hand, Cornelia is also a pure soldier. She believes that Yang Hui's ability can make a great contribution to the empire and should not be suppressed. But false military intelligence. This is something she can't do, and she can't do it. Yang Hui and Rini Rujetta's military exploits were not only witnessed by her. The Knights and the Third Army were also present. The Knights were loyal to Cornelia alone, but the Third Army was not. If they were exposed, she would be in big trouble. Moreover, the title of the youngest female general in history not only brought honor, but also danger. There were countless people in the imperial capital who dreamed of suppressing Cornelia, including her brothers and sisters. But, can't you show it bit by bit? Do you have to cause a big earthquake directly? Aren't you afraid that your father will? Imperial sister, you still don't know him well enough. Yang Hui shook his head and said to Cornelia, second brother's dissatisfaction with the crown prince and his desire to be the emperor himself is almost written on his face. Did he care? Cornelia was silent. Yang Hui was telling the truth. Sneasel had already started to handle the work of the prime minister. It was a foregone conclusion that he would officially take office as the prime minister of the empire in a year or two. Although he has always been conscientious, dedicated, and dutiful, it is precisely because he has handled the work of the empire's prime minister so perfectly that people feel something is wrong. The crown prince is truly mediocre, and the gap between him and Sneasel is immediately apparent. Now there are many voices supporting him within the empire, such as if Sneasel had not been born late, he should be the crown prince. Or Sneasel is more qualified to be the crown prince and more qualified to inherit the empire. These rumors have not spread, but they are circulating in the aristocratic circle in a low-key manner, and even many nobles have begun to stand in line and stand behind Sneasel. Charles d'Ibunitalia must know these things, and he will not be confused by Sneasel's performance, but he still does not care, allowing Sneasel to continue to be the prime minister, and even does not control the rumors. If Sneasel is like this, then Charles d'Ibunitalia may not care about Yang Hui's affairs. Okay, I know what to do. Cornelia sighed. She really didn't like the shit in the palace, otherwise she wouldn't have risked her life to join the army. You know, Cornelia's current achievements are only due to her status, and most of them are earned through real swords and guns. But what? But you can think about what reward you want now. According to the habit of the emperor, he will ask you what you want first. Cornelia reminded. This, I have thought about it a long time ago. Wow? It seems that you are well prepared. Cornelia was stunned for a moment, and then the corner of her mouth curled up. She realized that Yang Hui had thought of this step a long time ago. Of course, It's just that I have to go back to my country right after I came out. It feels so troublesome. Haha, returning to my country to be conferred is the honor the countless people in the Empire dream of. You actually dislike it. You like it. Well, I don't like it either. Right? It's something that can be solved with a satellite phone, but you have to run back and forth. Ha ha ha. Cornelia agreed. She hasn't been so happy for a long time. By the way, what do you want? Do you want my sister to help you with some advice? Yang Hui glanced at Cornelia and said unhappily, this trick doesn't work on me. I won't give you a chance to intercept it. Haha. Cornelia was not embarrassed when Yang Hui saw through her little thoughts. She knew that the reward that Yang Hui planned in advance must be a good thing. Yang Hui never lacked money. He was a prince. Power. Yang Hui has never been interested in politics. It seems the same now, otherwise he would not come to the African battlefield to show his fighting power. Military power? But now the Empire has no extra senior military officer vacancies. Yang Hui definitely doesn't want to be a name only. So Cornelia guessed that Yang Hui wanted people, and these people were in the hands of others, and it was difficult to dig them out secretly. With Yang Hui's identity, it was difficult to get them, so it seems that there are many talented people under Sneasel. Should I pay attention to them? Cornelia asked Yang Hui with interest. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and cursed that this woman was really smart. I want 2 or 3 Knights of the Round Table to be my subordinates. Forget it, Yang Hui, you won't believe this excuse. Cornelia laughed jokingly. The Knights of the Round Table are the direct troops of my father and the highest symbol of the Imperial Knights. Rationally, if you want the Knights of the Round Table, you are taking away the power of my father. Emotionally, the Knights of the Round Table who have already received the highest honor look down on you, a rising star. I don't think you are so stupid. Believe it or not. Yang Hui spread his hands indifferently. He really wasn't lying. This time when he went back, he was planning to find 2 or 3 Knights of the Round Table to be his subordinates, but not active ones, but future ones. Your Highness Cornelia, Your Highness Yang Hui, we have confirmed the safety of the base, and there are no survivors. At this time, the Third Army's search of the Lu Beauty base was also over. Not seeing a single living EU person, the commander immediately came to report, looking at Yang Hui with more than respect. Take over the base immediately, notify the follow-up troops to advance, and the other armies keep a close eye on other EU bases. Once there's any movement in the opponent's base, immediately launch a full-scale attack. Yes, Your Highness. The Third Army quickly took over the Lu Beauty base. Cornelia did not plan to return to the base in the rear, and directly let the Third Army establish a defensive position and use the Lu Beauty base as a new frontline command post. Imperial sister, I don't think it's time to rest now. What do you mean? Cornelia asked Yang Hui. She had just captured an important military base and opened a breakthrough in the EU defense line. She also wanted to see the subsequent actions of the EU before formulating the next battle plan. You can take your knights to take this place down. Yang Hui pointed to a place on the battle map and said, Here? What's there? The EU supply transfer station, and a small airport. Are you sure? Yes, according to my observation, the defense of this transfer station and airport is not strong. You and your knights can definitely take it. Dalton, attack immediately. Cornelia is worthy of being an iron-blooded general. After knowing that Yang Hui was not joking, she immediately prepared to attack. This is also Cornelia's trust in Yang Hui. For others, even if it is a great opportunity, she will not take the knights to take risks. Yes, Your Highness. I will commend you when I come back. I'm leaving first. After Cornelia arranged everything, she set off with the knights in a hurry, and the commander of the Third Army who stayed behind stood behind Yang Hui in fear, waiting for the next order. Originally, his rank was higher than Yang Hui, and he didn't have to listen to Yang Hui's orders at all, but on the one hand, he was conquered by Yang Hui's results, and on the other hand, Cornelia also ordered him to obey Yang Hui's command before leaving. Leave 3 squadrons to clean up the battlefield, 2 battalions to garrison, and the others to stand by. After the follow-up troops arrive, escort the command system forward and catch up with Queen Cornelia. Yes, Your Highness. After giving the order, Yang Hui took Rini Regita to find a place to rest. When the time comes to set off with the main force, there is no need to establish a new frontline command here. With Cornelia's style, after the transit station and the airport are taken down, They will become the new temporary command center and will not stay at the Lu Beauty base at all. Why should you give the credit to Cornelia? Rini Regita asked Yang Hui when they were alone. When we eat meat, we should let others have some soup, right? But they are just natives. They will be our companions in the future. I see. Change your mindset, Regeta. We are not playing a game, and they are not NPCs. I understand, Mr. Yang Hui, there is a reason why you have so many followers around you, but this Princess Cornelia is qualified in terms of ability, but in terms of personality, will she really agree? Charles has been raised, the damn prince has been abolished, and Skneasel's tactless words have been buried. Does she have any other choice? You are worthy of being Mr. Yang Hui. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.